Kitty, please stop laying there. Please stop laying there. Don't eat. Please go eat without me doing it.
put her food in front of the door in hopes that she would think Simon's gonna steal it if she doesn't eat it. Seems to be working a little bit. Joker and Bubba, welcome. Bill was here. I doubt he's here anymore. That was 30 minutes ago. Boy, it's barely. I just gotta break her from this habit of thinking she has to be in my lap to eat. Alright, man, how's yours going? I already was at Costco and back. Already got. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is going on? That was weird. I don't know if y'all could hear that or not, but my audio for this mic went down all of a sudden and came back up. I guess Simon's medicine though. First smoke of the day. And they still had things going good. Yeah, Scott's gonna run out of the way. They got. They had more matzo crackers for $3 a box. So you know I got another case of 12 boxes. Here we go. I now have 33 boxes of matzo crackers. Plus an open one. They sell for $17 each, dude, normally. Plus tax. Like 17 something actually. I got them for I got the last 2 cases for $3 a box. Huge savings. The lady was like, these must be good. I was like, they're on sale. They're not really the most flavorful crackers. I get them because they're the opposite of that. All they are is bread and or flour and water. 33 boxes. 33. Dude, what in the hell's going on with my audio? Is it me? Bro. Hey, what is going on? Right there. It just went down. Right? It's coming back up. Did you hear that? Anybody else hear that? It like went right there. It cuts out. It's cutting. What the fuck is going on? Bro, it cuts out right there. I'm cutting out right there. You can hear it too? Fuck, I don't, dude. Mike. Hold on. I think it just did it again though. I think it's barely noticeable. Barely noticeable, but it fucking sucks. You gotta suck some helium in. What? Yo. Hello. Yo. Is it still no? I have to continuously talk to know if it's actually doing it or not. It doesn't seem like it's doing it anymore. I think it's done doing it. I think it's fucking done. I turned off the software for this and turned it back on. It seems to have fixed it. Could you hear it too though when it was doing that, or was it just me? I could hear it. It could have been either or, depending, because this, like, Anyway, it could have been either or. You could have heard it or you could have not heard it. That's why I'm curious. You could. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's really interesting. Fuck. Damn it, because I was hoping it was this cable. This is my cable here. There's an 1/8 of an inch cable coming out the front here, and it's my auxiliary too. And that's where I'm taking the, not that you care about any of this shit, but that's where I'm taking the audio from the Apollo. No, that's where it's going in from the Apollo, actually. Right? No, that's where it's coming out. It's going in on the back. Yeah. 1/8 of an inch out the Apollo into the computer, and then I take it. I don't know why I have to do that. I forget why I can't take it directly. I must not be going 1/8 of an inch into the computer. I'm going lightning cable. That's why. Yeah, lightning cable. Kitty, could you please just finish your food? Apple technology. And then that 1/8 of an inch out. And sometimes this jack will fuck up on me. This cord says it's a little janky, and my audio will cut out completely or get really quiet. And I thought maybe it was this, and if it was this, you wouldn't be able to hear it happening because this is on my end. This is after y'all have gotten your signal. This is like I'm tapping into what y'all are getting, and then getting it and putting it in my headset. Wirelessly, I mean, it's pretty fucking crazy, dude. Actually, like it's. There it goes. It just fucking goddamn it, there it goes. Why is it doing that? It's like, dude. And now, are you sure you're hearing it, dude? What the fuck, bro? Okay, I don't know why. I don't know. I can barely hear myself now. Bro. It's like the fucking thing just stopped working. Yeah. Whoa, where's what the fuck? There it goes. Hey, what the fuck? No. Whoa, bro. What? There's a delay? Do you see it? Okay. Maybe you don't. I got him. Dude, there's. Now. I have to go into the settings of OBS and see if. Monitoring device. Default. Apply. And then I change it back to my device. Second. Put. Bro, there we go. No, it was on my end that time for that. But that's an OBS thing. So it could be, dude, the audio is an extremely complicated thing to deal with when it comes to streaming, dude. And I was a fucking sonar technician in the military, dude. Like, I also installed car stereos for a little while. Like, I knew how to work on digital electronics to the transistor, to the diode, to the everything, to the ones and zeros going through the fucking IC. I was trained for that. I graduated top of my class to get stationed in Pearl Harbor. Fuck it. And it was still complicated for me to get the audio figured out for streaming, dude. It took a while. It was like, bro. But usually, the first thing you do to fix something is turn it off and turn it back on. And if you try to turn it on, turn it back on, you know, that's real shit. And then if that doesn't work, you check connectors and connections like cables and jacks. Those are the second things that usually go wrong in equipment. Then after that, you got to go in, you know. Go through all the different steps. Oh shit! I think we're good. We're gold now, though. Just needing to be reset. Oftentimes, there's so many different settings on OBS. OBS will be like that too. Like for instance, let me show you this shit. Like here's OBS, right? Mine's a clusterfuck. This is Twitch chat, YouTube. Oh, you can't see it. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, and then this is the chat where I can like pop it on the screen if I want. Like if I like someone's comment, I want to reread it or something. I can just be like, pop, kiki. From any platform that I'm streaming from, I have this capability. All they have to do is say something. It's actually fucking awesome, dude. It's next level. It's up there on some next level shit to be able to do this, and most people wouldn't even spend the money to be able to stream on this many platforms, especially with this viewership. I wouldn't have either, to tell you the truth, but I got locked in because I forgot to cancel my auto renewal. So here we are. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, sometimes the audio will fuck up, say, and I won't be able to hear myself at all, or I won't be able to hear the game or something. I'll have to go into the audio settings here, and then I'll have to look for the thing, like say it was main desktop audio, which is where I get my audio from. I'll have to just go turn monitor off, and I can't remember if I have to close this or not, or open it back up, but then I kind of I can put it back on it, and bink, it'll start working again. So many times that's the answer to something being broken on streaming, is just resetting a setting. It's such a weird anomaly, dude. I've never seen it with anything else, but like OBS is the worst with it, dude. With different things. Another thing I'll have to always reset is I'll have to go into settings, and this is also audio. And dude, I figured this shit out on my own, dude. I just figured it out by troubleshooting. There was no instruction manual to say, hey, this is you do this. You put it in default, you press apply, and you put it back and do that. So I have to do that whenever there's a delay in what I'm hearing and what you're hearing. Like you'll hear it before me, and so it'll fuck with my head, especially when I'm hearing myself like that. So like, man, audio, bro. It was like the most time-consuming shit to figure out on here, like because it's stuff like stupid ass shit like that where you just have to go in and put it on default and then put it back to the other setting. It's so simple, really. If you know, it's like, that's what are you griping about? When you don't know, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with my shit? I got that set right. I got that set with. It's set right, man. And then one day I was like, I just did it. You know what I mean? I was like, what if I take it off and put it back? And it worked. And I was like, what? That happens so many times that I have to do that. What is that shit? They need to make their program a little better or something, maybe. How could that be on my end? Why does it just do that arbitrarily? I have to do so much shit too when I start the stream. For this, I have to unhook it. I have to make sure I unplug the power for it, plug the power back in, turn it off, turn it back on, and then do that thing that I just showed, the audio default. I have to do that every day, actually. So I had to make sure the audio is right. I just do it just to do it now, so I don't have to deal with it if it's not working. It's just part of the boom, boom, check, boom, boom, boom. We have moments here. Moments to the cat. Good for you. May you have good luck for life. Okay, Kitty, by the way, you need to eat more. Let's go eat more. Look at that. Go eat more. Go eat more. Without being in my lap. That'd be sweet. Could she do it? Will she do it? Come on. No, go eat. She's not eating, bro. Why does she make me feed her? Go on. Maybe if I put the ball near it. But she's not even going over there. What is your problem? Come here. Some a little bit left, or some on a little bit left over in there, boy. Yes, a little more, geez. Why don't you do that, huh? You a little more easier, boy. Makes you feel better, man. Oh, you're the best and that. Well, you can enjoy yourself, a job and something. Get the fuck out of my house. You know what I'm saying, boy? Go get me a bill. Kitty. I got her to eat, but I was scared to move, bro. This cat's got me terrified. What if I move? They won't eat. Oh my god. And then she'll be crazy for the next 8 hours, wondering why her food's not sitting out. Dude. She ate late last night. I forgot to get up. I usually get up at like 11. I make sure I get back up to feed her. I got up at 2. It was a little late, okay? It'll be alright. I still got up and did it though. And Simon's medicine. It was a 2 for. We got it done though. I think for the whole night, so that's good. That would have been horrible if I'd have went all night long. Now that would have been too much. Oh, she's eyeballing my crotch. What are you doing? Dude, she jumped to the very top of the door today. She was able to get to the very top of that door by crawling up. She jumped up this. I didn't see her do all of it. I just saw it once she was up here, but I saw her trying to do it again. And what she was doing is she pulls herself to here, she jumps to here, and then she gets her toes like on 2 of the bars so that she could push up her body. And she somehow got her back legs up on the bottom of the top of that bar and lunged up to the top, dude. She was hanging off the top, man. I was like, what the fuck? How'd you do that? I don't know how she did it. I think that's how she did it, but how else could she have done it? It was amazing. Dude. It was actually really freaking impressive that she was able to jump all the way to the top of that. And with a little bit more strength, she might even be able to jump over it. Once our feet get a little bigger. Fuck. I'm gonna need one that can completely closes the door. They make like this extension kit that you can put at the top of it, but it's gonna make me have to duck every time I get in. You found a pic of him where Joe, his mugshot. Man, I hope Simon ate something. I think he did. Still debating whether or not to take him to the vet. At least got the matzo crackers. I mean, I guess she's full. I would like to eat all of it, but maybe she's just not that hungry anymore. That's interesting. I thought she was going to have to eat more and more food because she was at her strongest growth spurt already, maybe. You don't want any more food. Something's bothering this ear, I think. The left ear, something's going on. I don't know, maybe Simon's been biting her ears now. $30K bond. Damn, that's kind of high for Outlaw. He would need 3K to get out. I can't tell if she's nudging me. Trying to see if she's sore anywhere. Maybe ears aren't bad. She's flinching this ear a little bit though. Dude, her ears are so soft. All cat ears so soft. It must be. You don't want no more food, girl? Come on. Been a court a lot. Oh, did you find all his mugshots? Dude, I trimmed her nails today. I don't know how good I did. I tried trimming Simon's. I screwed up on one of them. Oh man, he was pissed off about it. His are hard to tell on, man. Where the wick's at? He's got some funky looking toenails. So I didn't mess it up so bad that it was like bleeding. I could just see that it was a little red dot on the end of it, and I was like, "Oh shit, that was too close." Didn't actually bleed. Like it's like they could, if you do it too bad, they can actually drip. Gotta put cornstarch on them. Dude. Did I not do that? Oh, I didn't turn that on, did I? That's why it's not working. That is something I forgot. I forgot to do it. Okay. Major drug trafficking operation shut down in California.
And locating the individuals, and we are arresting them as we speak. Continue.
Are they still all in custody?
I believe so.
No, no in making
from defendants or from
Was that
seizures from
mushrooms?
storage lockers.
Oh,
You
no.
see large amounts of methamphetamine that had
Oh, shit.
crossed the border, and the border is allowed to drive. Taken down in totals that I mentioned earlier here, 12,900 pounds of methamphetamine, 23 kilos of fentanyl, 18 kilos of cocaine, 10 kilos of heroin, and 35 firearms. These are silhouettes of the defendants charged in the indictment, returned 2 weeks ago, and the names of the ones who have already been arrested, the 15 currently arrested, have been placed on the poster board. The conversion lab that was seized in and taken down in northern Los Angeles County is on the far poster board there. You can see a number of the chemical agents and the drying bins where the liquid methamphetamine that got smuggled across the border is allowed to dry out and return to its crystal form. On these, at the far end over here, you see some of the ways that the methamphetamine was smuggled, including inside of a motorcycle seat. That's at the top. You see some of the firearms and the counterfeit M30s containing fentanyl that were seized during the investigation, either from purchases from defendants or from seizures from storage lockers. You see large amounts of methamphetamine that had crossed the border in semi-trucks. And then the bottom photos are looking from above on that far right lower corner is looking down into the partitioned gas tank of a car to see the liquid methamphetamine. And then this poster board nearest to me is the Penske rental truck that essentially picked up the 2.5 tons of methamphetamine in the vegetable produce boxes from a semi-truck and then placed it in the Penske truck for further distribution. So those are the poster boards here. I want to thank the FBI for its hard work on this investigation and for working to identify so many members of this prolific drug trafficking organization. I also want to thank the many other law enforcement agencies throughout California who assisted in the surveillance, searches, seizures, and arrests during the investigation, and in particular during its takedown. I also want to thank my colleague down
Thank everybody. I'm not here for that. I just want to thank everybody. I thank my mama for being a mama. You did a mama. Did you recap it?
On and locating the individual.
23 or
22.
22. How were they all from the LA area, Sacramento? Can you say?
I would say majority of them from the LA area.
Were all these individuals arrested all together or separately?
The initial was to arrest all of them together, but due to just not being, some of those were not present at that time, we've continued to keep working on and locating the individuals, and we are arresting them as we speak. Continue.
Are they still all in custody?
I believe so.
No, actually, no. In making initial appearances in the Central District of California, at least some have been ordered released on conditions by the court.
Well, there you go. Jeez. Dude, look at this fucking vehicle crash in San Diego. There's a fucking almost a cannon right below it too. Looks like he's trying to get home. He's parking. Or if it's a stolen car. What's it on? The hell? Looks like a bunch of homeless person shit in it. Dude. It's a fender bender. The salvage title all day. Oh man. San Diego. Ford truck. Ford Jeep. Famous bundle. Two shipwrecks off the coast of Italy. Number of people dead and dozens missing after two shipwrecks off coast of Italy. It's not a ship, that was a boat. They call it a ship if it wrecks or something? It has an American flag on it, doesn't it? Homie. It is an American flag, bro. What's really going on? That's our people, man. They got a Chinese flag on theirs. Oh, what was it? Maybe it was Spanish.
Sleeping on the deck.
Oh, there's audio.
This is the stricken vessel the migrants were attempting to reach Europe on board.
That's
These
not an
pictures
American
show it
flag, is
listing
it?
as it takes on water in choppy seas.
Oh, please don't let it
The
be.
Italian Coast Guard managed to rescue 12 people.
It probably is an American flag. The migrants put it there because they know where they're going. They fucking started off. They're like, America, here we come.
Including a pregnant woman and 2 children. But more than 60 who were crammed onto this tiny boat are still missing. More than 20 of them are thought to be children.
What? None of them had life vests?
These pictures have since emerged
Why are they
and
staring
were
at the
taken
fucking
before
boat?
the boat got into trouble. Families can be seen sleeping on the deck.
How is it going
as
so
left
fast?
land, heading out to sea. In this statement, Médecins Sans Frontières gave
Why didn't they use
details
the
of
sails?
the dangerous journey the migrants were undertaking. They left Turkey
Just
8 days
boat.
ago and had been taking on water for 3 or 4 days. They told us that they were traveling without life jackets and that some boats did not stop to help them.
Oh no.
The rescued
down.
have been taken to a port in Calabria. Many of them are suffering from dehydration and shock. But as they were given medical treatment, the search continued for other survivors. Although with each passing hour, the chance of finding anyone alive is remote.
In these kind of tragic incidents, it will take time for us to know how many people were on board. Survivors will be able to tell us more over time, but it is not knowing whether all bodies also can be recovered in such disasters.
This is not, though, the only tragedy off the Italian coast. In a separate incident, 51 people were rescued from a wooden boat which left Libya. As they reached safety, it was confirmed that 10 others who were also on the vessel had died at sea. The route across the central Mediterranean is the deadliest migration crossing in the world and accounts for 80% of all deaths in the sea. But for many migrants who are fleeing poverty or conflict, it is still a chance they are prepared to take.
Did I really just do...
Alex Rossi, Sky News.
That thing dies too fucking fast, man. I could put it on the charge last night, I guess. As further away you get from the equator, the worse the seas are, the harder they are to traverse. Oh fuck, bro. Yo, dude. This thing's really dead. Why do they keep letting them in, dude? Why do they keep letting them in their country? Maybe because they know most of them are just passing through to get here. Probably. So Mexico doesn't care, right? Can I use this yet? Come on, man. I was plugged in for a while. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Can I just use it here? Oh shit. I can do that. It almost worked. What the hell? It's not letting me click. Yeah, it's dead, dude. Keep finishing it. The neighbors have a new karaoke machine. And they were singing Zombie by Cranberries earlier. I hope they're not going to make that a normal thing. I really hope they don't start having some sort of karaoke thing over there. Yikes. Zombie. Yo, yodelay-hoo. Now, if they were yodeling, that'd be a different story, now wouldn't it? But they're not. Ricola. Dude, I'm telling you, they should still, to this day, they should start marketing Ricola. Market it not only as a throat lozenge, but also intellectual stimulant. All them herbs, you don't know what they're doing. Just say it's doing that. Makes you smarter. These things, not scientifically proven, of course. You got to put that in a little small print. Not so, but it does make you smarter. I mean, listen to me. I suck on them all day. Like a Werther's original. They have a really smart guy though in the commercial, you know, and they pay him lots of money to say he sucks on them all day. And that's why he's so smart. I owe all my smarts to Ricola. They knew something with them herbs, bro. It's the combination that you need. Where does it come from? Switzerland or something? Wherever it is, I bet they're known for being smart. Higher IQ than America, probably. See if this thing's gonna work. Yeah, baby, we got juice. Where is Switzerland? Yeah, they're definitely higher than we are in IQ. IQ by Jeez. Top 10. We're not even in the top 10, dude. Germany rounds it out. Japan's the top. Followed by Taiwan, by the way. That's why we can't let China take Taiwan. Then they'll monopolize chip manufacturing and shit. That's where we get our cheap, well-made electronics. Taiwan, they're smart our time, right? China 104? Man, they're cheating. Shut up. I don't believe China. Can we believe Chinese government? Maybe Taiwanese government's lying too somehow. Oh, listen to this. Top 10 smartest countries based on students' test scores in reading, math, and science. Switzerland, number 10. Number 10 right there, buddy. They made the list. Top 10. Oh, what's this one? Top 10 countries with the highest intelligence capital index. Switzerland. One. Oh, wait, we're number 1? Whatever. What does that even mean? What is capital index? We're the first. It must be bad then. Because we're idiots here, right? But Switzerland made the list. I'm saying. They make this one. Oh, here's a list right here. Where's Switzerland? Wait, where are they? Are we above Switzerland, bro? No, there they are. So there you go, Ricola, man. Start rebranding that shit as a dual-purpose lozenge. Y'all got the herbs out there that make people smarter than Americans, and that's all that matters. Numbers don't lie. They'll be like, damn, they are smarter than us. Well, something's working out there. Honey, pick up some Ricolas. My throat's kind of sore. And you might as well have the brain herbs, sweetie, at the same time. We're hitting our throats. Oh. Dude, the marketing team needs to reach out to me and just give me $1 for my great idea. Okay? We could change the world. What if it actually does make people smarter? I don't think the people want it. You don't think the people want what? The migrants? Or the Ricola? The ingredients have to be specific. They're what they are. Ricola can't change. That's tried, tested. It's been on Prices Right for decades. Ricola. And how much for the Ricola? Well, above or below? Above, Bob. God, those are the days. When is Bob still alive, man? I watched so much Prices Right when I was a kid because I would go grocery shopping with my mom all the time, and we would be there for hours, dude. Sometimes I would just be like kind of taking it all in, what everything costs, as I'm checking out stuff. How it goes, man. Now, dude, now I probably wouldn't do good. I probably wouldn't do very good on it. Plus, they always went by like California prices too. So you always had to put a little bit more on it. You know what the rest of this, kitty? Kitty. Dude. I thought that they were chasing, I heard people outside, they were like going, Lola, Lola, Lola. And I was like, oh no. What happened? What's happening? Because that cat's name was Lola, remember? That I found? It was yesterday, wasn't it? I didn't know what was going on. I thought that maybe like that she was carrying her, and all of a sudden she was like in the street or something. I don't know. Like what was the cat just? What's happening? I had to see. But it was my other neighbor's dog. His name Lola apparently, and she got out and was running down the sidewalk. A very white dog too. I don't think he normally goes outside. Like kind of long hair and white. Very clean. So they were freaking out when she took off down the sidewalk. They probably didn't want to give her a bath. I don't know. I know I do. I freak out with Simon whenever he gets out because he likes rubbing up on everything that's dirty. So he can bring it in here with him or something. I just heard Lola, Lola, Lola. I was like, oh no. Dude, for a second I thought that Lola was about to get like ran over. Like the cat was about to get ran over or something. Or that she just had gotten ran over. That was my biggest concern when I jumped up. I thought that she just gotten hit or something. The way she was screaming, Lola, Lola, Lola. It's like, no. I don't know if they care about that cat that much though. It wasn't there this morning. That's cool. I thought, dude, I feel like there was like a 50-50 or better chance that that cat was going to be there this morning again. It's like, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Hopefully they're taking care of it. Good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl, good girl. Hey, all your food, you eat all your food. Jeez. The fuck? A bomb? Gosh, I got some water bottles in there. Definitely need to keep this on a charger anytime I'm not using it right now because it's very liable to die on me. Yeah, dude, so I've been cleaning pipes with a sonic cleaner. It's pretty cool. We don't even have to really do anything. Normally I would have put like salt, water, or salt and alcohol and shaking it a bunch inside of it and taking forever just getting the thing inside of it and everything. But I just ran this thing like 3 times and it gets I think it gets it clean. I put the dirtiest ones in there now and I haven't rinsed them yet, but it's gotten all the other ones clean without me having to do any rubbing. Pretty sweet. The one I got doesn't make any noise either. Well, it's just barely. Not like I thought it was. I was going to be like my Sonicare toothbrush. It's super loud. We got a kitty here. We got a kitty situation. Do I have a kitty situation? Oh, Can I still dab with you here, huh, sweetie? Oh, we had a rough morning, didn't we? You were so bitey. Why were you so bitey this morning? Simon's sleeping in my room right now. Your ribs are filling in. Get some meat on your bones. Where are you going? Get back here. Get back here. You can't fall off. You're gonna fall off right there. So many matzo crackers. Dude, I got so many matzo crackers. I could start selling them on eBay. I could start turning profit selling matzo crackers. No, I'm just gonna have them. I got 33 boxes of them right now, plus one opened one. That should, I think that should last me for a year. What do you think? That's almost a box a week. God, maybe I do need one more box. Do I could do a box a week? They'll probably still have them there tomorrow too. I can't believe more people aren't buying them, dude. At the price, dude, they're so much cheaper. They're $15 off. No, yeah, or $14.50 off, something like that. That's phenomenal. And dude, they last way past the expiration date, and you can use them to make stuff. That's what matzo balls are made out of. They're made out of matzo crackers. They crunch them all up and shit, and make balls out of them. I mean, that's what I heard. Isn't that what they do? I never actually made it. But you could use it, you could crumble them up, and there's a bunch of different matzo recipes. Since it's only 2 ingredients, flour and water, it makes it easier to use it with stuff. I think it's like a staple almost. It's more shelf stable than uncooked flour, right? It should be, because it's had it it's like been sterilized after the, like, because flour is not sterile. You can't eat it raw. You get sick of shit. So I would think that wouldn't last as long as a. Is the item that you know doesn't have any bacteria in it or whatever. So I probably could just go ahead and get a whole other box of them, which would be like 37 $37, something like that. With tax. We had to pay tax on food here, actually. Oh no, we don't. No, it was a tax on food. It's because I had 12 of them. I forgot. I had 12 of them. That's why it was an extra $7 or whatever. So, 6 something. That's why it was 36 something. Let me see this now. Yeah, so $36 for 12 boxes. Normally, one box would be $17.50 at Costco. So it's a no-brainer. And if I put on here, how long do matzo crackers last? How long do this says 6 to 12 months if stored in the, so at least 12 months, especially the ones like this that are just 2 ingredients. It says unopened matzo when kept in cool dry pantry can last up to a year past its printed date. Due to low moisture content, if kept in ideal conditions, matzo can last even longer and still maintain its flavor and texture. Yeah, but I think it not having like extra oils in it helps with its stability. Only being flour and water, yeah, it's got to last a lot longer than a regular cracker. Saltine crackers tend to stay fresher than any other type of cracker due to their low moisture content. And the addition of salt. Oh, well, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe the lack of salt makes them go. But saltine crackers have fat in them, though, don't they? Low moisture inhibits microbial growth, while the salt acts as a preservative by drawing out any remaining moisture that could lead to spoilage. I bet, dude, I think it's called a certain kind of matzo. What I got though, I need to look it up because these people might be talking about the cheaper kind that's in plastic and sealed up a little better. Mine's not in plastic at all. Shelf life of sealed Passover matzo, the oldest matzo you've ever eaten. What is dead may never die. Basically infinite, I think. This person says infinite. Shelf stability of matzo, infinite, I think. It's not possible for matzo to become rancid. Only food with fat in it can spoil. At most, matzo will get stale. Yeah, and then you just add water to it and make something out of it. Dude, I might buy another case of them. I bet it's still good as a cracker after a year even. Because those are the OG ones. They're a little different. I don't know how much moisture you think they're picking up from the atmosphere. They're in their box. They're just not in plastic. Moisture makes it stale. Last time none of them got, all of them remained crunchy. 2 years, this person said. They lose their crunch but still taste and smell normal. 18 to 24 months tend to lose their crispiness. A few minutes in the oven should perk them right up though. Oh, so to bring them back to life. A 5-pound sleeve of matzo makes a great addition to your stash of emergency supplies. It's the original emergency evacuation ration, after all. If you can, keeping 2 weeks worth of food on hand at all times is a good idea. That too, I didn't even think about that. It's like a survival food too. I even commented on that when I would just eat that for breakfast in the morning and be like, people used to have to do this. It's all they had was this cracker. That's why the Jews eat it. Yeah, that's why when they have, like, when they're eating it, they're thinking of the struggles that their ancestors had as slavery and how all they had was matzah. The parting of the Red Sea was necessary because the boat lines wouldn't allow the Jews to board to the carry-on bags, being too full of matzah to fit in the overhead compartments. I opened a box of 2017 Yehuda matzah yesterday. Smelled stale and not worth eating. I threw the remaining boxes out. What is Yehuda matzah? Is that the kind I have? Oh no. No, please. No, those are the cheap ones. I mean, yeah, these are cheap matzos, kind of. They're not the real deal. They're like saltine crackers without salt. Their texture is totally different than the ones I have. It's like, this is like a regular cracker without salt. These suck, actually. I don't get those anymore at all. I got a whole box of those ones and I was like, no way. They were only like $2 for because they went on clearance too. And even if they go on clearance again, I don't want those in my stash. Downbox 2014. So this has been 2000. This was 4 years old. He said still tasted fresh. So I need to look up what these matzahs are. Real matzo cracker. Round. This one, Shimura. This is the one I look. Walmart sells them right now for $17 a box, dude. Wait, Instacart's got them for $3.69. This must be from Costco right now. When they're, I don't want to click on it. I don't want to dox anything. I don't know what it's going to say about me. Actually, let me look at this. Yeah, it is Costco. The item isn't available. But they're charging $3.69 for it. I got them for $2.97. Okay. Whoa, burpity burp. Okay. Wait. I can't. There we go. So Shimura. There we go. People are asking if people like them. This is the first time I've ever heard anybody else even talk about them because I don't. A few years ago, I bought this big round Shmura matzahs from my cedar. It was okay, just dry and burnt, I suppose, for effect. This year, I bought the other one, the square ones, and it still tasted dry and burnt. I think I much prefer the regular matzahs. That shmuru flour is a hitter mitzvah. beautifies the mitzvah for eating matzo at the Cedar, but I don't know if it's worth paying more for. Yeah, but if you don't have to pay more for it, it's worth it. That's what I'm talking about. I wouldn't pay $17 a box for it. Two setters. This is interesting. I think it's extra crisp because it's cooked in a pizza oven, very high temp, very quickly. Holds spreads really well. Crispy and dry and burnt. The burnt taste is an acquired taste for me. I guess it's stronger. I can hold spread and can hold spreads. That's probably one pro for Shmura. I only like the Shmura. Also, Costco sells them cheap. I love the burnt flavor. Yo, my people. Shmura matzah was gross. Burnt flavored matzah is trendy now? What? Fuck out of here. No, it's not. Dude, there's so many cases of it that aren't selling. I need to go get another one. Dude, today I went to get Simon's medicine and then I walked all of Costco on the food side just to see if anything was on clearance. And then I saw matzahs were still there at $2.97. So I just picked up an entire... I didn't even have a cart, dude. I'm walking with 12 boxes of matzah crackers in my hands, dude. Like a condor. They probably think I'm Jewish. What's up, Bill? How you doing, man? But now I have 33 boxes total. I think I need one more case. Oh. They just go well with sardines, man. They don't add anything. That's what I like about them. And I appreciate their history. Shmura. 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 Jesus ate Shmura. Look, let me see. Did Jesus eat Shmura? He ate unleavened bread. That's what I'm eating. It's like a cracker, right? What is Shmura matzah? Oh, dude, there's a whole thing here on it. Let's learn about it. How long is this? Oh my god, why is it so wrong? Why is it so wrong? Matzah, unleavened bread. They only eat unleavened things for 8 days. Their Passover. Wow, it's extra monitored. Even from the time the weed itself is harvested, it is kept under close supervision. It is never left unattended until the matzah is finished. It is critical that no moisture contact the wheat, as this can begin the process of leavening. The wheat is examined to ensure it is whole. The wheat is supervised and it is ground into flour, and it is not baked that day to ensure that it is not hot from the grinding process and that no moisture comes into contact with the flour. The following day, the flour is made into a dough, keeping it away from the sunlight, which could cause it to ferment. Now that water is added to the flour to create the matzah, that water itself is pure and has been guarded. It is then baked. All matzah is guarded, but shmura matzah is guarded literally from the picking of the wheat itself. Traditionally, it was made by hand, although some is made by machine in modern times. It is traditional to eat shmura matzah on the first and second in the exile nights of Passover when we hold the Seder. This is because we are commanded, dude. I'm going. I need these boards to be bigger. There. That's better. It's fucking me up a little bit. Going blind. This is because we are commanded to eat matzah at those times, while the other days of Passover it is not required to eat matzah, although it is only permitted form of bread during the holiday. It's the only. They cost much more than regular matzah, and the reason should be obvious. There is an enormous amount of effort and supervision in its creation. Some observant Jews take the process even further. The Satmar Bakery in America grows its wheat in Arizona, a state known for its dryness. That's the end of the story. Matzah. Yeah, they do have that hologram on them, the hologram sticker, and then the seal on the outside of them and everything. Like they're legit. They're fucking guarded. They're the most guarded cracker. I can't believe people pass them up, dude, at that price. Maybe they're like, oh, I don't know, I don't want to eat that with my soup. It's for Passover. That's not right. You gotta keep it holy if you eat those, honey. Why else wouldn't they get them? Because they're in the cracker aisle along with everything else. Every year I wait for them to go on sale. AC Rogue, do you need it though? Do you really need it? Why don't you just let it be hot this year? Like me. It's 87.2 right now. You can take that. Just turn some fans on, man. Oh shit. Dude, she's literally in my lap and I kicked something down there and I was scared that it was her that I kicked. 10 to 15 grand, baby. Are you good for it? You got the equity. You got the equity, man. You got the fucking equity, man. You're good, man. You're fucking good. You're too good. High five. Hopefully your credit score goes up because of it. After you're done paying it off, huh? That's something. Well, you could be dead, Bill, so it's not that bad. Imagine that. You could have died today. You could have fucking died today. Now, all you gotta do is spend $10,000-$15,000 and you get to stay alive for a little longer. And cool. Now, that's a perk. That's like the perk on it. You get to be cool, too. At the same time as being alive. I give that 2 thumbs up. Why pay in cash when you can use it, when you can take out a loan, pay off the loan, and get fucking better credit? I'm being serious, actually. Because I mean, it would improve your credit if you took out a loan for that much and then paid it off quickly. If they don't have like a limit on paying off shit quickly, it would definitely help it out. Short term, you take a little hit, but long term, it would bump you up a couple points. It was 850. Oh, well, never mind. Well, shit. This guy's a millionaire, probably. Why are you bitching about it then? Just to come in here and bitch about something? Oh, fuck. You like doing that though, Bill. That's your thing, ain't it? Come here and bitch about some shit and leave. Spendthrift. No, you don't get a credit score that high without using credit, dude. That's not how it works. We're talking about spendthrift. Because you don't want to fix your broken shit you're bitching about, even though you have the money for it, the cash for it. You definitely, everyone's lost their. No one has the right to just come in here and bitch, dude. I don't want that. Stop it, motherfucker. I think I told you before. Why we gotta take all your bullshit? Think about how, oh, poor Bill. It ain't even poor Bill moment, motherfucker. You got the cash to pay for it, a score of 850 on your credit. You're doing all motherfucking right and ain't scared to brag about it. So good for you. Nobody gives a shit about your air conditioner. Poor Bill. You fucked that up. Yeah. Lola! I mean, people come in here and they want to like just offload, and so we absorb whatever the fuck's going on in their life that sucks. We all get to have to absorb it and have some sort of something to say back about it or something. Like, what are you doing? What is this? What the fuck is this right now? What is this? What is this turned into? It's not that. Pick each other up, man, without having to tell each other how fucking shit your life is. How about that? Can you do that? Especially when it's not even really shit. You're just venting for no reason. Like, you could have came in and talked about anything, and you wanted to talk about how you got to spend all this money in your AC and it's getting hot, and I got the 850 credit score and I got the cash to pay for it. I just wanted you to fucking listen to me vent about it. And you gotta type that shit out and everything. You know what I mean? What's up, bud? Yo, he ate. I can tell he's licking his chops. Awesome. Shimura Matzo. What? I'm still reading about it. Nazareth. What kinds of food would Jesus of Nazareth have eaten? Grain was often eaten fresh or roasted, made into bread and stews, gruels, both of which were healthy options. Meat was not a daily meal for the regular person, but most likely a once-weekly food. Domesticated cattle, sheep, goats, and cows, seafood, poultry, chickens, ducks, geese, and food that was hunted. Dairy. To deal with the hot temperatures of the Middle East, milk was often turned into other products, as well as being consumed as a drink. Cheese, butter, yogurt were all common, especially with domestic herbs at hand. Fruit. Figs, pomegranates, grapes, apricots, dates, apples, and olives. Berries such as blackberry and black mulberry. Vegetables. This category is prefaced by the statement, an important food group that is not well known from the written and archaeological records. Interesting. They can't tell. It's hard for them to tell what vegetation they were eating. That's very interesting. I guess they didn't talk about it much. Why didn't they talk about what they ate? Damn it. Fuck, where was YouTube then, man? Hey guys, trying the new falafel. Jesus said it was good, man. Trying it out, y'all. Let's see what we got. Ooh. 7 out of 10. They had carrots, cucumbers, musk. What's musk? It's a vegetable. Watermelon. Yo, black people. You thought the watermelon started in Africa. Wait. Did it though? Is that why? Did the watermelon start in Africa? Watermelon, man, that's trip that they had watermelon, dude, because it takes an abundance of water to grow watermelon. And they're in the desert, aren't they? Anyway. Onion, garlic, dandelion, and capers. Dandelion. There you go, y'all. Jesus, they probably had dandelion salad. I wonder if he would just like pick a flower and eat it. Okay, miscellaneous. They use honey as a sweetener, olive oil, grasshoppers, and locusts they would eat. Seasonings such as salt and herbs. Back then it was worth a ton, wasn't it? And vinegar. Dude, they had some kind of super fancy vinegar at Costco today. It's in a box. I forget what brand it was. White vinegar. Also, that really threw me, because normally it's the expensive stuff. It's balsamic or whatever. I wonder if it was some sort of kosher vinegar. I think it might have been on sale too. Maybe I should pick it up. I already have some vinegar though. White vinegar. I don't think I need special white vinegar. I don't use it that much. I use it to clean more than anything. Yo, Facebook's been doing that all day. I need to unpin that comment real fast. So it stops doing that. I can't. There we go. Pink. All right. The festive occasions are described as the entertaining of guests or civic and cultic festival. These events would almost certainly have featured meat, and certain cuts being reserved as the best parts of the animal for the guests. Nobles ate in finer style than the common folk, as might be expected. Sinuhe, who lived several centuries before Jesus, was an Egyptian nobleman who ate bread, meat, both domesticated and desert animals that were hunted daily, as well as wine. Several centuries, so several hundred years before Jesus. There's documentation of that. In Nazareth, in the same spot, I guess. Oh, because they had control of it at the time, didn't they? The Egyptians had control of it at the time. Right? A final point. Obviously, not everyone would be able to hunt or fish. And to this end, there were markets where these items were readily available for purchase. Source: Eat, Drink, and Be Merry. The Mediterranean Diet. Near Eastern Archaeology. That's pretty cool. Yo, Reddit though, that's where I got all that from. Reddit's probably one of my top favorite sites, just because there's so much information here. You know, that's all that was just from Reddit. Someone's Reddit post from 9 years ago. Shit, it only has 3 upvotes. Like, you cannot vote anymore. Like, I think they should let people upvote things indefinitely. So like years later, you can be like, hell yeah, that's a good thing. Bing. Good information. But it still came up as one of the top ones for Reddit. Like, I'll search for something and then I'll look for the Reddit area like this, Bing, and then I'll see what's going on. I can even do this and I'll show you all of them. Sparlic. Pesto made with fresh garlic. Ooh, I never tried to do anything with it. Look, there it is. There it is. The Christians use views. Did you see that? Look, I just had to Control F and look. Looked, where is it in here? Where's my thing at? Bing. There it is. If the Last Supper was a peshet meal, he still would have eaten matzah, but it probably would have looked like Shemura matzah. Boom! Jesus ate that at the last dinner. They're speculating. Basically, a rounded flatbread. I don't think that matters. I recommended not trying to buy kosher for because it's crazy expensive. Yeah, it really is, dude. I'm gonna have to go get another box of it. Oh my gosh, it's sacred. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I didn't know for sure, but it seems like the people believe that Jesus ate that specific type of matzah at the Last Supper, so his last meal. Whoa, that's heavy. Fucking Reddit, man. 2 thumbs up. And I would like to thumb it up, but I can't. I can't thumb up this dude's. That sucks. Could you award it? I wonder if I can award it. What? Oh, you can't do like the basic awards that are free. You can only do the double. Like once you pay, you have to only give money. You crazy. I think I'm gonna start getting this water though instead of the Pellegrino. It's decent, and it's $6 cheaper per case. That's pretty drastic. I need another one, man. If that's cool with you. Kitty, kitty, oh, kitty, 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 kitty. Hey there, little girl. No. Simon wants in anyway. Okay. We gotta get up. Simon wants to play. He's sleeping, dude. He's knocked out cold, bro. Yeah, when she's awake, she's super awake. When she's asleep, it's opposite. Knocked out. Simon wants to come in now too. Shoot. I don't know what I should do. He's gonna start licking her butt instantly and waking her up. Simon might know best though, huh? What do you guys think? She's watching him. Hey, come on, bro. You eating her crumbs, bro. Come on. I don't. You. Watch your leg. Is it working right? What's he doing? What's he doing down here? Meow. Meow. Now they're doing their cat things. So they're licking and sniffing. Oh, didn't last very long. They're both laying in different places already. Oh, she's licking her leg though. Man. I see licking her paw. I guess she's just cleaning herself. Interesting. And he's watching her. She's looking. Oh, he came over to her right now. Now he's looking on her. And she's looking on him. Oh, he kind of tackled her a little bit. But not really. Uh-oh. Hey, stop chewing his whiskers off. She's literally stopped chewing his whiskers off. Dude. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Control yourself, cat. Don't. Stop it. Stop it. Stop kicking him. Stop biting him. Stop it. You have to learn to stop doing that. Oh, sorry. Dude, I'll like see him trying to lick her, and then I'll just notice her going on his whiskers, dude. And a few of them are broken off, and I don't know. It looks like he's got scabs where the whiskers are like joined. It like it's something like it's dark in there a little bit. Like maybe she got him with her claws or something. I trimmed her claws again today, but they're sharp and like. She'll be sharp again tomorrow, probably. So it's getting kind of trippy. She's kind of bullying Simon a little bit, and he's getting sick of it. You gotta stop doing that. Oh, bro, that was on the charger. Dude. It's Monday. See, I see how Simon's not hardly ever sneezing though. It's like only every now and then he'll breathe hard out and kind of act like he's sneezing a little bit. It's not really an emergency. I don't know what to do. Maybe I should take him in anyway. I was getting him to cough early by pressing like down here on his neck a little bit and rubbing it. It gets him to start like, it seems like he needs to clear something out of that area, possibly. It makes me wonder if one of them bones got lodged down there, dude. That's gonna be expensive as shit to be able to see that, probably. I bet he had to get knocked out and I had to put a camera in him. Man, I really wonder if that's what's happened. I mean, if it is, I have documentation of the company saying that their shit malfunctioned. But it's still a long, drawn-out process. We'll see. Man. I wonder if that's why he's sneezing too. I mean, yeah, if a bone in his throat's making him sneeze somehow. That's a parrot. Cheer. It's just flying down the street. The parrots around here are wild, dude. We got hood parrots. And people just let their pets go. Be free. I don't think there are parrots in LA. I don't think that's a thing. So I think it's a Long Beach thing. In Orange County might have some along the coast. Oh yeah. What do you think? Cats are being quiet. I don't even know what to think of it. Why are you so quiet? She was just playing earlier, running all over the place. I think she was doing it with the stream was on, wasn't she? What are you doing there? Oh, you were eating. I was trying to get her to eat at that point. Before the food, though, you were. Maybe she's just full. Dude, I don't know. She's not trying to go near Simon right now. She's right on her. She's like, she's licking my foot. What are you doing, kitty? I mean, normally she didn't want to play with Simon. He might have really did. Like, he got, I don't know. He got really pissed right there. I don't know what triggered him. I can't remember what triggered him. I guess he's just tired of her attacking him all the time and shit. Maybe her nails hurt more now that I clipped them. I'm not sure. Because they're still sharp because they're so small. Even clipped, they got like this sharpness to them. What are you doing right here? Simon just said, I want to play. You want to play with this? This is different than normal right now. Normally she'd be all over him, chasing his tail and shit. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, man. Dang. There he is. Da, 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 da. Yeah, what? 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 You do better. I can barely reach you now, bro. Hey, come on. Crazy. Hey, yo. No, that's time for me? Yeah. I put him on my lap in the hallway earlier on the couch for a little while, and she was at the gate the whole time, like, oh. She was so sad about it. Oh, she's chasing him now. She's getting ready to do something. She's ready to jump on his face. He seemed to have been like he was scratching at his ears, maybe. He might have an upper respiratory infection, but wouldn't it pass to her though if that was the case? I haven't seen any symptoms on her like that. Oh dang. Dude, she's just chilling. She's chilling right here, just hanging over my leg like a towel. Her arms are like this on the other side. As Simon licks that toy on the floor. Oh, here she goes. Oh, you should have done that. She's going everywhere, dude. Hey, y'all. Cables. You gotta find the cables, y'all. Come on, man. There are rules here, YouTube. Simon, you know the rules, buddy. She's still a little retarded. Don't do it. Don't do it. I see going back there. She's using. Hold up.
Come on, man. No, this is a good spot. Get out of there, you punk.
She's using the cables to hide from him. She's like getting all up in him and just sitting there like, hey, you're not gonna come get him because you know he doesn't want you messing with these cables. Well, she sits in the middle of them. Like, bro, I gotta. She's smart. I think Simon wants to go out. Good, maybe he'll eat some more. We'll be right over to see. Find a good way. He's eating it without me stirring it. I don't even want to go in there yet until he's done. I don't want to disturb his. I don't want to distract him. No that time for me. Sorry, man. Infinite. 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 Yes. They last forever. Is she pooping on my foot? Oh, that's very sweet. Oh, that's what's happening. She put her toe, like her foot, on my toes and was licking her toes and my foot at the same, or my toes at the same. She was licking both of our toes at the same time. Kind of feel like poop landed on my foot or something for a second. I just had to be here, I guess. You had to experience that one. He's on the hunt for something. That's my lion cage in there. This is my house. In there, anytime I go in there, I'm going to tend to the lion. The cage keeps us safe from him in here. It's stronger than he looks, dude. It's a different type of muscle fibers. Dude, he acting like he ate a lot. That's awesome. How was it? 358. I do have just a little bit of Yellowstone left. I do. I'm thinking about it. It is Whiskey Monday. You know. They had McKenna at Costco, limit 5. That's hard to find in some places, but I've already tried it. I'm really trying to limit myself on stuff that I haven't tried at this point. Yeah, man. You ever do that?
Your friend can hit *6 on the phone and then talk.
Yep. *6, Michael, if you can do that, please.
Yo, he's wearing the suits again, though. At least. He got lazy for a while there.
Where is his last name? There it is.
He's like, honey,
And there he
my
comes,
viewership's dropping because I'm not wearing the suits.
Michael, if you hit *6, you should be able to speak.
248. Yeah, we see
Tink's
him.
like, sweetie,
Michael,
you
all
look
you
good
have
in
to do
your
is hit
suits.
* on your phone and then hit 6.
She's like, you really
and then
think so,
talk.
Tink? You mean it? You got any cookies?
There you go. There you go. There you go. You're there. Go.
Yes, you are. Get me. All right, hey, Michael, how you doing?
Instructions, yes, I didn't remember. Hey, good to join you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I know that you've become kind of a super fan, and maybe you could give us a quick little story on how you use this product. What happened for you?
What's the?
Because I think a lot of people kind of like,
It's
you
a
know what,
product.
I think I could drink
It's
it in
like
water
colon
to have this
cleanser
experience.
probably or
But there's
something.
something different going on here. Maybe you could share just a little bit of your story.
Well, I've been a pretty big fan of what I thought was hydration for a lot of years. I work out, I work outside, you know, it's just a perfect. And my goal for the last 10 years
Shut up, Frank.
was drink water until you went to the bathroom and you didn't see a color. And I've learned today that overhydrating is depletion of minerals and it needs to be a color.
Fuck him.
So I was like,
Dick. Just trying to hear that. Fucking happy feet like a fucking 6-year-old. Dumbass. Fucking idiot. What? I said it. I'll say it again. Anytime. To his face if I have to. Don't make me. I'll challenge him to a boxing match right now. I went to Costco with this tank top on today and some pants. Actually. Hell yeah. Looking like the whitest of trash they had today, probably. I should have went with some Dickie shorts. With a white one. I stopped caring anymore. Didn't shave, didn't do anything. It's like, fuck it. It's Costco. It's like my going to the kitchen at this point. Seriously, man, the bags I use are like antiques at this point. People see them and they're like, hey, nice bags. Like people that work there, so every now and then will notice them. It's a trip. Because they don't sell those bags anymore. It's a freezer bag and the canvas bags that say Costco on them. I take them everywhere. They're all busting up, man. They're breaking. I need them fixed. Those are my favorite grocery bags. That's what sound the hose makes when the firecracker sprays it. It's a rhythm. It's so that the firefighter can dance while he's working. Makes the job more fun. One of those little things, you know, about the world. You know, a little tidbit of information there. You never know what you're gonna get here. That's a little retarded, probably. Yo, look at this whirlwind. It's whirlwinding. Oh my gosh. Little tornadoes. Dude, it's doing it a lot right there. It's your fault, helicopter. Get the fuck out of here. It's your problem. You're causing it to be worse. Why can't you hit your target? What is in that water? There's probably some sort of retardation. Flame retardant. And does that do anything to the bugs? Is it like radiation to bugs? Are there children gonna get fucked up with this stuff? Save the bugs! Think about the bugs that are dying right now in that field. For them, this is pretty bad. All the bugs, dude, they're like beetles and ants. Oh shit. What else? What is this land normally used for? It's just there. Oh, I need some water. I'm sorry. That's why I'm getting all delirious. Oh no, they're leaving. I'll be back. Then I realized that I had to get Simon's food stirred. Nice hits. Kirkland sparkling mineral water. Italy. It's from Italy, man. You know it's better. Just so you know, though, international water is held to the highest standard of water. So there's that. Higher than state, higher than federal standards. If it's coming from another country, they hold it to the highest standard. Alright. So not all water is the same. Dude. I'm not saying you go to Mexico, they're going to have the best water, but if we import it into America, it's going to be damn good water coming from Mexico. But I will say this, Topo Chico is known for having a high amount of forever plastic, PFAs, forever chemicals. It's PFAs, right? PFAs. That's why I don't get Topo Chico anymore. I don't know why that they even let them still sell here with numbers like that. Maybe it's not regulated yet. What is this? Hold on.
KTLA 5's Kimberly Chang live in El Sereno with more on this. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, we're on campus right now. The pro-Palestinian encampment is right behind me. If we zoom in, you can see multiple agencies here on campus right now. California Highway Patrol, Alhambra Police, LAPD. Some of the officers have riot gear on, zip tie cuffs, protective helmets, rubber bullet guns, but we're told that no use of force was used when this encampment was cleared around 1 p.m. A dispersal order was given today. I want to bring in Eric Frost-Hollins, Executive Director of Strategic Communications with Cal State University Los Angeles. Eric, thanks for joining us. Can you talk to us about that dispersal order and how it all went down here on campus?
Yes, approximately 1:20, CHP led the approach to the campus. They did communicate the dispersal order in English and Spanish.
I was going to go, man.
7 individuals who were in the encampment. All individuals cleared the encampment. There are none who remain. No use of force, no arrest, because everyone left voluntarily.
We do have Sky 5 over us right now.
This gets me every time. When the gays are pro-Palestine. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are gay people in Palestine. So there is that. Maybe they're like, save the 2 gay people there. Oh my God, think of the horror for my people there. Yo, but why aren't they crying for them all the other days when their people are like being beheaded out there and shit? Or maybe they do. I don't. Probably not though. Maybe they will. Now, from now on, we're gonna always see this person that brought this flag. They're gonna be like all the time caring about Palestinians, and they're gonna end up being president one day, and then they're gonna be like, make Palestinian. They're gonna make Palestinian our 51st state, Palestine, United States of America. 51st day. We did it, boys. Ours. Fuck y'all. It's ours now. Hey, why not? We should just take it. That'd be hilarious. That would, dude. That'd be the best move at this point. Just have America take it, and now we're in charge of the security in that bitch. Huh? Oh, you think you're gonna have tunnels going to Egypt, huh? Oh, no, we're gonna be inspecting this today. Oh, what you got here, Haib? What's this in your closet? You got a fucking Haib. Put him in the hole. Put him in his hole. All right, put the dirt in there. Yeah, we're gonna make a lesson with you, Habib. Boop boop. See ya. That's how that would play out. Because that's how Hamas treats them, ain't it? That's how they're used to being treated out there. So you gotta keep treating them like that. Otherwise, they're gonna take advantage of what they learned from being treated like that, and come get us. They're always looking at coming to get us, man. If they could come, dude, a lot of people come from other countries through the Egyptian tunnels to live in Gaza because they want to fight the good fight. It's the closest thing they can get to going into the military. Fighting IDF. That's fighting Western world. Because that's what they see it as, the Western world versus the Middle East. We should go in there, man. We already have the pier.
Encampment right now live. You're saying everyone has left voluntarily. Last week we did see a very chaotic scene when some of the people from this encampment took over the Student Services building. Is that what led up to the dispersal order today?
Absolutely. The university had committed that as long as the protests may remain peaceful, we would continue to talk and try to work with them. But as soon as the violence ended up happening, as soon as we had destruction of one of our buildings, employees intimidated, it simply had to be the case that the encampment needed to be removed.
This encampment has been here on the Cal State LA campus for more than 40 days, and then last week we saw some of the students take over that building. Can you talk to us about some of that violence that you just mentioned? I understand there were assaults that happened.
We had 4 reported assaults, 3 on employees, 1 on a student. These were for a community as close as Cal State LA, it's devastating to have one of your own attacked by people who are claiming to protest injustice. We've certainly, that changed the tone in our approach with the encampment and really made it clear that negotiation was no longer possible. Disbursement was the only option left, and they could either leave voluntarily or had to be removed.
Last week we saw broken glass,
all
graffiti,
of them went, just left.
damaged property that belongs to the university. Has there been any arrests made? Anyone detained?
Boss must be proud.
Yeah, the police are continuing to do their investigation. As we know, those who took part in last week's incident wore masks, they wore coverings. They certainly tried to hide their identity, but we are working to see what sort of law enforcement follow-up can be possible.
Talk to us about the last few days as this investigation continued, and then today that dispersal order was given. Can you talk to us about how that led to the dispersal order and why today?
Yeah, we worked with CHP because we are a state university. CHP is our lead agency on something like this. So we worked with CHP to identify the right day in terms of what information they had and in terms of what assets they had available.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, Eric. And we do see large trash bins here right beside us. They are going to start clearing up this encampment. Right now they're making sure that no one is inside. We're told that everyone has left. We're not sure exactly when they will start, but as you can see, this area is taped off. Those bins right beside us, and they're going to start clearing the encampment soon. Reporting live here in El Sereno, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
They really put a lot into the music for shows back in the day, didn't they? That was like a whole orchestra doing the Chips theme song. What the hell? What other... Dude. Oh, the A-Team's on here. Not near as much going on with that though as they had with as Chips had a whole lot going on, dude. Knight Rider. A lot of people have used this too because it's that good. So simple, yeah, it really worked, man. Another one on here. Device. Gotta get on that speedboat for this one. Woo! I'm in Miami, bitches. Sorry. Stupid. Well, I mean, it kind of is like that. You have to have the cigarette boat full of migrants. You bring them in, that's 5,000, at least 5,000 a pop. If you're making a big bucks, you have a whole boat full of them, man. Think about it and get back to me, okay? The protest is gonna stop till you drop the party. Bum, 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 bum. That was extra stupid. I'm just coming with it. Oh, 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 oh. I'm gonna have to go get the whiskey, man. I got just a smidgen left. Just a smidgen. You know, I think it would be good for to counterbalance it a little bit. See what I mean? Push it to the limit. Bam, bam. She got the cap. She's playing with it now. It's your cap now, baby. Thank you. Oh, she brought it to me, dude. She picked it up with her mouth and brought it to my foot and was nudging it with her nose to me. see you. What are you doing? Meow, 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 meow. You crazy. You're right next to the wheel. Okay. I guess he's tired today. He's tired too. He's sleeping on my bed right now. I really pushed it right there. What is this?
You can see the platform that they built over
look,
there.
this is
which was their
dude.
conning tower, so they could see over the wall.
This is the Gaza protest getting torn down.
Erected right around the time they tried to take over the Student Services building.
And they took all the chairs out of the buildings.
More chairs.
What the fuck, man?
Lots and lots of chairs.
The amount of chairs they have is a little ridiculous. I didn't know
They must
that.
have taken every chair pretty much off the entire campus.
Yeah, I
That
didn't know
is an
they-
insane amount of chairs.
I
Look
didn't know
at
they
that.
had chairs in there.
They
Like,
used
why?
all those chairs in the fortification.
Oh, for the fortification? Oh, what the fuck? Dude, that's jacked. Also, all the chairs are all dinged up and shit now, too, because they were built a wall out of them. Stupid. Fucking for what? I was a part of the Great Gaza protest at UCLA in 2020.
Oh, there's some sign work they're pulling out.
Smell my poots, can you tell?
Big sign work, look at that.
They're chronic fart huffers, dude. Those people, they huff each other's to get different highs off of them. Look into it. Secret society type shit. This internet's taking me back to 1980. The stream. That's not 720, that's a lie, bro. I can put it at 480, it'll be the same exact. Dude, like, is it 360? It's probably 360 quality even. 240 might be a little blurrier. Let's see. No, but it's around 240, right? Just a little bit better, maybe.
As you can see.
You'd be better off streaming in 480
They're
and
inside
at the right bit rate. Rather than trying to force 720 out of it. .480 can look pretty good, man. You know what I mean? Like if I were to look at a video right now on 480, it'll be crisp pretty much. Like let's just look at like this random video here.
Right now, just north
This is 480.
right now, just
Decently crisp.
of Los Angeles as the post-fire, a developing story right now. Just
It's probably like 240.
Los Angeles as the post-fire continues.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep it stable. I'm only using it handheld today. This was the last minute thing I got notification of, so all I had was my cell phone.
Hi, Cat Bill. Good to hear him.
So I apologize if it's a bit shaky.
Now it's gonna break. Hopefully it's better than it was before, man, right? It should be, right? You probably got, or did you get the same exact one? Don't you have some sort of house insurance that pays for shit like that going out?
There's an officer right there coming out.
Sort of thing. This footage, phenomenal. Right.
You can get a clear view now of the inside of that camp. Look at that.
Super clear.
There you got Fox. I think it's Fox 11 up here.
Russia seeks missile help from North Korea. Yeah, why not? Dude, you ever see that Vice episode where you had North Korean inmates working at logging camps in Russia? And they had it all so that it looked like they were still in Korea. Like everything looked like they were, like the signage and whatever. So they couldn't tell that they weren't in their country still. Y'all seen that? It's more interesting than this shit. I don't even know if this is going to bring it up or not. Yeah, North Korean labor camps. You know what I'm talking about. You already know what I'm talking about.
A place on Earth. When you go to North Korea, you're not a palace of the Peace Line for Siberia. Flew to the far eastern region of Russia,
so it goes to Russia.
Hopped on the Trans-Siberian Railway, which is essentially the only lifeline for Siberia and the Far East region.
Where's he going? Is he going there?
Check out the secret North.
The secret. There it is.
And we're gonna go check out the secret North Korean labor camps in Siberia.
Siberia.
Oh, shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Picture North Korean villages so you don't ever lose the North Korean experience. So it's like North Korean type buildings, North Korean propaganda, North Korean pictures, North Korean songs.
Yeah.
They wake up and sing the North Korean anthem.
They bring North Koreans in for 3-year contracts. After they're done working here, they get sent back to North Korea. They spend a month in a reintegration camp to get all of the propaganda that they've missed. Most of the workers are over 40 years old, so they all have families back home. So they know that if they try to run away, then their family back home gets in trouble.
The North Koreans are making money to support the regime, and these poor dudes are out there in the middle of nowhere singing God Save Kim Jong-il and working in near slave conditions.
So, of course, Russia would ask for missiles from North Korea if they have missiles. Yeah. This was from 12 years ago, so this has been they're tight, man. That's a trippy looking tobacco, ain't it?
This is kind of the only place where you can actually have an entree into how they actually live day to day. Question: are we going to get assassinated for going to talk to the North Koreans?
All
from it's a very good thing I've taken a Xanax. Because it seemed so far away and romantic, and it ended up being stultifyingly boring. Spasiba. Okay.
My friend.
We've been on the Siberia is that there's nothing to do on the train but drink. But your sleeping compartment is so fucking hot that you have to drink in the dining car. This dining car, this was how the dining cars were in the 50s and 30s and 40s.
See, I can't just watch it. I can't just watch it through because Vice used to be kind of strict. I don't know what they're like now. I mean, they're not the same, but.
On the Trans-Siberian Express, it's pretty great. First of all, you come into the Oasis, you've got some 3D holographic unicorns, we've got a rearing stallion, quite virile. And over here, you've got vodka. This is just booze.
Dude, that's kind of shit I miss from Eastern Europe, man. Eastern Europe is like, it's poor, man. So they'll do stuff like that for the decoration on the wall. Like it's kind of like, I don't know, I appreciate it. It's still around. Everywhere can't be all fancy like America. You found it was super low, but dude, one of the people while I was taking pictures said in Romanian, like, why are you taking pictures of the dirt? Because they don't see their, like, they thought I was like taking pictures to make fun of it to the Western world of what it was like there or something, I think. So on Freon, it figures that's why. Oh, that's it. Well, see, that costs hardly anything, probably. A couple hundred at the most, probably. If you've never done Freon in it, that's probably it.
Here we've got Our Lady. Hello. Can we look at your thing?
You don't have Freon.
Okay. And over here, some very important.
It would have been a gram as you gave him a twofer.
To drink with us, good vibes. Look who's come. We're in love.
Bada bing, little bada bing, little bada boom.
He was born here in Russia.
Oh yeah.
They lived in North Korea
Oh
until his mom said, "This is terrible."
AC's fixed for free, baby.
He's been living
Bada
in
bing,
Russia ever
bada
since.
boom.
He's going to translate for us, and then hopefully we'll get it all right.
Oh, your service agreement for your insurance? That's what I was talking about earlier.
Now, I
So your
love the
insurance
dining
covered.
cars in the Trans-Siberian.
That's
The only
awesome.
problem is that there's Russians there getting drunk as well. Oh, shit. Hello. How are you? Are you okay?
I've seen this entire thing. It's
This
pretty
guy's buddy
good.
just got arrested by the cops for smashing some shit up. They're very drunk, as opposed to us.
Деня, ты очень близко. Да, очень близко. Я вот этим глазом вообще ничего не вижу, только этим.
Только этим?
Да. Вот так лучше. Да.
Now we got crazy dude here.
Ты не против со мной выпить водки? Почему до сих пор, вот видишь, не налил?
Dude, I don't know. For some reason, seeing this makes me miss like vacationing in Eastern Europe because it's kind of like as long as you have a translator, it's fun. It's a little scary. It's a little edgy, just because like the cops there can like just whack you in the head if they want to. There's certain different cops around me. There's two different kinds of cops. There's one that like looks like a regular cop, and there's another one that looks like it's walking around in SWAT gear. And those are the ones that can just be like, if they want to, they get some kind of free pass to knock people. When we were leaving, right before I took that video that's on YouTube of the switches or the sign in the Romanian train station. Right before that, I was filming some of those cops, and she was like, "No, don't do that." Because I guess especially because I had a lot of alcohol in my bag that I wasn't really supposed to be traveling with on the train. Also, Suica, Romanian moonshine. Those are family recipes. We had to get them back to Austria. I had a mission. Okay, I had a mission, and it wasn't just for me. Like they were going back to the family, and then they use it. Like they have that at special occasions and stuff. You know. Bitcoin, how you been, dude? I'm sitting here rambling Randy. The service contract is about $800 per year. What does that mean? You have to pay. They'll give you $800 a year on miscellaneous stuff like air conditioner going out. Or you pay that for your insurance. I think I went to a few years back. He said it was weird. Yeah. I can imagine it'd be weird. Yeah. Russia's not North Korea. Russia wouldn't be nearly as weird, but now it would. Now going to any American going to Russia right now is fucking nuts. Back when this guy went, it was alright. You could go to Russia back 12 years ago and not have to worry about being abducted and capitalized off of. We got an American. Fuck yeah. Let's get another guy out of American prison. Man, it wasn't like that at the time, really. What happened? Damn, did you see that shit? He said you were a Jew telling me how to behave. There's fighting words out there probably, dude. That's crazy. You think this is set up or does it look all natural to you? I remember when I first watched this, I was like, damn, this is crazy. This is raw shit right here. Vice is hardcore.
It's a very good thing I've taken a Xanax, otherwise I'd be a bit worried about our 17-year-old friend. Cheers.
Типа на здоровье.
What did he say? Cheers. He didn't do trippy, man.
The interim between sort of mildly friendly drunk and psychopathically pull your eyeball out drunk, there's this sort of level of like, I hate your fucking guts. No, you're okay.
Look at, I don't know if you noticed this, but look at how wet this guy's seat is next to him. It looks like it's got wetness all over it, doesn't it?
Psychopathically pull your eyeball out drunk. There's this sort of level of like, I hate your fucking guts. No, you're okay. We're buddies. I want to kill you. So you've got to stay somewhere in this gauge. Do they think that you're a bit of a pussy for not being a Russian tough guy?
They hate me, essentially.
Because he's a Jew.
Oh,
dude,
shit.
they're super anti-Semitic in Russia.
No, you can't touch
really?
me there for $1.
Oh. Vice.
Обменяемся.
Yeah.
Говорит, да, да?
He wants to trade you a ring for something.
No.
А вот это.
That's my marriage, my wife.
Да, это от жены.
От жены?
Ну, как бы за это свадебное, обручальное.
А почему направо?
А на левый?
Это не налево. Вот левая рука, а вот правая рука.
С ума сошел?
Смотри. Право, левое. Тух. Покажи.
Правая?
Покажи вот так вот.
Вот она правая, вот она левая.
Да схуяли. Мне вот она.
He doesn't remember which of his hands is the left or the right.
Things are
Get
devolving.
in there.
Слушай своего нерусского друга.
Everyone's up in everybody's shit, and you're like, I got an idea. We're having a few drinks, and meanwhile you got these fucking thugs here with their prison fucking hand tattoos.
Dude, Vice used to be something, man. It used to really be like fun to watch it.
Oh,
What the fuck happened?
Ты же видишь, ну что ты, братан, ты еврей или как?
How about everyone chill out? We have a nice drink and look at the countryside.
Хорошо, тогда будем вежливыми, давай.
Is that too much to ask?
Это не наш народ.
Can we not have some sanity?
Сделай.
This is the kind of stuff that built Vice to what it is, and now like, it sucks. Sad.
Here come the cops. Let's see if the 14-year-old, 5-foot-tall cop is going to get rid of the drunk guy.
Being totally wasted is so prevalent that they have special booze police whose only job it is to throw drunks off at the nearest station if they get too blind drunk or murdery.
See, dude, they got special police in Russia too then. That's a thing. These special police, they do special duties. That's an Eastern Europe thing. Is Russia considered Eastern Europe or Asia? It's Asia, huh? Or the Asian continent.
Есть проблема, что вот с этих работ много северных корейцев сбегают, чтобы попасть в Южную Корею.
Ну, вряд ли. Как бы это называется предательство?
Betrayal. These are so good. The report with the glasses? You talking about the pothead dude?
So, after traveling across Siberia on one train, deep into the middle of nowhere, we switched to another train, going even deeper into the middle of nowhere. And finally, after 2.5 very drunken days on the train, we arrived in Tinda, where the North Korean administrative camp was. We just got to Tinda. Some say it's the worst town in all of Russia, most depressing. And we're actually going to try to go to the office that runs all the North Koreans in the region and see if we can ask them
town
some
in
questions.
Russia. Everybody's like, hi, hey.
This cop on the train. He seemed like a nice guy. He got the thugs away from us when things got a bit junky. And so he's offered to help us, which is good. Because when we went to the hotel to check in, we didn't check in. Why? Because the FSB, who used to be the KGB, are asking about us, saying, let us know when they check in. So the lady said, I'll let them know, but I'm letting you know that I'm letting them know. So we're like, okay, we won't be staying there. So we stayed in an apartment where the water smelled like gasoline, and now we have a cop that we're going to bring with us so we seem more official when we go meet the North Koreans.
This freaking hat, bro, it's massive. What is going on right here? How's he fit? All their cops have to be short so they can fit in vehicles with the hat on. Russia has parts in Eastern Europe. Oh, still to this day they do? Part of Russia is in Europe. They're in 2 different continents, huh? The Eastern Bloc. What? Hamilton, that's the guy I would think I was talking about with the glasses. Maybe that's who you were talking about.
We just got here,
service
and we
contract, I see,
posters
Bill.
of Kim Il-sung already, and also it says here that they will lay their lives down for the revolution of the great leader Kim Jong-il. What are we waiting for, by the way?
For one of the bosses of the camp. Look, he's got like a Kim Il-sung pin and everything.
Wait, what is this? If I told him if I went, they would keep me due to the U.S. What is this? Oh, North Korea would keep you. Would they really? Maybe. I don't know. Is it like that out there? Possibly. Maybe because they thought they would hope that you're still active duty and they could do something with that. But that's how Mexico was. Back when I was in, they would tell us not to go to Mexico, and we went anyway. Dude, I went so many times to Mexico, at least 70 times. Sometimes 4 times a week, and we were supposed to get like a chit to go each time too, but nobody got them. A lot of people went. So many people went. Nobody got those fucking chits, dude. But there was a reason they wanted to make it hard for us to go, because if we got caught doing anything down there at all, we'd get our asses kicked in jail, and they would ask for money from our government because they knew that they'd be able to get it. They trump up the charges or some shit, dude. I had shipmates come back to the ASW command with teeth missing from being locked up in Mexican jail, dude. Bro, so yeah, so USMC tattoo, if they think that you're active duty or something, they might, because then they think that they're going to get paid from the federal government for you because you're like one of theirs. Maybe they would do it regardless. Thinking, oh, like, we have a veteran, maybe they'll pay more for him. We can get somebody out of their prison. Possibly. Moscow 10 years ago, it was not worth it. It seems kind of drab and depressing, honestly. Like, you never really see Moscow as being a place where it's not like The Sound of Music with the fields of flowers with the mountains in the background. It's always drab and gray and kind of depressing. The most colorful thing they have are their buildings. I think that's why they're so colorful. They're like, we gotta do something, man. It's so depressing around here. Make the tops of the buildings pointy and colorful. There. Oh, it's better. That's way better. You can't see my legs, but they're doing that thing. I don't want to stop wanting kitty.
Ну, можно познакомиться. Я Симон Островский.
Simon.
Это ведущий программы Шейн Смит.
Simon's a Jew.
И он очень хотел бы посмотреть, как корейцы здесь живут. Если вы могли бы нас провести, показать нам...
Смысл войны?
Да, потому что для нас это очень, ну, как бы необычно. Мы никогда такого в России не видели, поэтому хотели посмотреть. Мы даже в здание заходить не будем. Просто пройтись, покажите нам, как вы живете. Расскажите, что вот у нас тут народ живет. Вот здесь мы пилим лес, например. Вот здесь...
Мы здесь этим не занимаемся. Начинаю объяснять, но все равно долгая история. Начиная с этого, ну, как бы начинаем, ну, это производство с технологией все равно.
А есть проблема, что вот с этих работ много северных корейцев сбегают, чтобы попасть в Южную Корею?
Ну, вряд ли.
А это, если было, это наказывается в Северной Корее?
Как бы это называется? Предательство. Родился, вырос, его какой-то самый обучили.
Кормили, обучили.
Да, вот, а мужик стал каким уже? Предателем. Да вот, пошел и убежал.
А что, какое наказание за предательство?
Это я как особо не скажу, как бы я этим не занимаюсь. Короче, насколько я могу объяснить, какой-то ваш какой-то весть, как можно сказать, не принимается.
So the North Koreans don't want us to go into the North Korean camp.
They don't want us to go into the North Korean camp.
That's very surprising. So we came out here to the outskirts of Tinda.
Dude, it was smart to take that dude with them.
Administration camp number 2. Surprise, surprise, they won't let us in. But we're going to go deeper into the interior to find the actual work camps and see if we can... to the north.
Worst part is everyone is trying to scam you from the cab drivers to the hotels. Oh, in Moscow? Yeah, that's why you have to have somebody there with you. Same with Romania.
To be a comparatively short
cab drivers, especially.
Which was the next town that had a North Korean camp in it.
As long as you have somebody with you that speaks the language, they can't really fuck you over. Those people should know what's up.
We had to move fast if we were going to see the North Korean camp and get back in time before the pitch black Siberian night fell and stranded us in the forest.
We're sort of in the middle of nowhere.
But they had to, like, they can't just know
trying to go to the camp now.
Russian. They have to sound like they're from the area, or they're still going to try to get over
Dipkun, who we
of
met on the
course.
train, had offered to take us out there in his new truck, but was a bit worried about the bridge because it had recently been washed out.
We could take this. This would be awesome.
You'd have to have someone actually from there with you to be completely
So
safe.
we are in a race against time to go
I did
see
in
the
Romania,
North Korean
so I
camp.
do. I
The
felt
old chief of
totally
police
safe at all
was
times out
driving us.
there.
He'd been the chief of police for over a
That's kinda cool.
decade and consequently knew the North Korean situation there.
But going there without having her, it would be way different for sure.
They get kopecks.
What's Kovac? Pennies.
That would have been a different trip. Dude, did you know that they sell contraceptive over the counter? I mean, like, it's not even, you don't even have to go to the counter. It's like, is that what over the counter means? It's outside of the counter. At Costco. Birth control pills. You used to have to get a doctor's prescription. I noticed that today. That's why I saw something on here. I don't know what I saw on here, but one of the words that popped up reminded me of it. You used to have to go to the doctor to get that, didn't you? Now, like, anybody can just go to Costco and get birth control pills, apparently. What happened? Why is our government trying to stop people from having kids? But because didn't they have to allow that to happen?
They live in smelly barracks, like dozens of people all together.
Isn't that how that works, bro?
Yeah, I know. I think we're getting there.
The bridge is made out of old railway
Dolphin.
ties.
Never heard of it.
Our buddy, the chief of police, he buys this truck on credit.
Yeah.
And then fucking risks the whole thing by driving across this fucking thing, which he doesn't even know who built it or when.
Maybe we should have taken our stuff off in case he falls into the river.
He's got balls, this guy.
Yeah.
We'll have to buy him some more vodka. Hey!
But he was second guessing it because he asked them to get out of the truck.
So this is our chief of police, and he's breaking into the North Korean camp. I love him.
Сейчас мы незаконно проедем на территорию.
I love this guy so much. This was a whole Korean village.
They had a sign here that said Kim Il-sung lives with us forever.
Because I guess that there have been some people who came, Simon, who's with us being one of them, they've knocked down the camp and they've moved on to the next village down the train line.
This used to have a slogan on it that said Laboratory of Kim Il-sung's Theory. So they've given it over to an entrepreneur to take down, and then his benefit is he gets to sell spare parts and metal and stuff like that. Let's try to open the door.
This was built by the North Koreans to resemble North Korea. They wanted it to be like a home away from home, and this was the laboratory of Kim Il-sung's theory. So we're gonna go check it out. So this is where they would learn about Juche, the ideals of Kim Il-sung.
The study room was a bit freaky because it had the requisite painting of Mount Baekdu, which I had seen a lot when I was in North Korea, which was where Kim Jong-il was supposed to have been born under a double rainbow as a new star shot into the sky to mark the joyous event.
What?
But in actual fact, he was really born in a small log cabin near Khabarovsk, where we had started our journey, while the Soviets trained his dad to be the Stalinist cult of personality leader of Korea after World War II.
So there's a room here filled with Juche ideals. You kind of feel like you've stumbled on a cult house.
So of course they're asking
because
for
there's these
missiles.
weird things to make candles and fires and homage to the Juche ideals, and we're finding crazy propaganda stuff because North Korea is a cult of personality. One man runs like a god the country.
That'd be
It's
cool,
kind of
little
this
memento.
eerie Pompeii feeling about it.
It's
such
very
a
dangerous to
bizarre
take
concept
anything
that
from
there's
there,
little
though.
North
He
Korea
took
that's
something to
dotted
know.
around Siberia.
This would have been living quarters right here.
Not very nice.
That poster.
Pure filth.
Very disgusting. There's one of the old dudes. Oh shit.
Oh, that's... He says it's fine.
Are they North Koreans?
No, but it'd be cool if they were.
Yeah.
And they saw us looting.
We're literally getting caught looting.
Wow, for real.
Just smile, they'll think
See,
you're crazy.
this is who Vice used to be.
Награбил, не могу даже руку пожать. He says, you want to see a real Korean?
Yeah. We should get the vodka.
Здравствуйте.
Америка, знакомься.
Oh, wow.
Simon, we have to cross the bridge while
I forgot about
okay.
this one. That is true.
어째서 이 화양을 두고 이 먼 추운 지방에 와서 일하는다.
우리가 뭐 나라에 나무를 내보내기 위해서 우리 들어가서.
Well, I feel bad for the guy because he's obviously terrified, so we'll blur his face.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we should let him know that we'll do that.
Yeah.
When we told him not to worry and that we would blur his face, the North Korean worker relaxed a little and seemed much happier. He also told us that the main part of the workers group had moved even further up the line, so we got into another train and we kept going.
Dude, he was genuinely scared as shit if they didn't blur his face. But he wasn't saying anything. Interesting. If he did say something in America, they'd be like, "You can't film me, it's against the law." There, he just shits in his pants instead. It's North Korea, man. It's the way. You gotta know the customs before you go there. If you're ever uncomfortable and you think that someone's gonna screw your life up indefinitely and possibly have you killed, you just start shitting your pants. And then people around you are like, oh, hey. Dude, we'll blow your face, man. No, come here. Let's change him. Somebody get a rag. You know, that's the North Korean way. You just gotta win in North Korea, do as the North Koreans do. Do. They don't really care about us. Hey.
The next morning we got
Michael
back
Jackson.
onto our one-car train and headed off into the wilderness. Every once in a while there'd be
Trying
a
to
break
say,
in the
Miss
trees
Bungle?
and we'd pass these massive logging camps that butted up against the train tracks that were obviously North Korean.
We're on our little train
North Koreans
going
care
into
about
the
me.
middle of the forest. This is a logging camp run by North Koreans. You can see there's a North Korean flag and North Korean propaganda in here. There's some North Koreans waving at us over there.
Oh shit, that's
All
wild.
this wood is going to England.
So much wood, really?
Get off this train.
England.
We're going to go out into the camps where they actually log.
North Korean slaves
Freaky business.
logging wood in Russia, thinking they're in North Korea still, but it's going to
Finally started
England.
to approach our last stop, the tiny logging town of Tatual. Now Tatual is a freaky place. It's as if the Soviets had come up to the edge of civilization, then dropped off their Stalinist apartment blocks in the middle of nowhere, then gotten back on the train and never looked back. At the train station, we met our new driver, a colorful local type known simply as the Fish.
He just brought a shotgun into the car, just in case.
Dog in the sidecar, dog in the sidecar.
His mouth full of gold teeth and his shiny tracksuit confirmed what we already suspected. The Fish and his crew were the local mob.
They've actually moved here from the camp, the abandoned camp that we visited yesterday. So,
right. So the camp we were at is done. Now this is the new camp, even further afield.
Right. Yeah, we're going to their new camp where they're actually operating now.
Ask him maybe if he thinks that they'll be angry or.
First, we're going to start with this one just so you can get an update on what's happening since this weekend. Biden appears to freeze up and has to be led off stage by Obama at Megabucks LA fundraiser. Now, you name it. Democrat pundits are saying it never happened. It's a lie. My favorite was our good friend, the Krasensteins, our good friends, the Krasensteins, where they posted this video where it shows Biden smiling and waving, and then it cuts to a wide shot as Biden freezes up for about 7 or 8 seconds. He freezes, but this wide shot they post, you can't see anything. So actually, we have this clip that was posted by Chris Gardner from, I believe this is the Hollywood Reporter. So this is corporate press right here. Take a look at this video. Let's try and see if we can zoom in. And I'm going to play this for you guys. There you can see he's just standing there, not moving. So I counted, there's about 7 seconds where Biden just stops moving. And his arms go down and he just stares. And then Obama grabs his arm and gives him a little tug, and then Biden turns, starts walking, then he puts his hand on his back. Now I tell you this, if it was Joe Rogan, who was standing on stage and smiling and just staring off, and Dave Smith grabbed his arm, gave him a tug, and then Joe turned and was like, oh, and they walked off together, I wouldn't think anything of it. But Joe Biden's had in the past week so many of these videos coming out that the real issue is, this is how I described it earlier today. If your friend is walking, you know, you're like, let's say you're walking to go get a slice of pizza, and he stumbles a little, he trips on his, stumbles, and you're like, whoa, are you all right? You don't think anything of it. 5 minutes later, he does it again. You're like, bro, are you something wrong? Then you start to notice that over the next couple of weeks, he seems to be tripping and stumbling a lot and having a hard time standing up. You might be like, hey, man, I think something's wrong. You've been having an issue. This is what we're seeing with Joe Biden. The reason why people are saying this looks bad for Joe is that it keeps happening over and over and over again. What do you guys think? Mountain out of molehill?
No, I think it's getting worse. I mean, when the press was describing it, they were saying, he had to get let off stage, the hand on the back motion. But I actually think the arm tug is the worst part. The arm tug is a former president leading our current president off the stage. Like, this is not good. The fact that somebody else has to be like, you're supposed to walk away now. And Corinne Jean-Pierre was asked about this during a press gaggle today, and she was like, well, you guys are making a big deal out of nothing. And they're old friends, That's just something that happens. Old friends, guide each other on the back and apparently guide each other gingerly off the stage. Very, very weird to me. I don't know how you guys feel.
I just don't understand why we have people this old in charge. Like, stop, over. It's time for all. They're the most over. It's over. It's time. Yells and run. Yells and
I knew that they weren't real people.
Bless Friday, right? Bless Friday, right? Bless Friday, right?
His birthday's Flag Day. But 78. I thought he just turned 77. So he's 78.
Let me double check.
Yeah, let's make sure.
I honestly thought he was older.
Yeah, I agree on the age thing. But come on, like, Trump is spry. You know what I mean? Like, man, 78 years old. And see, I'm not a big fan, right? And that's why when people bring up Biden's age, Trump says, no, there's no problem with how old he is. He's just a bad president. It's like, there is a problem with how old he is. And there's a problem with how old Trump is, too.
Yeah.
But there's, the gap between Biden's gaffes. I mean, like, Trump doesn't have these. These just don't happen. The media tries to make claims about Donald Trump. But I got to be honest, if Donald Trump, I guess at his funder at TPUSA, he said the wrong name of a doctor. And they were like, we got him. He said the wrong. I'm like, we mix up names all the time. Everyone does. You could be 15, you could be 35, you could be 27, you could be 81. People mix up names.
Tell me your name.
I don't get mad at Joe Biden for accidentally calling John Smith Rick Smith or something.
I think one time on the show I was talking about Bill Barr, the former Attorney General, and I said Bill Burr.
I say that all the time.
It's rough, man. It's one vowel, but it makes a huge difference.
Burr versus Barr.
I'd have Bill Burr.
But there was an issue. I don't know. He's pretty far left.
Can it get worse?
Yeah.
I'm not for a Bill Burr attorney generalship, I will say.
Yeah. Bill Burr said during COVID, he said, I don't care. I just turn on the TV. If they tell me to do it, I'll do it. And I'm like, But my point is, Joe Biden got names wrong. He got the name of Syria wrong and said Libya. And I'm like, that's a real big problem if he's giving orders. Kind of feels like people aren't going to want to listen to him if he's giving.
Dude,
these,
he said,
if he's this deficient.
Iraq instead of Ukraine ones.
It's not about whether or not you make a gaffe. Trump can make a gaffe, but you watch Trump do these rallies off the cuff, and he's lucid. You look at Joe Biden, and it's getting exponentially worse.
Has Joe Biden ever done an hour-long interview? I mean, over the weekend at Turning Point, Trump spoke for an hour. He does hour-long, he did an hour-long interview with Dr. Phil.
Barr's brother?
He can
That's
speak
who Bill
for
Barr
a long
is?
period of time. I feel like we never see that
Is it
from Joe
really?
Biden. And even here, maybe they're trying to mimic podcasting with this, like,
240p.
three-person panel, make him seem more casual or whatever. But it also, to me, comes across as like he can't actually be on stage for that long alone. Like, he needs the break to be able to recover.
He was on for 40 minutes.
40 minutes with 2 other people.
Yeah, so probably didn't talk.
Trump could talk
That
for
was
40
way
minutes
better.
just to himself,
Bro, that
I'm
was
sure.
pissing me off having
it's
to
a
watch
huge
it blurry.
difference, and like,
I'm a
again, maybe
crisp-
this was a formatting choice to make him seem
crisp,
with it cool, who knows, but it just really did not convey a sense of strength or leadership. Like, do you remember
Crisp snob.
there was a video of, I think it's from the G7 summit. It's from an international meeting with, you've got like Macron there, you've got Trudeau, whatever. And Trump like moves someone out of the way so he can be in a better spot for the photo. Like, maybe you don't like it, but he is not going to be led off stage by Obama. And I think that's telling of the mental state, even if they are similar in age.
I don't know, man. It's the grains of sand in the heap. But, you know what I think with this? Obama, they were supposed to leave the stage. And the only reason Obama stayed and waved is because Biden stopped.
Probably.
And he's thinking like, come on, we got to
Can't leave before the president.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why he finally just grabbed his arm. I think the plan was you get up and now you walk off the stage.
Yeah.
Biden wasn't doing it. He's lost. He's lost out of his mind.
Yeah, and for the administration,
Why
to
are
say
they
this is
co-signing
cheap
it, though?
And we just need to be dismissive of this. This is a one-time thing.
Because he
It's
just
not. It's
signs
happened
whatever
3 or
they
4
tell
times
him
within
to?
a week. Normandy, the fundraiser, and so it's happened several times now.
Wasn't it pretty, in the last couple of weeks, he was giving that press briefing and then he got asked a question as he was exiting the room, and he
can you imagine this being your legacy? What people are going to remember you for all this
he was
shit?
responsible for Trump going to prison.
He's definitely, I think he's the worst president we ever had, probably.
Like this and everyone's like, okay, this dude is either he's evil and he was turning and giving that smile like, yes, it's me, or his brain doesn't work and he's just like, and he doesn't know what's going on.
It's not good.
I agree.
this is the leadership of our country right now.
I mean, we're talking about a guy, when you ask him, well, what do you think about the issue at the
He's
southern
not
border?
leading,
His response
though.
is he likes
He's
vanilla
not
ice cream.
leading.
I mean, that's a
They
huge
are.
problem. The cognitive decline of this president is
Senate's
on full
leading,
display. I mean,
right?
2020 was bad enough. I mean, his cognitive decline was already there. But, I mean, in the last 4 years, this got so much worse. And we have, like that of Biden with being led off the stage by Obama is the perfect analogy for what this administration has been. It's Obama's third term. Biden, the lights are off. Nobody's home. The people behind, let's face it, other people run this administration. This guy doesn't know what world he lives in.
Other people
And
run the
that's what the rest of the
administration.
world sees. That's
Exactly.
why we're not being taken seriously on a national stage. That's why, at the G7 summit, that's the other one I was thinking of. He wanders off the stage at G7. They're having this little photo up, and he's wandering off. And
they were outside at a skydiving demonstration.
Yeah, that's right.
And he turns around and starts walking away when they're doing a photo shoot. And then what happens? The media runs out. No, he was greeting some other veterans. And it's like he's in the middle of a photo op with all these other world leaders. He's clearly breaking protocol.
The Prime Minister of Italy went to go get him. Not good.
I saw that.
Thank you for that, I guess, Italy, but rough all around.
I honestly kind of wonder how much people really do care at this point, because I kind of just feel like there's no country. I hate to say it because it sounds, I don't know if it's black-pilled or whatever, but how many times can you point out that the president's brain doesn't work? Many people have been saying for years he's a puppet. Weekend at Bernie's president. And I'm like, guy, if that's the case, and Trump's being charged with crimes that don't exist, and we got this one video, this one story, a J6er has been in pretrial detention for 1,200 days.
For what, though? What do you do?
I don't
Somebody
think we have a
honking for?
functioning country at all. It's not there.
Yeah, and the libertarians just nominated a furry, so. That's not great.
Well, he's not actually a furry, is he?
He had like the dog mask thing in one of his pictures.
No.
Yeah, the same one as the general who had the dog mask. Yeah, there's a picture of Chase Oliver with that on.
Chase Oliver wearing a dog mask. That's a wow.
Unless it was like fake, but it looked real to me.
I think part of the issue with the
libertarians.
Yeah, right. Like, thanks.
I think part of the issue is that the Democrats are successfully trying to pivot from a figurehead presidency. They're trying to sort of say like, oh, Joe Biden, you guys are mean to him. You know, he does everything right all the time. But you know what? If you elect Trump, he's going to take every right away from you. He's going to lock you guys all up. It's all awful. Like, they have successfully tried to steer the ship in such a fear-mongering path that it doesn't matter who's president because it just can't be Trump. And that is sort of problematic for voters because Biden's not actually popular with his own party anymore.
Here we go. You ready for this one? CBS Austin. White House claims recent viral videos of Biden are actually deep fakes. And Karine Jean-Pierre actually invented a new word I had never heard before, cheap fakes. I was trying to make out what she said. I still don't know that's exactly what she said. But according to the Daily Beast, she said the word cheap fake. Well, here you go.
Ironically, several recent cheap fakes actually attack the president for thanking troops. For thanking troops. That is what they're attacking the president for. Both in Normandy, this happened, and again in Italy. And I think that it tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here. And instead of talking about the president's performance in office, and what I mean by that is his legislative wins, what he's been able to do for the American people across the country, we're seeing these deep fakes, these manipulated videos. And it is, again, done in bad faith.
So Charlie Kirk posted, unbelievable. Karine Jean-Pierre is blaming deep fakes for all the videos going around exposing how old, feeble, and senile Joe Biden looks anytime he steps out in public. This sums up the White House comm strategy in one video. Don't believe your lying eyes. I called this. I said, I'm not saying I'm the only one who called it. I was just saying the AI conversation is going to turn into a tool to deny bad press. And Democrat default libs are going to believe it. And this is why they do it. These people are evil. They are liars. I cannot understand what goes through a person like Karine Jean-Pierre's head when she steps out there and just lies through her teeth, then accuses everyone else of lying. We can all watch these videos over and over and over again. We're like, these things add up. And now she's saying they're deep fakes. Oh, I also want to shout out when she mentioned that she said in Normandy and with the G7 in Italy, calling those deep fakes where he was trying to thank the troops. It's like she didn't mention what the subject of those videos actually was. It was not a deep fake when Biden squatted on the stage, and some people believed that he was having a boom boom. You know what I mean? And that's
I think you boom boom down.
We don't know for sure. But they're calling it a deep fake.
Ear rape. There, I stuck it in you, didn't I?
I think it's probably more likely to be true that Biden pooped his pants and he's senile and wandering off, because they're calling them deep fakes. They're the bigger the story, the bigger lie. They're really hamming this up.
Yeah, the clips that I saw of all of these things originated in mainstream media.
Yeah, it looked like news coverage.
Right. It was a clip like with the NBC News banner going around the bottom. It's with, whatever CNN logo. Like, unless you're saying someone I watched one on an MSNBC morning show. So unless you're telling me somebody let the MSNBC morning shows watch a fake version of this, I think you are just lying to yourselves. I think you are lying through your teeth and hoping that your narrative is the one that ultimately is promoted by the press, who, by the way, also shared these videos of Biden speaking in this raspy, slurred voice, looking lost. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and yet she's just expecting, I guess, their allies in the media to back her up.
But I mean, you were just criticizing the general age, Aiden. Are you you're voting for Trump?
I genuinely don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, really?
I have never voted for Trump. I was hoping that we were going to get Dave Smith or Josh Smith or any of the libertarian Smiths. There are quite a few of them, actually.
Yeah.
And now we have 81-year-old Joe Biden, we have 78-year-old Trump, and we have the 40-something-year-old Chase Oliver, who
wears actually here.
furry dog puppy play masks. Like, what am I?
Is that for real?
I'm at this point, I'm going to vote for like the Constitution Party. I don't even know, just out of protest.
I don't think he was wearing a dog mask.
What percentage of voters do
It wasn't like the full like, furry dog mask. It was like the kink dog mask. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I get that. But I've never seen a photo of Chase Oliver wearing the kink mask.
It was being shared in libertarian circles.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That Harry Potter.
Maybe, like I said, maybe it's fake, but it did not look good. And
I mean,
I watched the guy talk. It's just there's
He's
nothing
gonna come
there.
out and say that's a cheap fake.
Yeah.
Korean will back him up.
You got no choice. You got to vote for Trump now.
Want to?
I mean, you know, the purpose of voting for our president is for two big reasons: law enforcement and military foreign policy. So,
his name's Chris Rose. I never heard of him.
War.
Yeah.
You vote for Trump. Well, when Trump was president the first time around, he was actually withdrawing our troops and trying to bring peace. Whether he was successful or not, some people have opinions about the Abraham Accords, like Dave Smith and I disagree on that. But he was bringing peace. Crossing the demilitarized zone into North Korea was one of the most significant moves made by a U.S. president in my lifetime, maybe even in history. I know there's no Korean War 200 years ago, but a president walking into enemy territory and shaking the hands with the enemy leader trying to get a peace agreement is massive. You vote for Joe Biden, you get war. To be fair, you vote for Chase Oliver.
Peace agreement with him, though?
Chase Oliver will start wars.
It didn't work?
Yeah, that's the difficulty. It's like I really hate the optics on this guy, but I don't think he's going to do any foreign policy no-nos. His domestic policies.
Dennis Rodman went over
his
there.
economics, I don't necessarily like some of his social stuff.
Oliver?
Yeah.
I don't even like his economic stuff.
Before
He's
Trump.
pro-vaccine mandate.
Yeah, but that's not economic.
I mean, like businesses shutting down, firing people who've had careers for 10
I see what you're
years.
saying. I see what you're
To
saying.
promote crypto.
Mandates
I didn't
subsidized by
know
the
about that one.
government. Like I don't understand any of this.
And I always got to stress this because immediately libertarians come out and they go, he is not for
Dick in
mandates.
your
He does
ass.
not believe the government should be allowed to. Almost all of the vaccine mandates were private. Were private businesses that were saying, we've hereby just arbitrarily
that's not
decided
very nice,
100,000
Judd.
employees, we're going to force them to undergo a medical treatment or they get fired.
Yeah.
So that's the Libertarian Party for you. Trump kept saying it shouldn't be allowed. It's your choice. I at least can accept that. But I don't know how you could not vote for Trump.
I personally really liked the discussion that was going around. It was being led by the Mises Caucus of basically taking the Libertarian Party and saying, hey, you want our 3 to 5% of the vote that you never get?
3 to 5%.
3 to 5 historically, you know, recently, the last 4 elections. But, you know, that my point is like they had a deal. It was basically you get our votes, you'll probably win the election no matter what. We want something in return. And the more like traditional libertarian side was like, absolutely not. As if we were going to win anything on our own, ever.
Happy 420 somewhere.
Do you ever think of yourself
in the
as a
middle of the
libertarian?
Pacific Ocean.
I mean, I have a lot of libertarian-leaning policies. I worked with the Tea Party movement for many years, and that stems from libertarianism in a way. You know, like Ron Paul, Rand Paul were big champions of the Tea Party movement, and that's how I got my start, helping people like them and Alex Mooney and Mike Lee and others get elected. And I do have a lot of libertarian views. I want government out of my life and out of the way. And, you know, like West Virginia, you know, you think of coal country, right? War on coal. That's government interference that took a very prosperous state and turned it into one of the least economically ranked states in the country. We're at the bottom of every measure you can think of now because of that government interference. So yeah, a lot of West Virginians fighting back against that are libertarian in nature. We want government out of our lives.
Yeah.
So Joe Jorgensen in 2020 got 1.2%.
Yeah, that might have been worse than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Dude, we were at 13 in the polls with Johnson at one point. And then he made the best foreign policy claim of all time, and everybody said, well, absolutely
Trump
not.
said it was
That's actually a good point you made before the show. What is Aleppo?
Fighting kill on his first day of
were
office.
like, that's actually the correct position.
Yeah, some of it.
Like, you know, I was always saying that if it were Trump and he was asked about something he didn't know, he would just patter like a boss. He'd be like, Aleppo, I know a lot of people are concerned about it, but we're going to talk about jobs. Jobs are more important. And that would be the deflection. You don't got to address what it is. You don't got to say anything about it. Johnson goes, and what is Aleppo? And if you think about it, it is bad. President's supposed to be in charge of foreign policy, but it's funny when you think about it. We'd be better for the president who didn't know what was going on at all, because it would imply we ain't doing anything there. Instead, we get a president who's like, let's secretly put troops. Barack Obama, when did we declare war in Syria? Does anybody remember when the declaration happened and the troops were ordered to Syria?
Obama woke up one day and said to himself, I think I should send troops there. And he said to himself, that's a great idea, sir. And that's what happened.
You know, Shirley does have beautiful eyes, but I have 3 drinks in me right now.
I love this guy, Trump. He's in office, and it was so much fun. when he comes out, that famous moment in front of the helicopter,
These are
and
strong
he's like,
ones.
"We're selling weapons to the
Dude,
Saudis.
these
It's
are,
fantastic. We'll be great for our economy." And all of the
That could be
anti-war leftists were just like, "Oh my God." He just came out and said it. He just admitted it. That's what we do. We sell weapons to these countries and bolster our economy. And then he mentioned, we're trying to get our troops out of Syria. We're going to leave a couple hundred in to guard the oil. I was like, wow. I kind of feel like he was giving a middle finger to the deep state by doing those things, just at blurting it out.
How much
That's also,
oil does Lebanon
aliens aren't
have?
real, because that dude would have just told you. He would have been like, "Oh yeah, there's aliens."
That was a conversation we were having on Inverted World last night. Last night was about aliens and the whole like, are they among us already thing? And it's just like, if they were, I feel like we would know it by now.
It's just the
you saw that Harvard study?
Yeah, and I listen. I'm not against
You
it.
feel
like
like
the idea.
we
I
would know
kinda
already.
Bigfoot series. Like I don't necessarily believe in Bigfoot, but like I'm open to it. But that was seeing that like the way the government handled the alien thing.
I want to know
was
why he
so
thinks that he
different from
feels
how
like
they've
we would know
handled every
already.
actual disclosure of anything ever. They were like, "Oh yeah, everybody come on, media, everybody come here. We're gonna have a big hearing. We're gonna have a really big hearing and tell everybody everything." And I think with the government, considering how much closed door shit happens, like it's just not. It doesn't make sense. I can't.
Well,
get there.
Harvard put out that study where they said maybe they're fairies. You saw
Yeah,
that?
no, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
No joke. I'm
No,
I'm
no,
dead serious.
no,
A
but-
Harvard paper or whatever, I don't even call it a study,
Wait,
said that they
why
believe
is he
that
dismissing
aliens
it?
could be fairies and,
Yeah.
and elves.
No, not
That's very
that's not what
open-minded
it,
of them.
It's
No.
a little too open-minded.
No, they're thinking outside the box. I love that creativity.
Wait a
They called
second.
them crypto-terrestrials at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop. Why can't aliens be spirits? What if they have the capability to actually take over hosts or something like being what's the word? What was the obsessed? No, not obsessed. What's the word? You know the word I'm looking for. They have to cast the spirits out of you when you're that. What's the word for it? I really can't think of it. I'm retarded. I was a little retarded. But what if they're so far beyond us that they don't need bodies anymore? I know that sounds crazy, but there's a lot of shit that was crazy that we've done, like radio, TV signals being traveling through air, all kinds of shit that back in the day were like, that can't happen. What are you talking about? Why not? Possessed, thank you. That's $10,000 to Bill because he was the only one that said it. That was the word, man. So maybe what I'm saying is that their spirits are fairies or whatever. That could be anything. We don't know what's capable, what millions of years beyond what we're at right now with a civilization, society, with people, with different life forms that could have evolved in the universe. Right? That's all. And them dismissing it the way they do is disheartening. I wish they weren't doing that.
I've heard that West Virginia has the most cryptics in the nation. Cryptic creatures.
Cryptids.
Yeah, sorry, I'm fired.
So you got Flatwood Monster, you got Mothman, you got
You got the oh man, I'm forgetting him. Sheep Squatch.
I think so.
Yeah, she got Mothman, of course. That's
You're talking about Bigfoot. The Bigfoot Festival is actually coming up down in Sutton, West Virginia. So that's actually coming up.
What's that? The grafted monster. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anybody who plays Fallout 76 knows all about all the West Virginia cryptids because they're all in the game. But these are all actually based on actual monsters, which I have no idea why West Virginia has so many.
Yeah, can you answer this for us as a native?
No, I'm not really sure, but this is just something you grow up with, these folklore stories, and it's just, the older generations just love telling stories, and I guess I'm going to assume a lot of them are based off similar characters that just, it's kind of like a thing you whisper in the ear and it spreads across the classroom when you're a kid and it changes by the time it gets to the end. I think it's how a lot of these characters were created, from storytelling and stuff. And
Treasured regional culture,
I think it is. What I think it is that West Virginia is very mountainous. The reason it wasn't heavily settled, despite being East Coast, was because of the Appalachian mountains, and so. you don't get a lot of people there. It makes it easier for stories to emerge. So a guy, he's walking through the woods and he sees a gigantic sheep or a goat and it, bucks or something. And then he goes and tells his friends, like, I swear it was standing on its legs and it was a sheep. And they're like Sasquatch, but a sheep? Yeah, sheep squatch. And there's less people around, so it becomes a tall tale. Yeah. In big cities, everybody talks to each other and it just goes on the internet and then everybody just says, debunked, nothing happened, or someone tries to explain it away. You get more fun when you live out in the middle of nowhere.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's also part of the Scotch-Irish heritage, because a lot of that culture has sort of a mythical creature element, and especially the folklore telling. Parables or all these short stories are often used to teach people lessons, and so there's a level of like crossover culture. We have a community that's like, we got to be able to reference something, and also we believe that in these other things, it's an interesting potential consequence of regional immigration.
Maybe they're all just elves. Well, Harvard thinks.
So
that's where your money's going.
That's the whole fairies and elves thing that they're doing. That's because there is this wide classification of that in entirely continental folklore. But that's one of the cool things. What you're saying, the Irish and Scots stuff, they brought all their fairies over, and because of the way their culture was set up with the clans and the tribes, they actually felt a close connection to a lot of the Native American tribes they ran into out here. So they would intermarry a lot, they would trade, and what happened in a lot of cases was you got these stories where you'd have the fairy stories from the Irish and the Scots, and then you have these stories of things like the Wendigo and the Tsul'kalu and stuff like that the Cherokee and the Algonquin had, and these things then morph and turn into even more things. And then as you get the communities going out, they come up with all sorts of different crazy stuff.
See, this is the thing that I think is so important about regional culture in America. Like, you would need to be here, from here, and grow up with this to really be able to appreciate it. And we just create this like homogenous online culture where everyone just moves from one big city to the other. Like, you will lose this stuff.
No, he's absolutely right. Like Cherokee is a predominant part of West Virginia culture.
Our eyes are distracting.
I'm 6th generation West Virginia. If you've been here a time or longer, there's a chance you have Cherokee blood in you as well, as along with Scottish American or Irish or something like that. So to his point, he's spot on. Most people in West Virginia have at least one of those three in their ancestry.
Let's jump to the other big news of the day from SCNR.com. And for the life of me, I don't understand why no one is talking about this. The Senate has released their summary of the National Defense Authorization Act, which would require women to register for the draft. This is big, okay? The House has already passed the National Defense Authorization Act.
That's
the Senate
hilarious.
is not putting theirs forward, which includes requiring women to register for the draft. National Defense Authorization Act would require women to register for selective service. Rep. Roy responded to the news, writing, quote, "You can go straight to hell over my dead body." The U.S. Senate Armed Service Committee version of the NDAA for fiscal year 2025 would automatically register women for the draft. Heck, they don't even got to do it. They're forced to do it. The committee approved the bill with a vote of 22-3.
This is
Strengthening
happening?
the Joint Force and Defense Workforce section of the NDAA says the Military Selective Service Act would be amended to require the registration of women for
Is this
selective
actually
service.
happening?
Since 1917, when the selective service was created, all men ages 18 to 25 have been required to register. However, there has not been a draft since the Vietnam War. Must read Alaska reports. In 2017, Congress created a commission to study the matter of adding women to the draft. The commission's final report required by the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act recommended that women be drafted. This is a necessary and fair step.
It's just that they're so short-numbered that they would rather have them.
Wrote in their final report. The effort has failed in previous years. Versions of the NDA this year, it looks like
there are some women that they would rather have than men.
Adding women to the selective service.
I can see that.
Rep. Chip Roy of Texas and Senator Mike Lee of Utah have been pushing back forcefully.
The beta boys are thick in the population at the moment.
I don't understand why Republicans think it's okay that women get civic privileges without civic responsibilities. And so long as we have a 19th Amendment, women must be drafted. And I will add, drafting doesn't mean combat. Doesn't mean you put the women on the front line. They can do tons of different jobs.
Nursing, office,
or
PR officers.
They can do
officers.
Daycare, right?
What did he just say? Office. Dude doesn't know shit. He said officers.
Why
would you say officers?
Combat would be a terrible idea, and I think they're potentially in wartime maybe you need more bodies to
They
do
could
sort
be
of administrative stuff at
officers.
home. But
What?
generally, I think
The head of the Navy is actually a black female right now, though.
For the right
Go
to be in combat,
figure.
and that's a bad idea because it risks
She's
everyone's life.
appointed by Biden, though. So
parts for tools does not mean the debate. Like I don't like these arguments where people say if X, then you are guaranteed to get women in combat. Like when we say women should be required to engage in some kind of civic service in the time of national emergency,
yes, to build a boat.
Is still an entirely separate conversation.
To build a boat,
if women
though.
want the right to vote, then they are going to war, and that means making guns in factories. That means driving transport vehicles, transporting domestically, maybe delivering cargo. Men can go and fight, and women can drive trucks transporting weapons and munitions to military bases domestically.
I'd be happy to do all of that, and I'd be happy to draft women to do it, but I don't think it should be the military because I don't think afterwards they should be able to qualify for the GI benefits. Like if you went to war, if you have seen combat, I think you should be treated differently than someone that we intentionally said you have to do it, but you get to stay in a factory. Like that's a totally different thing. I'm happy to set up like a civic service corps for women that they have to be drafted into,
that's different.
but I don't think that they should be in the military because again, the military comes with benefits.
There's also a lot of just inherent danger to women
it
beyond
puts
what
them
is
in the
dangerous to men
military.
in the military, the kinds of things that they have to deal with as threats. I mean, there's certain types of assault that men typically are not subject to. There are, you know, the fact that people might go out of their way a little bit more to save a woman than a man. You know, there's a number of reasons that this could be risky. I actually really like the idea of a civil service corps. Going back to Starship Troopers, you know, everybody memes on the movie, but the book is serious. And I think reasons that this could be risky. I actually really like the idea of a civil service corps. Going back to Starship Troopers, you know, everybody memes on the movie, but the book is serious. And I think that the idea of citizenship, you know, and service is a good point. That said, I do worry that if we have a draft for women, part of the reason we were so successful in World War II is that women were able to fill the roles that men typically had back home while the men were over fighting. And I would worry that if we drafted them directly into the military,
that is a good
we wouldn't
point,
have the workforce
dude.
we need.
Very good point.
I'm going to give a shout out to Josie, the redhead libertarian, who said, here are the names of the
Very
sluts for
fucking good
war
point,
who want to
man.
conscript your
Harry
daughters
Potter.
for World War III because they know your sons won't be enough to satisfy
That's
their
what I just
bloodlust."
said.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel,
well,
Josie. Nope, I'm still Democrats on this one. I reject the notion
They won't
that
be
there are
enough.
second-class citizens in this country. Men should not be forced to die for other people who don't have the same responsibilities. I reject it outright. Now, that being
the
said,
females got to
if
go.
you want to
You got to die
negotiate
too, ladies.
rights and privileges
Temple said so.
and how civic duty operates, then we can have that conversation. I reject Mazie Hirono and Kristen Gillibrand and Jean Shaheen, who I'm assuming is a woman. They have no right to vote for war if they are not subject to it. So my position is, so long as we have a 19th Amendment and we have
I
female
should get 2
politicians
votes
who
then,
can
since I'm
vote
a
on it when
veteran.
I have to die.
Right?
I say so
All
do they.
veterans should get 2 votes.
Unfortunately, and let's be real,
I'm going to say that in chat.
all of the members of Congress are too old to be drafted. So even the men are voting for young men to go and die for them. And I think that's wrong. And I love that back in the early 1900s, there was like an attempted amendment that said, if you vote in favor of war, you volunteer for it automatically.
I like that.
That's what I want to see. I want to see this. How about we say this? Okay, no women for the draft. Compromise, no one for the draft. But any politician who votes for any kind of war provision has volunteered for it.
Yeah. In ancient Rome, senators led armies. Yep.
So
Hell, in the medieval period, bishops led armies. And these guys are sitting back in D.C. in a nice air-conditioned office while there's a bunch of guys my age and younger going and getting shot at in the Middle East, in the desert. I like the idea of forcing them to go.
When was the last time Congress voted on war, though? Like, that becomes, if you have that amendment, it's not that we shouldn't, I would be interested in it, but theoretically, they're all just going to be like, oh, okay, we'll never vote for war again. Obama, send us in, don't say anything.
Right, and that's why I'm saying, right now, the funny thing is, you have Republicans arguing, oh, this is so annoying. When the suffrage movement happened, there was a massive movement against it because women did not want civic responsibility like fire brigade and military service. And so they said, no way, dude. And so the compromise was spineless, weak men decided to grant privileges to women and create and push men into a second-class citizen status where they have to fight and die for people who can vote for them to go fight and die.
Really?
I don't care if you're a man or woman. I don't care if it's based on gender
That's
lines or
fucking
any other lines.
crazy,
The idea
actually.
that one
Thank
group
you,
of people
Tim
gets to
Pool,
vote
for
the
bringing
other
that to
group
my
go fight and
attention.
Die, I think is wrong. And so whether it's the rich and the poor or men and women, I reject that. And this is the problem we've always had first in the country is that the poor people are used as cannon fodder. Rich people, if their kids got drafted, they would pay to get someone else to go do it.
Oh my
I don't
God,
like
guys.
that as well. But to be
I'm
fair, let's
sorry.
say it's like a free market
I'm
thing going on.
retarded.
You know, some rich dude says, you go take my son's place, I'll give you a ton of money. And they could say no. And they should say yes.
10,000 dough to you, Miss Bungle, for letting me know.
It's not as coercive. You're offering someone something in exchange. With this and women's suffrage, they basically said all women can now vote to go send men to die on their behalf. Okay, now hold on. Men used to choose to go fight wars on behalf of the women they cared about, their children, their families. Now you've got crackpot, psychopath, just sociopath individuals in Congress, and men and women alike, voting to send people to go die for what? Ukraine? For war, for oil in Syria? So what's pissing me off right now is Republicans being like, we will not allow our daughters to be drafted, but they will get all of the rights, they will get all of the privileges, and they have no responsibility.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Except taxes, I guess. I'm like, nah. Like, you want equality, you get equality. Right now, it's going to be really weird, too, because a bunch of, like, Gen Z women are probably going to be on the Republican side on this one.
Yeah.
Well, you see all the memes that come up where it's like, women required to be in draft and women, and it's like feminists and they're all making sandwiches or whatever. Like, I don't think women always think through the things that they're asking for in terms of legislation. I think that this idea that they already have the option to go into the military. They already have the option to try and be a part of civil service. Mostly what's happening is they're saying, well, we want to be allowed to, but we don't actually feel any obligation to contribute to these communities.
There was a poll done a couple of years ago, in 2021, that found the majority of Democrats and 18 to 39-year-olds were in favor of women being drafted.
So this may be a hot take, but I just don't think there should be any draft at all. Ever, unless it's like we're being attacked. I'm sorry, but if we need to go over there, we never need to go over there. We can stay here. That is an option. We have the greatest Air Force in the world. We also have the second greatest Air Force in the world. It's in our Navy. We don't need to go anywhere. We can stay here. We do not need a draft. We have an all-volunteer army. If we have that, I don't see any reason to have a draft. If we get attacked, if Russia or China come here, sure. But
that's why we need a draft. So the issue of whether we need a draft is unrelated to the fact that we have corrupt government officials that would exploit a draft to go send people to die so that they could, I don't know, build more weapons and secure oil so they can expand their businesses or something like that. We should be focusing on securing our borders, bringing jobs back here, having strong community, building families. Instead, you get the Democrats, and it's really obvious why they want to draft women.
China.
World War III is a coming, baby. Ukraine is spiraling out of control. Russia seems to be winning. Now Russia's offering up a ceasefire because they've secured the Donbass. And then you've got the Red Sea is lighting up. Iran is on the verge of lighting up. China and Taiwan. And the Democrats have plans to go to war. Trump and the MAGA Republicans, the populist right wing, don't want to go to war. So they're like, we don't need this.
They're going to go to war, dude.
But I will just
Our government doesn't think that it's going to be peace forever because they're smarter than that.
Where
history repeats itself.
Classes of privileges and
rights.
There
will be another world
doesn't
war.
Work. It's going to break down. You cannot have social services and open borders. You cannot tell people you can come here and get free stuff, and the people who were born here, who have paid into the taxes their whole lives and their family did, will now not have access to the housing market. These things do not work. There has to be balance in your responsibility and the rights and privileges you have access to.
I think part of it is that people look at men and women as interchangeable. They're like a body's a body, just put it in uniform and it's the same thing.
No.
So I would imagine that these Democrats are looking at the numbers. I'm willing to bet that when they look at combat numbers and female infantry, I would bet a large sum of money that a strategist comes in and says, when you get a group of men, you will see, like, here's if we've got 30 enemy combatants in this area, you will need X amount of men with this machinery.
Yeah, but you need more women, though. They know they'll need more women.
With women, you're going to need X cubed or something. Like you're going to need X times X. You will need substantially more women. The efficiency of female units of comparable numbers will be minus 30%. And the response from Democrats is, so we need more women then, right? Sending wave after wave of your own men into combat to get the job done. More cannon fodder gets the job done. They don't care about the human lives behind it. All they know is, look, 100 men get the job done or 150 women. Okay, get more women. That's it. Load it up.
Might not be coming this year or so, but it's eventually coming.
Is the reason why they need to do it.
There will be another World War III. Or another war.
I think this is the fastest way to get
everybody's popping off like yippee.
Republican.
You got the
I don't see how
Yosemite
Gen Z
Sam out there.
women can stand by the Democratic Party, but apparently Democrats love women in the draft.
I do think if Trump hammers this, like it's over for Biden because the only people affected by this are Gen Z. Literally nobody else is affected by a draft right now.
Well, Gen Z women.
Well, but men too.
But they're already screwed.
Exactly, yeah. But I think a lot of if you came in, you were like, hey, let's just get rid of it entirely, or let's restrict it to we have to be under attack here at home. I think you'd get all the Gen Z men too, because
Gen Z male feminists being like, but I'm fighting for your right to be drafted. Come on, this is for you.
That's gonna be Harry Sisson all over. Harry and Chris, they're gonna be like, no, you guys don't understand. It's gonna be great. You're gonna get all sorts of like college benefits and stuff,
and they're gonna
die.
And they're gonna be like, you're gonna learn how to use guns, which we want to ban. It's like, okay. Yeah, you get college benefits by force.
I would love to see both of those two drafted. That would be very funny.
Harry's 21.
Yeah.
He's first in line. he's not literally. I think they go like 18-year-olds first, but he's like right up there. And
Do they really do 18-year-olds
if
first?
Trump wins right now, Harry's good. If Harry is successful and Biden wins, I mean, it's what is it, 18 to 26? I think
25.
Are you sure it's 25?
That's what it said on the.
I know. I think that might be wrong.
It's 26 now.
Damn it! I'm in the range.
Right. And so that means if Biden wins another term and war really does break out and the draft's coming, Harry's on the front line. And I mean it. Now, he'll get protection. He'll get special protection. But they will absolutely force him onto the front lines. No question. It's going to be, I described it like Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. He's going to be like, but I'm just like a social media influencer guy. And they're going to be like, yep, and we need you to sell this. We need young people to not flee to other countries, to not dress up like women. Well, that doesn't work anymore. Now they're saying if you are a trans woman, you are still male and you are still required to be signed up for the draft.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny. And they said if you are a female who is transgender and you are a trans man, you are still ineligible for the draft.
Interesting.
Yeah, Miller doesn't care. They're just like, dude, if you're a dude, you're in. We don't care what you think you are.
Is there any person born female who transitions to being male who is lobbying to be in the draft? I would love to see that.
There probably are a few of them.
It's all Democrats that are supporting women in the draft.
Well, women have to support women, right into the draft.
There are a bunch of trans men who are in the military. Like, it happens. And the military actually offers, I'm pretty sure, like, this was a big controversy.
Cover a ton of gender transition stuff.
So they're all about it. I don't know, man. Look, we got this fractured, fragmented society. I can't call it a country anymore. So I don't even know what's going on.
I know if it comes to it, I'm joining the Air Force. Like if World War III kicks off, I'm joining the Air Force. I'm going for a PR role. I do not want to be fighting in Europe for people who would not fight for me here.
Air Force, dude. Space Force. Yeah, Space Force, because then you're going to be in one of the domestic military bases looking at computer screens. Granted.
Just hang out in Colorado.
Granted, for the Air Force, a lot of the drone operators, it's all remote anyway, so.
It's the cushiest basic training. It's the cushiest salaries. I'll take it.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
You're fine.
Yeah, if it comes in the next 6 months, I'm screwed.
That's right.
Told me
you better just cross your fingers Trump wins.
Yeah, you're making this a hard bargain for me. Now I'm voting for my life.
If this passes, I'm telling you right now, the next president's going to matter even more so with Russia and Cuba again, with everything that's been destabilized around the world with the weak leadership in this Oval Office, and actually part of the uniparty that's warmongers to begin with. This is going to matter to women of military age at that point. This is going to matter to women who want to get married, want to settle down, become a mother, who are now potentially going to have that ripped away from them from a uniparty who wants to go to war for profit. And this is going to be a huge red wave for Trump in November to undo this. This is exactly what's going to happen. That's my prediction. If this passes, Trump wins instead of winning, he'll win the popular vote. Like, not only will he win the Electoral College, he'll win the popular vote by several million votes if this passes, because Gen Z women are going to go to college or want to get married or going to become mothers. They're not going to go to war.
Is it going to pass? I do not see how this doesn't pass. I don't know. Manchin, maybe?
Well, didn't he vote for it in the committee?
What, really?
I thought.
Oh, you're right.
His name's up there.
He did.
Way off.
He did, but
you know who
totally passing.
You know who we might get is Fetterman, because that man is a loose cannon at this point.
No one can predict what he's about to do.
No way, dude. He's for it 100%. He's going to be like, Israel needs our support.
That's true.
Yep.
You're
I think
ladies, line up.
I think the other problem, though, is like we're going to draft basically anyone who has a potential to save our declining fertility rate, right? Like, we're going to be like,
maybe that's the plan,
we could grow the population, but we could also blow them up. So maybe that's a good idea. Like, I don't understand what the long-term thinking on this is at all. Well, you can't just keep being like, but feminism.
This is going to force the narrative. Are we or are we not biologically different? This is going to force that narrative. The feminists that have been trying to, carve out women's rights for all these years are now being faced by being canceled as women, whether it be sports or now being forced into the military. This is going to force the argument, are we biologically different? Not far as rights, but far as biology.
We know
this
we're
is going to
different.
force that fight. This is going to force them to answer, because he just said that they're already saying, if you're born a dude, sorry, you can't identify as a woman in the military.
The PRT standards are lower for women in the military.
To come to light. And at the end of the day, I think common sense is going to prevail, and it's going to be a red wave for Trump.
Run time, push-ups, sit-ups. Everything was different for them.
Whether I live or die,
easier.
I get it.
Now hold on. I just understand the
This
draft
is 20
doesn't
years
stop
ago.
at 26.
Oh yeah.
It's just you're first in line. So the way it would work is they're going to go for the 18-year-olds, and it's going to be, I think how they do it is like a lottery.
Dude, we said 20
they'll
at
go
like
by
the
social
same
security
time.
number and
We're
pull random,
connected.
and then you'll like numbers, and then they go up in age by requirement. So getting to 26 would be really crap. I mean, if World War III happened, okay. But here's the good news: if you turn 27 and Biden is still president, oh, dude, line up. 27 is not far off from the rest of them. So if they go through the standard batch, and I got bad news for you, fertility rates are down, so there's not nearly as many Gen Z available as there were, say, millennials or boomers or Gen X.
And we're hilariously out of shape.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't matter. They're going to be like, dude.
Oh, they'll get you in shape.
Let me tell you, it was really amazing. The story of the
amazing.
fall of the samurai in Japan, are you familiar with it?
Yep.
That's exactly why they don't care if you're in shape. For those that aren't familiar, there used to be, societies used to have a warrior class that were extremely politically powerful. And in Japan, you had samurai. You're born, you are trained, you're a fighter. It's really difficult for someone to be a master fighter until they invented reloadable cartridges or rifles with that can be reloaded rapidly with the cartridge. And so they show up. Western groups come to East Asia and say, who cares about these guys? I can give you this. And they're like, what does it do? You can literally give it to a farmer, and they can point it, click, and you win the war. All of a sudden, samurai started losing all of their political power. So Gen Z, they make all these jokes on TikTok. They're like, we are so incapable of doing this. We're out of shape. We're lazy. We hate America. Oh, they don't care. It's like the gulag for you, solitary confinement, or point this over there. I think the main reason they don't want to use the draft, though, Vietnam proved a disaster. The stories of like young men landing on the shores and firing into the air instead of at the.
What the fuck is he talking about? Sometimes he just goes off on a tangent about some shit, dude. If you get drafted into the fucking military, if you make it out of boot camp, you're in shape. If you get washed out, you got washed out for whatever reason. So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's never been to boot camp. He's never been in the military. He looks like a moron where I freeze framed him right now. That's perfect. All right, let's move forward here.
Enemy because they didn't know what they were just soft. They were cookie dough. They couldn't handle
You're
it.
not going to just have some idiot that's like, you're like, point the gun over there. No, they're going to be military standard if they're out of boot camp. They're not going to be less than that. They're not going to be some pudgy fucking idiot that doesn't want to be there anymore. They're going to want to fucking be there at that point because they wash out everybody else that doesn't want to be there. Does that make sense? You fucking tub of shit. You're probably a tub of shit too that couldn't have made it.
Too far, and there were a lot of good dudes who knew what they were doing and wanted to be there.
You're a fucking tub of shit. I know you are.
There's an interesting thing about coercing someone to make the choice still puts in their mind they've made this choice.
Every now and then.
So, but you got to do it in the right way. Forcing someone to the draft and saying you have no choice makes them hate where they are, causes panic. So what the U.S. government likes to do is, using the Federal Reserve, controlling interest rates to spike the economy if they need to increase troop levels. So when the economy gets bad, young people join up because they need money and they're desperate. That's usually how they do it. It's not working so much these days because I don't think we have a country. I think it's completely shattered. Government's gone rogue in every imaginable way. The president is crapping his pants on stage, I think. And I don't know.
I also think people don't really like. There is a lot of anti-military sentiment in the U.S. So I think there's a level of like, at one point in America's history, if you had been like, well, I need money or this opportunity, like there's something honorable about being in the military. Whereas now people feel like, you know, this is just something you do to be the world's police first, and a lot of people hate the police already.
I can comment pretty directly on it. I enlisted in the National Guard when I was 19, and I got medically separated 4 months later for an anxiety and depression disorder. Wow. And then when I got off medication 2 years later, I had the opportunity to rejoin. That was I think 2022.
Sorry.
I had the Lore Lodge thing going, but it wasn't
so
huge
he didn't make it out of boot camp?
I could have gone back, and I looked around and I was like, I want so badly to do what my ancestors did, to serve this country, to be there for my fellow man. But they're going to send me to die in a desert, or they're going to send me to die in a tundra, and it's going to be far away from home. You know, my family will never know what happened, and what's the point? Like, no, if we get invaded, I'll sign up. I will in a heartbeat. But
you know, I got to be honest. I made that point a while ago. Like, The draft makes a lot of sense when the implication was defending this country. You would go to the young men and say, look, they're attacking us. You do this or we all die. I get that. I don't know if I agree right now with defending some of these crackpot far left places that abuse kids and have brought in non-citizens and are releasing criminals. It's like, if New York got invaded, I'd be like, wow, that sucks. I mean, look, if we can get a foothold in the executive branch through Trump or someone who can deal with the corruption, send in federal investigators to New York to weed out the crime bosses that are running their government, I would be thrilled. I'd be happy. I do not think national divorce is a good thing. I do not think that peaceful national divorce is possible. So we must avoid that in every way imaginable and resist. And there are tons of people advocating for it. And I'm like, that ends in civil war.
So I'm curious what you guys think about this, because this is an idea I've been puttering around with for like 10 years. Instead of a national divorce, we were taught about federalism as layer cake federalism, that there are layers of government. You have your local, you have your state, you have your federal. What I was wondering is, what do you guys think about the idea of adding another layer, taking regions that are culturally similar to one another, like the Appalachians, go from Pennsylvania on down to maybe Tennessee, and then you could also do Cascadia, you could do the Rockies states, and these groups of people who are culturally rather similar would be able to have the laws that make sense for their cultural groups, and then the federal government would just be responsible for like the interstate, war, and diplomacy.
More government then, right?
Yeah, the problem is
like diffuse government.
But the problem is
Speaking
people
of
in
pussy.
Oregon are at odds with themselves.
Yeah, let them switch to Idaho.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Let the states redraw their lines. It's not like we're a country. We're not a bunch of different countries. We're one country. We can make it work.
I think the political divisions have reached critical mass. I don't see a reality where you can go to someone who's clearly like, look, man, we have probably 70 videos of Biden. His brain is broken. The things he has said and escalated throughout the years, getting worse and worse and worse. And there are people who will pretend like it's not happening. You can't work in a factory together, let alone vote functionally. You've got someone who's going to be staring at a wall collapse or a fire raging. You're in a warehouse, big old fire bursts, and you say, "I got to get the fire. Help me get the fire extinguisher. I need your help." And they're going to go, "There's no fire," and you're going to be like, "Dude, there is a massive fire. We can put it out right now." No, there isn't. I will never agree with you no matter what. And then you're like, "Okay, I'm leaving. I need to get out of this building because they will not help me."
Yeah. I think divisions are really serious, and I like your idea of regional allianceship on some level. I think regional management and culturally more homogenous coalitions would be good. I just think that at this point, rather than adding a layer of government, why don't we see that within our elected leaders that we have already? Like, what kind of partnerships do you see between regions right now? Because it's potentially they could sort of make this happen on their own. You could have coalitions in the House. You could have governors who have a specific regional conference they attend. Like, they could do this. They just opt not to right now.
The idea in my mind is that it would hopefully defeat the two-party system. That you would get to a point where, because Republicans in, let's say the
I don't know who he is,
Republic of
Chris
Appalachia,
Rose.
because those Republicans aren't going to have the same priorities as Republicans in the Midwest. It's not the Republican Party is going to have a much more difficult time because you've made everything a lot more personal, a lot more local. For example, you guys have coal, right? A lot of coal. We have a lot of coal. We have a lot of oil, a lot of shale. We also have railroads.
Who is we?
Pennsylvania. Sorry, I should have said that. You're in West Virginia. You guys have a whole bunch of industries that work for you. Same thing goes down the entire country. Every state tends to have something that, works for them. A lot of the Appalachian states, it's the energy industry. It's oil, it's coal, it's shale. Those are the things that matter to us, but Pennsylvania can't make any movement on fracking, on transitioning to fourth generation nuclear, on fixing our rail system, which is the most robust in the country. If we could just modernize it, we can't do any of that because the government's like, sorry, people in California decided you can't frack.
Right, I agree. This is the problem with globalization.
I used to frack
entity can rule
in one of my
every
jobs.
region uniformly doesn't make sense. California gets a disproportionate amount of votes because of illegal immigrants.
I was electronics tech. I was trained to fix they haul all that equipment on the back of big rigs. It'll be like different sections, or like they control like a different process of the fracking. That was a trip, dude, doing that. It felt a little dangerous, especially on the nitrogen jobs in Wyoming.
But then they get extra congressional seats. They've lost one in this past census. Then they say the people of California don't like nuclear energy, so Nebraska can't have it. And it's like, why is New York, Illinois, and California, and Oregon, I guess, and Washington voting that large, sparsely populated states can't have a nuclear reactor? I mean, I'm not saying they literally can't. I'm just saying that's the general idea. If you're in Wyoming, the population there is what, like 500-something thousand. They barely have a congressional seat as it is.
Hey.
You've got tons of empty space where you can do a bunch of awesome stuff, but they ban these things. And right, like fracking and stuff, they pass these laws controlling all of it, but they don't even live in these places. It should be left to the states, but the federal government keeps. Yeah, this is the problem with large federal government.
And with fracking specifically, like that's such a local problem. Like if a community says, all right, we're going to take the risk, we're going to try and make sure we have all the safety in place, and we want to frack here, there is no reason that people in shale country PA need to listen to what people in Los Angeles think about that. The people in Los Angeles will never be affected by somebody fracking in Carbon County, Pennsylvania. It will never happen. So why do they care?
I think, I was thinking about it. Pennsylvania, you guys got cheesesteak. Do they got cheesesteak in Western PA?
The sandwiches change a little bit. Permanis is kind of they got a different format over
West Virginia has deep fried dandelions. What?
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I'll try it. It's pretty good. It's good. Is it pretty like I know it exists. It's like an old Appalachian recipe. I've never seen it. How common is it?
You won't see it in any of the retail restaurants like at Permanis, but some of your mom and pops, you get some of smaller towns. It's actually quite common. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So
just like dough on a dandelion fried.
Yep. I heard it tastes like fried mushrooms.
It does?
Yeah, look at that. So dandelions are actually brought here by the European colonists as food and medicine.
Really?
Yep. It grows crazy fast, and you can eat them. And they're all over the place. Tradition remains up in Appalachia. So you got different conventions and customs. So you're from PA, you had no idea. And of course, Christopher has never heard of a cheesesteak.
Of course I have.
Oh boy, dude, I was down in San Antonio last
week.
What
vegetable is he talking about?
That's how I feel about pizza outside of the Northeast.
Yeah, I don't outside of 50 miles of Pennsylvania, unless it's like the person running it grew up in South Philly. No,
I can respect.
What vegetable was he talking about?
Think their pizza is better.
No, don't do this to me, Tim. Don't do this, Tim.
What?
But Chicago.
Yes, being from Chicago, we have, and I'm respecting New York over here. You guys can't handle it. I would just call Chicago pizza different.
Yes, it is different.
However,
it's special.
Deep dish pizza is not real Chicago pizza. That's a lie, and you guys have not ever had real.
Of course I have.
Oh boy, dude, I was down in San Antonio last week for Unsubscribed podcast, and they had some unless it's like
yes, being from Chicago, we have, and I'm respecting New York over here. You guys can't handle it. I would call Chicago pizza different.
Yes, it is different.
However,
I was thinking he might have said dandelion.
Never had real.
I was it though for real. It was brought over here from.
Like it's not thin crust. It's
I'll
thicker.
look into
It's
that.
not floppy.
Okay.
It's square cut. I think people call it like what is it called? Like
Thanks. Hey, 10,000 know to you in a second. Hold on.
Is it more like what they do in St. Louis? Is it more like what they do in St. Louis? St. Louis is a specific style of pizza.
Traditional Chicago pizza is flat. The dough doesn't rise on the ends. It's the crust on the edge is crunchy, and it's cut into squares.
Oh, wow,
so
listen to this.
From New York, but I will tell you this.
In the mid-1600s, European settlers brought the common dandelion to Eastern America and cultivated it in their gardens for food and medicine. Since then, it has spread across the continent as a weed. Wow, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Awesome.
I had pizza in Michigan, and it was like someone put.
Dude, we brought the. I was just watching. I'm sorry, I got just today. I was watching something about this. Americans brought the gray squirrel into Europe, and now it's an invasive species. That they had like animal rights activists who were like, no, don't kill the gray squirrel, because they were starting to like just kill all of them because they're like, oh my god, what's happening? I forget why. There's something with them that allows them to just breed like crazy. But what was it now? Do anybody know why are gray squirrels able to breed quicker or something? Anyway, now they're taking over there because they took like 2 years off fighting a legal battle, and then they were like, no, we actually do. The courts sided with the science, but by then it was too late, and the gray squirrel's now taking over all the habitats of the European red squirrel. Giant nuts. No, I forget. Yeah, I wish I could remember what exactly it was, because it was literally today that I watched it, dude. So I'm like, fuck, my brain's not working right. They had some sort of advantage, though. Well. End of natural predators. No, there's more to it than that. Something else.
garbage on my plate, and I was offended.
Yeah.
It was like a piece of toast with ragu on it. Don't you dare.
Some places pizzas are different. I mean, I've talked about this before, but the Domino's and Pizza Hut spread throughout the middle part of America because the immigrants weren't there making traditional pizza. I can imagine that in Michigan they do a lot of other nice stuff, but this is not one of their elements. It reminds me though, like the stereotyping of deep dish pizza as the only type of pizza of the pepperoni roll in West Virginia. Because you're like, what is the food of West Virginia? You see that everywhere, but there's actually a ton of stuff. It's just that's sort of what the
don't knock the pepperoni roll.
Adrienne Curry,
great, but it's not the only thing.
Adrienne Curry knows exactly what we're talking about. Chicago thin crust tavern style pizza is great too.
Why are gray squirrels more dominant? Because gray squirrels are larger. They can store more fat and survive harsher winters, so the numbers of red squirrels in the places they live has reduced dramatically.
See, I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot for you. And I gotta tell you, for anybody who's never been, if you go there, you gotta find a place that will do a pizza with jardiniere on it.
And it happened from somebody bringing like three pairs here. 4 pairs here, and they just exploded, dude. Italy is like, northern Italy is like taken over by them. That's America. American gray squirrel, baby. That's a hardy squirrel. Good fucking squirrel. Eat all your shit. Hell yeah.
It was so weird for me when I went to New York for the first time, and I tried ordering a roast beef sandwich with jardiniere, and the guy said, with what? And I said, can I get a roast beef sandwich with jardiniere?
What is that? Like biological warfare, bro.
He's like, we do heroes. And I'm like, I don't know what that means.
Squirrels
he's like,
on their
sandwich. And I'm like,
continent.
okay, well, give me jardiniere, roast beef, and cheddar. And he's like, I don't know what that word is. Jardiniere. Oh, man.
I feel like I've heard the word, but I don't know what it is.
It is like carrots, jalapenos, cauliflower in oil.
Oh, okay, I've had it. I just didn't know that's what it was called.
You go to Popeyes, they call it hot peppers because nobody knows what it is. How about we go back talking about the news? Here's a story from the Post-Millennial. Canadian study worries about under-anticipated U.S. civil war. Ignores growing resentment at home. The potential for civil war is mentioned in a list of 8 under-anticipated disruptions that decision-makers may need to consider more thoroughly than the survey results indicate. Ladies and gentlemen, foreign countries, okay, fine, it's Canada, so, take it for what it is, are concerned about a U.S. civil war. If you dig deep into the subterranean internet files of the Canadian government, you might find a link to Policy Horizons Canada, a group that you might surmise is attached to Global Affairs Canada, but no, it is affiliated with the Federal Public Service. I'm going to wag my finger at David in the Post-Millennial for writing a narrative story. Just tell me the news. The posting of a recent study titled Disruptions on the Horizon might have been missed by the public had an article not been posted to Politico declaring Canada's big worry, a U.S. civil war. Considering you guys are writing me a story, I'm actually going to go to Politico instead. Canada's big worry, a U.S. civil war. This is from just a few days ago. They say, and they also write a narrative, in a spring report titled Disruptions on the Horizon, a quiet office known as Policy Horizons Canada proposed American civil war as a scenario that Ottawa should consider preparing for. This hypothetical was tucked into the middle of a 37-page document, which sketched the possibility in 15 spare words. U.S. ideological divisions, democratic erosion, and domestic unrest escalate, plunging the country into civil war. Canada, they must watch the show.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they're saying if they're underprepared for it, I don't know if we've got our viewership in Canada going. I think that this is ridiculous.
No, I'm saying whoever wrote this must watch.
Sure, but the Post-Millennial is saying it's under-anticipated. I don't think
that's what they claim.
On Timcast.
So I just want to point this out. Considering everyone says that I'm the guy who's always talking about civil war, that means anyone else who ever talks about it is a fan of the show.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only explanation. So considering Canada has this concern, they go on to say, how seriously should people take this on the other side of the 49th parallel?
Brody shows up right when I'm talking about Canada. That's ironic.
Then the authors classed those scenarios based on the likelihood they will occur. American civil war ranked as an improbable but ultra-high impact event. Other scenarios in that general category included the proliferation of homemade biological weapons, the rise of antibiotic-resistant pathogens leading to mass death and food shortages, and the outbreak of World War III. I suppose when you add them all together, it's looking like you got a really good probability of bad thing happening. So take your pick, and I hope y'all are prepared.
I think it's weird that progressive governments and progressive political parties have to fearmonger their voters into supporting them. I think that's what I see over and over again. I was thinking about that with some of the speeches I was listening to from Biden on the campaign trail, and it's always just, you have to vote for us because everything's about to fall apart, and we are the only ones who can fix it, and it's critical. In fact, it's so critical it might even be too late, so you got to act now. It's like the craziest sales pitch of all time that is completely dependent on fear and compliance.
Because they can only run on fear and compliance because they don't have any success stories to build upon. I mean, to your point, Joe Biden, what could he run on in re-election other than, Trump's a threat to democracy. You vote for me to stop him. And that's all they got. He's accomplished nothing. Hyperinflation, destabilization of the world. We're entering World War III with, Russia and Cuba with their naval fleet now. There's nothing he can tout that he did other than destabilize the world and cause inflation and, cause a lot of people to leave the workforce because they couldn't even afford to live anymore. And, they paid them to stay home. They paid them not to work, and then they can't afford to go back to work anymore. It's just sad to see all this going on. And he can't do anything but say, vote for me because the other guy's the boogeyman. That's all they have.
Yeah.
Whether it be Trudeau, whether it be Biden, it's all the radical left has. Vote for me to stop the boogeyman.
Yeah. It makes you wonder when Trump is no longer eligible to run for office, if he serves a term and runs out of terms, what will they talk about?
Where's the off-ramp? That's what, Phil often says. Phil Abate, he says, where's the off-ramp?
That remains?
Of all that remains, where's the off-ramp? With the ideological divisions happening in this country, with this election bubbling up, they're trying to put Trump in prison. Trump may very well end up in prison in only a matter of weeks. Where's the off-ramp? How does this country not devolve into, at the very least, starting off with collapse of the federal government?
I mean, if it did collapse, we could just go back to state governments, I guess.
I see that here. If something were to happen, I would imagine that the likeliest scenario, come November, dispute over the election. Both sides claiming they won. Happened in 2020. Both sides claim they won, and neither side will be willing to accept at any degree. I don't think people understand how wild 2020 was. I think the average person just ignored it. They watched the news, and they heard Trump claiming he won, and they said, I don't know what's going on, Biden won. But what they didn't see was, say, like Texas v. Pennsylvania. I believe it was 48 states involved in a lawsuit to the Supreme Court over unconstitutional actions taken by Pennsylvania and several other states that went for Joe Biden. Notably, that they changed their election rules outside of the legislative body, which violates the Constitution as to how elections are held. The Supreme Court refused to acknowledge it. And what did we get? Well, I don't know, Trump supporters on January 6th. I don't think it was the apocalypse. It was a riot. These people didn't actually plan for anything beyond walking in a building, and I don't think they even planned. I don't think they planned for walking in a building at all.
Seems like most of them didn't.
Yeah, they walked in a building and walked out. Nothing happened. Politicians got scared. It was bad. There's a lot of damage. I don't like any of it. I don't see this time around a de-escalation. If something were to happen, the federal government already, we know that this guy from the DOJ goes and joins the local DA's office in New York and prosecutes Trump and is now trying to put him in prison. I don't think people are going to tolerate this. If we get a fracturing of confidence in the federal government to a certain degree where, let's say Texas files a lawsuit again this time, which seems very likely. The Supreme Court refuses to hear it, so then Texas says we will not do this a second time. These are clear violations of the U.S. Constitution, and if the Constitution is not being upheld, I don't know how, if they get to that point immediately. I think it could take months where they're petitioning and saying, how many times do we have to demand that the rules are actually upheld that we agreed upon? And if you will not agree to these rules, you are telling me that you avoid the Constitution.
Yeah.
So if Texas then says, we are not going to cooperate with federal authorities because they have not cooperated with us, they have broken the mutual pact. A lot of people are going, oh, national divorce, oh, it sounds good. And then what happens when resource battles begin?
Hey,
then what happens when one state needs access to another state's, or there's a shared body of water or river? Then you start getting disruptions. If that happens, any kind of national divorce scenario results in a civil war in the long run. Not immediately, but in the long run.
Yeah.
I don't see a reasonable probability that, let's say Donald Trump wins, and Democrats just go, well, shucks, you got us, Trump. It was a good run. We tried our hardest, but we hereby accept the results. Never going to happen. They didn't do that in 2016. They ain't going to do it now. The inverse is true. Joe Biden wins, ain't going to see Trump supporters saying, you win. So I don't know exactly what happens, but I don't think that Canada is wrong. And I do think when they say it's an improbable event, it's because too many people are scared to suggest things that seem dramatic. But I don't see an off-ramp.
Well, I mean, you're completely right looking at the series of events and suggesting that, it's not going to happen immediately, because that's what happened with the revolution. That's what happened with the Civil War. I do have to say, if whatever the next president is, or the one after that is, if the Civil War happens in the next 8 years, I'm going to be so mad that a Pennsylvanian president was responsible for both of them. But like, I look back at the American Revolution and the Civil War and what led to them, and it wasn't Bunker Hill, it wasn't Lexington and Concord, it wasn't Fort Sumter, it was a decade of the people of America, of the colonies, saying, hey guys, can we rule ourselves? Is that an option? Can we do that? We have all these problems. You guys are levying taxes on us. We didn't ask you to come fight the French here. That wasn't our idea. And now you're demanding we pay for your war. What's going on? And also, you promised us land west of the Appalachians. What happened to that? And so Americans went, I'm done. If you're not going to listen, I'm done.
That's actually slightly incorrect. What happened was a year of the regulars massacring, killing Americans. Then they said, okay, well, they've been killing us for a year. I think we should probably tell them to screw off. Very important point I bring up 50 billion times for everybody who's ever watched the show. You've heard it already. The Declaration of Independence was signed 1 year and 1 month after the war already started. Founding fathers weren't stacking bodies because they were mad. They were resisting every step of the way, turning this into an independent, actually signing a Declaration of Independence. It was only after the Crown was steadfast in sending troops to kill Americans, and the Americans were writing letters, that finally the Founding Fathers got together and said, guys, this is not going to end. We have no choice.
They had blockaded Boston. New York didn't sign the Declaration of Independence because it was so controlled by the British.
Yep. The funny thing, too, is depending on what you read, there's interesting stories about how some of the Founding Fathers, it was contested they even had the right to represent the states that they had come from and voted for independence or signing the Declaration of Independence. People were like, you don't speak for us. There were a lot of loyalists. There was a Declaration of Dependence. People don't know this. No joke. A group of loyalists wrote a letter saying dude, legit, we do not want to do this. We like the Crown. Where we are now, it's, 10 years? Coming off of 2008 with the financial crisis and the outrage over the big banks, the Federal Reserve, this corrupt, broken system, the mass printing of money and foreign war without declaration. The 2000s were bad. We're going on 2 decades of mass general grievance that has gone unanswered. Occupy Wall Street was protesting because of Obama. No answer. Well, maybe there was, Donald Trump. Occupy Wall Street, end of 2011 into 2012. Obama's president, and he ends up winning. People were still upset. Things did not change. The protests continued. Wars expanded. And then you get a Donald Trump with 9 million Obama voters switching to the Republican Party. They destroyed Donald Trump. They cemented his feet and threw him in the ocean. They weighed him down so he could not do his job. They accused him of being a traitor to this country. They said he was a Russian spy. All of it fabricated. Then in 2020, Biden wins. However you want to describe how he won, I'm saying he won. He's in the White House. Call it whatever you want. You can say Trump convinced more people. You can say whatever you want, but Biden ended up in the White House. People have tolerated it so far. I am very concerned, and I agree with the Canadians here. And I think the mistake they make, too, they always do this, more than a literal concern about an 1861-style war between the states. Who said anything about a war between states? That doesn't make any sense. What likely is going to happen is the federal government collapses. It'll exist. They'll assert authority, and nobody will listen. States like Texas doesn't need to go to war with, I don't know, California or Oregon. They're going to say, I don't care about you. Local, regional areas might get into conflicts, though.
I think you'd see rural versus city more than state versus state, if anything.
I agree, but I do think the cities would be occupied in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
No question. The cities would probably fall apart, actually. The first thing that would likely happen is rural areas would cease major deliveries to strong urban areas. Like New York is screwed.
It would take nothing. It would just be a few blockades of the interstate by rural populations, and New York would starve.
And it's not even a wartime blockade. It would be like, when you got a small town, everybody's seen a speed trap, right? That state highway that goes through a small town where the speed limit goes from 55 to 20, like that. And it's because there's a small town there. They call them speed traps. Sometimes they are. But the small town says, we've got houses along this road because it was built as a supply, like people, as like an out. And it's because there's a small town there. They call them speed traps. Sometimes they are. But the small town says, we've got houses along this road because it was built as a supply, like people, as like an outpost almost. Don't speed through our town. You're going to hit our kids. Those towns put up a checkpoint.
A single county sheriff could slow down deliveries to New York City.
A single county sheriff puts up a checkpoint in his county in a small town. Trucks come by and he says, we are no longer getting support for these roads. If you want to drive through here, it's a fee of $50 for every truck because we got to pay this. And it's very difficult to source the materials to fix this when we're seeing trade breakdown. And the truckers say, there's no way I'm doing that.
Well, do you remember how effective the Canadian trucker blockade was? Mm-hmm. And one of the effects was like, we are not getting our deliveries on time, right? So if a small town trucker was like, I'm not doing this, and a point of entry to a city was like, we are also not participating or we're blocking this off, like it all falls apart. It's a fragile codependent system that gets, food, supplies, whatever, to especially major cities, but from regions across the country to these major cities.
The urban populations tend to forget that they rely on the rural population for raw materials, and the rural population relies on them for finished goods. The rural population doesn't need them for finished goods. Mm-hmm. The urban population needs them for raw materials.
Let's jump to this segment, which is somewhat related. This is CNN segment. Kyle Becker tweets, CNN gets absolutely owned trying to school Trump supporters that America is a democracy and not a republic. This is really interesting. It's a bit long.
It's like a robot.
President Biden touts his re-election campaign as a fight to preserve democracy. But if you ask some Trump supporters, the former president is not a threat to democracy because the United States is not a democracy.
I'm just going to pause real quick and say, everybody knows this, but we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives. What that means is you send someone you think will do a good job to do the job because you're not an expert. Democracy is when everybody votes on a thing, and then if they get the majority, it happens.
CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan spoke to some of those supporters.
What happens if Trump loses?
I don't see him losing.
I don't think he lost the last election, to be honest.
Do you think he's going to win?
Yes. Without a doubt. No doubt.
What if he doesn't this time? What happens to the country?
We're in trouble. We're in big trouble. We're done. If Biden talks about democracy, saving democracy, they're the ones that are killing democracy.
Obviously, there's a lot of criticisms of Trump that he is bad for democracy, that he's bad for American democracy.
Okay. We are a republic.
We're a republic.
We are not a democracy.
We're a republic. We're not a democracy.
One thing we've been hearing at Trump rallies like this over the past few months is that America isn't really a democracy.
America
isn't really a democracy. No. They're not saying it's not really a democracy. They're saying it's quite literally not a democracy.
It's not a democracy. It's a republic.
It's not a democracy. Okay, democracy is actually not as good as you think it is.
But for centuries, America has celebrated its democracy.
Democracy is worth dying for. Democracy remains the definition of political legitimacy.
But some Republicans and pro-Trump media are pushing the idea that America is not a democracy.
The United States of America is not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic.
The United States of America is not a democracy. You don't want to be in a democracy.
We are not a democracy.
He didn't read the full quote there, but a democracy is two wolves and a lamb deciding on what's for lunch. A republic is a well-armed lamb contesting the vote.
Yep. We are a republic.
Is America a democracy?
America is a democracy. It was founded as a democracy.
I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. I hear a lot of things out on the road.
Does he come from the democracy of Ireland?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, and if we want to go back to the roots of the country, one nation indivisible with liberty and justice for all. We added the under God later.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
But to hear Americans, people who would describe themselves as patriots, say that America is not a democracy, that stopped me in my tracks.
You are hearing people say America is not a democracy because there are people around Trump who want them to be saying that, who've been planting that narrative.
Is America a democracy?
My APUS history teacher.
Yeah.
I think, well, not right now, but we're a republic.
What's the difference?
I feel like democracy.
Oh boy.
That it's government control. I don't see freedom in democracy. I see freedom.
You don't need to do this, CNN. There are much more well-informed people, and finding some random Trump supporters, I get it. But you know what? A lot of people do this. They go to Times Square. They go to Democrat rallies. Yes, a republic is like you have a collection of jurisdictions that have formed a cooperative government with each other. In this instance, you have states which have formed a federal government which is to serve them, and that is the Republic of the United States of America. A democracy would be a single body where the people vote on things, and there can be different structures of that democracy. That's true. But there's direct democracy, and democracy typically involves the will of the masses, and we do have referendums in some states, but the United States is a republic, and that's why states each get 2 senators to represent the state.
You know what's kind of you know what's kind of funny about it too is like the Athenians tried democracy, and then the Romans looked at the Athenians and went, absolutely not doing that, doing something completely different. We're going to take the simple part of that, and then we're going to make it way more complicated and better. It took like 1 generation for people to realize democracy is not a good idea at the international scale.
I say we repeal the 17th Amendment and eliminate the popular vote for federal senators, because the original idea was your local representatives would choose who your senators are going to be that go to the federal government. And the idea was better men would be chosen. The state will be represented by people who were chosen for the job. And the argument was, I believe this was like the beginning of the 1900s, end of the 1800s, too many people were getting their buddies in and it was corrupt, so we should turn it into a popular vote of the state. The states will vote for who they think should represent their state to the vote. That's the pointless. That's what Congress does. Congress represents the will of the people. The states' interests are the states' interests, and this severed the average voter from their local representatives. And now people seem to think that your federal congressman is going to clean up your state. Not going to happen. They might, however, get federal funding for you. Let's play a little bit more.
Honestly, the word democracy and the word republic have often been used interchangeably. There isn't a meaningful difference between them.
So much of the warnings and criticism about Trump is that he is a threat to democracy, that he is anti-democratic.
Absolutely. If they can convince people that we don't have a democracy, then it's okay that Trump is attacking democracy, because it doesn't really matter.
So why has democracy become a bad word?
Because it's being used in a way to change the flavor of our country, which is a republic.
These words were used in different ways in the 18th century, and it's true, the founding.
Oh,
Words
man.
don't mean anything, and I make them up as I go along.
They were used interchangeably in the 18th century. That's why Benjamin Franklin went out of his way to make a point about the difference. Right. Okay, great. Yeah,
I'd like to give a really simple explanation of the difference between a democracy and a republic. And a republic is, Rhode Island has like a city, and they get 2 senators. California has very many. and they have 2 senators because they are equally represented as state bodies in a republic system. Now, a democracy would strip those senators away, and you would vote purely by population. What happens in places like this, California is a great example. I love bringing this up. When I went to meet the farmers during the drought, they were not allowed to use the surface water for their crops because of democracy. Because the way the vote worked on surface water was the millions of people who live in cities say, we vote to get the water. And the people who live in the farmland in the rural area said, we vote to keep the water. And they went, unfortunately for you, you're 10% of the population. We are 90. Majority rules. Welcome to democracy. So they took the water away from the farmers. In a republic, California cannot outvote Rhode Island's interests. They have to go to the federal government and compromise. And it is rather difficult. They have to negotiate with other states. They have to. If we went full democracy, California, New York, and Illinois would form a compact and say, let's just cut deals with each other and we own the country. And then doesn't matter where you live. If you're outside of those places, you don't have the population. And it would be basically major urban centers, and they would be in total control of everything everyone else does. We still have an element of that because you still have Congress. But these people, I absolutely love how evil CNN is. Because I know for a fact that people put this together, they know, they've done a Google search. They Google searches, they know what they're saying is a lie. They know they brought on someone to do an interview who is lying. Because they think people are stupid. They think the people who watch CNN are stupid. And unfortunately, I have to agree, people who watch CNN are stupid.
No, I agree. And, for them to say, oh, this is just a narrative that Trump has planted with people around his rallies. Well, it must be amazing that Trump has a time machine and he went back and got Ben Franklin's ear when a lady asked him when he was coming out of a meeting that what kind of government we have. And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. So it's just amazing that Trump must have went back in time and changed Ben Franklin's mind as well.
He is a time traveler.
If this country was founded as a democracy, first of all, that's impossible. If New York went to Georgia and said, this will be a democracy, we will vote by popular vote, they'd be like, what? You'll take our stuff from us? Absolutely not. Not going to happen. In fact, so the first attempt at government was the Confederacy, the Confederate States of America, and then, or the Articles of Confederation, I should say, not the Confederacy. That was
people knew what you were saying.
Right. It was the Articles of Confederation, and it didn't work. It was too weak, and so they said we want to create a stronger federal government, and then I believe it was the Anti-Federalists wanted the Bill of Rights. Mm-hmm. They said, we want you to write down to guarantee you will not do these things to us. So the Constitution instantly got the Bill of Rights, of which I believe originally there were 17.
Yeah, and they narrowed it down because they were like, we don't need 7 of these. They're just obvious within the document. And then 200 years later, the people did not agree with that.
Well, they combined many of them. Mm-hmm. And changed the language on some of them. They screwed up the Second Amendment miserably. And the original first article was congressional, I believe it was congressional pay. The first and second were congressional pay and apportionment.
Well, one of my favorite things about the Second Amendment is that everybody's like, oh, well, no, it means, militia and it's all very, you're not understanding. It's not the unlimited right to bear arms. Alexander Hamilton didn't even think they needed it because he thought it was so obvious, so clear.
He's licking my shorts.
Describing what Congress, the president, and the Supreme Court are allowed to do, that they had no power to regulate firearms. So Hamilton was like, I don't think we need this. I do not think this needs to go in there. And they ended up putting it in because they were like, Do
you think he deserves the musical now, or?
I see. Here's the thing. Got Second Amendment, right? Yeah, he was very pro-gun, but at the same time, also pro-central banking.
Nobody's perfect. That's what I've learned from this conversation.
The original Second Amendment actually went on to say that, and the gist of it was, you can have a gun even outside of the military. Mm-hmm. But the issue was, they were concerned that it would actually stop conscription. So it said something like, even if someone is an objector to war, they still have a right to keep and bear arms. The concern was, if we say the militia being required for a free state, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, the implication is everyone can have guns because they're going to fight. They're going to be conscripted to militia or military. And they were like, well, no. Then we'll add, even if you object to conscription, you can still have a gun too. Mm-hmm. And then they went, ooh, but that might be used to make it so we can't conscript people in time of war. Take that out. We're good. And most people don't realize this, but if you look at the map of gun rights, we had a long period of no gun rights. If you look at whether states issued permits, I mean, it wasn't until D.C. versus Heller where they said you can actually have a gun outside your house. So there were a lot of states that may issue states. You'd apply for a gun, they'd say, no, you can't have one. And then one by one over the past, 10 years, 20 years, we have seen states go constitutional carry. So now you have all these states where it's like, you can buy a gun. And thanks to Hunter Biden and the DOJ, we may actually see the abolition of federal background checks. I am thrilled with this. This is fantastic.
It's going to be so funny if that happens.
He will be a hero to the gun rights people. They will paint pictures of him.
Isn't that funny that he is potentially going to be the face of the Second Amendment movement? Like, he doesn't even want to be there. It's so fascinating. Or maybe he does. I guess he's a gun enthusiast. Who knows?
Hunter Biden lied on a federal background check form that he was not a drug addict when he bought a gun, and that's what they got him on. And that violates the Constitution. Because the Constitution doesn't say that you have a right to keep and bear arms unless you do drugs. You can have your rights curtailed through due process after they prove you're a drug addict and have convicted you of it. And also, you have the right to not self-incriminate. So the government forcing you to incriminate yourself for crimes if you want to get a gun is unconstitutional. They are appealing Hunter's case. I hope every single gun rights organization files an amicus brief in support of Hunter Biden and says the Form 4473 is unconstitutional and must be abolished.
I have some buddies at the GOA who I can talk to on Discord on the ride home.
Absolutely. And then it may turn out that Hunter Biden has his criminal conviction overturned. He's free to go, and he should be. And then no longer, when you want to buy a gun, do you have to fill out a federal form.
We'll call it the Hunter Biden law.
We'll call it Hunter's precedent.
Isn't it amazing that someone like Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, may actually be the very thing that turns the ATF from a government agency to a convenience store?
I always wondered when they were presenting his defense in that case, his attorney was like, well, he did not think of himself as an addict at the time, so therefore he wasn't.
He didn't identify as an addict.
I just wonder how many Americans have tried that defense and been told, shut up. Like, go away. You're the problem. Like, why would it work for Hunter Biden? Except for, I guess, he's special and deserves different treatment.
It's the most proof positive thing I've ever seen of a two-tier justice system. Like, the man is on camera committing at least 3 different felonies. And they're like, we can't get him.
Michael Cohen admitted to grand larceny on the stand. And they were like, we don't care. Who cares? We don't want Trump. I don't consider it a two-tier justice system. Like, is it two-tier justice when Russia, say, like, captures an American and puts him in jail? Would we call that two-tier justice?
I don't think so.
So, like, Ukraine and Russia are fighting each other. When Ukraine captures a Russian, and then, like, they see a Russian guy, so they're like, quick, get him, and they grab him, they tie him up. Then they see a Ukrainian guy, and they go, how's it going? We don't call that two-tier justice. Democrats intending to put Trump, his staffers, the people who have worked with him in prison, it's quite literally just a political faction kidnapping their political opponents in plain view of the public without real laws. I mean, Steve Bannon going to prison, what did he do? Contempt of Congress. What was the issue? Trump said, executive privilege, don't hand over the documents. And Bannon was like, okay, well, the president's having executive privilege on executive documents. I can't hand them over. Then at the last minute, Trump said, no, you know what? Go ahead. And then Bannon went, okay, we're good now. And they went, we don't care. You're too late. You're going to prison. And they convicted him. So it's not a legitimate, man, this fly is really killing me. It's not a legitimate use of law enforcement action. The things they've done to Trump are not legitimate. So if someone is at war or in conflict and they're weaponizing whatever, they're getting cops to do this, it's not two-tier justice at all. It's just police officers attempting to kidnap Donald Trump and convince you it's okay they did.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I have never intended to vote for Trump, but watching this happen has been like the most terrifying thing of my adult life. The fact that they have just gone whole hog, doesn't matter, Hunter Biden is getting off scot-free, meanwhile, Trump is going to prison for what I believe were actually misdemeanors that were upgraded to felonies.
Yes.
He may go to prison. We don't know what's going to happen, but I certainly think they'll try.
You said you were you're still considering casting a protest vote.
Would have gone Constitution Party at this point. That's how far we are.
So what's the big block to voting for Trump? If you know things are bad, you'd rather...
I'll be honest, some of the biggest ones are guns. I don't like his gun positions, but again...
Trump's?
Yeah, I like
his gun position.
Banning bump stocks, I didn't like. The take the guns and try them later, I didn't like. What?
That quote's not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, not that one, but still banning the bump stock.
And we fell for that too. And then we were talking about it like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, he did say, you know, I like to ban the guns first and go through the courts later. And then we pulled up the quote, and he was actually not, he was speaking, it was pulled out of context.
Oh.
It seems like he was quoting someone else. And he may have been saying something like, look, I really don't want to be the guy who says, I want to get the guns first and then go to the courts later.
They're like, just clip that middle part.
Yep, it was clearly pulled out of context, and we don't know what the full context was.
Yeah, that's a good point. So not that one then, but yeah, I was upset about the bump stock ban because it was just
But
stupid.
they lost.
They did eventually, yeah.
Yeah. But was that was Trump who led the charge on that?
Yeah, I think so, right?
I don't know.
If I remember correctly, he was the one who, after Vegas, was like, "Yeah, we got to ban this. We got to get rid of these things." Because at heart, he is a New Yorker. You know, he is as New York as it gets. So I think he still does have some of that in him. Honestly, more than anything, I just don't think he's the man for the job. I don't think Biden is either, though, and that's what's difficult as a younger voter, as a more independent-leaning voter. Is like I cannot imagine 4 more years of Biden, but at the same time, I feel a weird sense of like betraying my own values voting for Trump.
Which values? Yeah.
Again, it's the hardcore like absolute Second Amendment absolutist, the tariffs that he was running throughout. Now, I will say his proposal to remove income tax entirely and replace it with tariff, I like that. I don't like both.
That's Congress, though.
I know. So that's the issue. Is I look at him and there's nothing.
What's the issue with tariffs?
It just, if you have income tax and tariffs are just a tax on the American people. If you have no income tax and you do have tariffs, well, now you're being taxed only on your consumption. I'm fine being taxed on consumption.
How are tariffs a tax on the American people?
Because even if you're technically taxing the overseas producers, when it gets over here, since the overseas producers are bringing things in, the American companies buying them have to pay more money to buy them, and then they pass that cost on to us.
So just buy domestically produced products.
I would love to. The problem is a lot of them, we don't have a lot of them. Now, I'm, again, fully in favor. I'm fully in favor of bringing manufacturing back, of bringing jobs back.
How do you do that?
I think Trump is the best option for that. I do think that.
But like, how do you bring the factories back to the United States?
Lowering taxes. I think that if you were to lower taxes enough and you were to give people the correct incentives without tariffs, I think you can do it.
You'd have to lower them to 0 to compete with China.
That is fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Get rid of the taxes. 15% flat tax on income. That's it. Nothing else.
What if you penalized companies that move their factories overseas?
Oh, God, that's the thing, is with that, it becomes the precedent of, all right, well, how does this work? How do we decide when a company is getting penalized for moving overseas? How do we decide when a domestic company
charge a tariff on their products to be imported?
All right.
So if an auto manufacturer moves...
I'll admit, you have me on my rear end here. You're beating me.
It's also funny because
this is what Trump did.
You also said earlier the libertarians, like, you liked what the Mises were doing. They were saying, like, we should compromise, we should get some wins where we can. And then you're also like, but, even though Trump would provide me all these things, like, I still wouldn't vote for him. Like,
well, no, it was...
The philosophy is contradicting for me.
It is. I'll admit it probably is a little contradictory. I think at this point everybody's entrenched, and I'm having a hard time changing my paradigm.
In 2015, it might have been 16. Michael Moore had one of the greatest speeches in modern American politics, which was intended as an anti-Trump speech. Although all the Trump supporters did was they clipped the end out and they presented what was the greatest Trump supporting speech of all time, where Michael Moore said, Donald Trump went into the office of the big auto manufacturers, and he said, if you move these factories out of the United States and send them overseas, I will charge a 30% tariff on all of your goods and no one will buy your cars ever again. And Michael Moore said it was amazing. No one had ever stood up to these big corporations before like this. And what he described as Trump as the biggest FU in the history of the world, the human Molotov cocktail thrown into the machine. He then goes on to say, and they'll like it for a little while. And then, and then, people loved it. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump put these tariffs in place, and what did we end up seeing? A lot of factories decided, instead of, like, he's got us by the balls. If we try and make a widget here, it's going to cost us $1 to make, and then we're going to pay the government 30% on top. If we make it in the U.S., it's going to cost us $1.20 with no tariff. We save 10 cents per widget. Make them domestically. And it was really amazing when, I can't remember which auto manufacturer it was, they moved back up to Michigan. There was an announcement of a $3 billion investment back in like 2017 or 2018 The moment Joe Biden gets in, they cancel it, go back to Mexico. And so all those jobs instantly lost. Poor Michigan. Michigan is experiencing a social collapse. What's happening in Detroit is really fascinating. The reason why we got the Flint water crisis, Flint, Michigan has some of the most expensive water in the country. And so Flint switched off from the Detroit lines into their own local river, which was really bad. So people start getting like Legionnaire's disease. The reason Detroit was so expensive is that if you have a water system that costs $1 million per month to maintain, it's static. That cost ain't changing. Those pipes are there. Someone's got to run these services. Well, if you have 10 million people, I'm not saying Michigan like they do in Detroit, but let's say you have 2 million people. You can split that up. Everyone spends 50 cents per month. That's no problem. 50 cents. Unfortunately, 1 million people leave. Everyone's costs double. Now it's $1. To be fair, it's actually much higher than this. Everyone was spending like $30, $40 on water. And then as the population began to flee Michigan because the auto manufacturers left and the Rust Belt is dying, the cost of the static cost remains, and so the cost per person goes up every time someone moves out. Eventually, you ended up with the Detroit metropolitan area having the most expensive water in the country. So Flint says, we can't afford this. We're poor. Shut it off and switch to Flint River. And then everyone started getting sick, creating a massive crisis. We built this massive system in Detroit. It was beautiful. And they've destroyed it because they allowed these companies to go to Mexico and China to produce these products with slave labor. The people in China, they're not getting paid. The Foxconn laboratories, famously 10 years ago, people were walking off the building in mass, or threatening to walk off the building in mass suicide because they were getting paid so little, and they were forced to live in these like 16-person rooms in bunk beds and work like 12 to 14-hour days, barely getting any sleep. We shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't allow companies to, it's basically slavery. They are going to countries where there are no laws to govern human rights abuses, so they can manufacture a product for $100 and then sell it to an American for $1,000. What that does is it extracts the buying power of the American middle class and the American working class, sending it from regular working people slowly over time to the wealthiest Americans, and the rest, a pittance, goes to the slave labor in Mexico, China, Indonesia, and other places where they make your clothes, Cambodia, and things like that. I think Trump was right to impose the tariffs and say, make it in America, give Americans the job. This will make, for Americans, some of these products might be a little bit more expensive in the short term. But in the long term, because we're multi-layered thinkers, Americans all of a sudden have income. They're working jobs where they make a lot of money. They're manufacturing cars, computers. We're no longer dependent on China for chips, or I should say Taiwan, but China for our medicine. Our antibiotics and our vitamin C is made in China, an adversary of this country. That is absolutely insane. So I'm with Trump. I think he hit the nail on the head with the hammer with that one. And then what happened? They came out and they said this was a tax on the American people because these companies aren't going to change their behaviors. Okay, well, that may be, I don't know. What I can tell you is Joe Biden now implemented tariffs, saying, well, we got to do it this way because the outsourcing is killing this country.
It is a little absurd that Biden is just slowly re-implementing Trump policies, and it's all the ones they hated at the beginning. Now, I mean, what's left? I don't think there's any Trump economic policies that Biden hasn't adopted because they worked better than his own. I think it's just social at this point.
We're going to go to Super Chats, so if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button? 1 like equals 1 Biden broke his brain. Also, head over to timcast.com, click join us on the left side in the menu bar. Become a member because the uncensored call-in show will be coming up in 20 minutes where you can actually call in and talk to us and our guests and join the show. You got to be a member for at least 6 months, $10 a month level, or if you sign up today at $25 a month, you bypass that. We had to create a barrier because we get wackos and weirdos who try to come in and disrupt us. So we were like, maybe time or money, you pick. So become a member, support our work. Let's read your Super Chats.
You're like, Antifa can't afford $25.
So when we first started, so it's fascinating. Many of them don't want to pay at all.
Yeah.
Some of them would still do it. And then they would come in and they would try and screw with us. And so then I was like, we have to put a gate so none of these Antifa people pay and want to pay 10 months for 6 months to do it. So they give up.
Yeah.
$25 also was like, it's not worth it. So we were like, this created a minimum barrier to make sure, like, you can go in the chat rooms, but there's like, after 6 months, you get upgraded because we're trying to keep, people could do real disruptive stuff. And so we were like, got to keep those people out of here. Only for the legit people who actually want to have the conversations. And then I will announce for our elite members. You may have seen the video I posted on X singing Eve 6's Inside Out. That's right, karaoke. And so we're going to be giving shout outs to our elite members, which is $100 a month. When we went to this bar, they had karaoke night, and there was like 7 people there. And I'm like, we need more people. So I was like, we should just shout out the elite members, let them know, like, hey, we're going to come hang out with us in West Virginia. And so that's, a good benefit to those who are really supporting us with the elite membership. And then you can hang out and sing Eve 6 with us. And then I tweeted it to Eve 6 because that dude Max is very, very lefty. And I wanted him to know that I know all the lyrics. I did not need the prompter, and I could sing that song again, and I will. All right, here we go. Kyle says, hoping for another shout out for Chronic Golf and Games on Hilton Head. We're proud to have whole bean and ground cast brew for sale in our marketplace. Shout out, man. Really do appreciate it. All right. Kyle says, is it Ethan? Ethan Haim is facing 10 years on 4 felony charges for reporting on how his Texas hospital was chemically and surgically castrating kids as young as 11. Yeah, I've seen the story. We've actually got one of these stories up for the members only show, which will get a little spicy. So,
and Chris Carr just covered this on scnr.com. So,
right on
his article.
Craig Dubb says, I want to publicly thank Chris for not only supporting the suffering MMTLP community, but giving us full access to his contacts in Washington. He's a man of the people. 100 plus congressmen have signed on.
Yes, I'll actually talk about that. So that came up for a minute. So, you hear a lot about the stock market manipulation that happened with AMC and with GameStop. Well, the one that has the evidence, the one that would be the smoking gun, if you will, is MMTLP. So this is a dividend stock who went on the OTC and traded for a little while against the company's will. And then eventually was to be, by FINRA, announced on December 6, 2022, that on December 12th, it was going to stop trading and go private again. Okay, well, then on the 7th, OTC, the vice president of OTC, backs up that same thing, saying you got to December 12th, sell your shares, get your money out. Okay, then on December 8th, FINRA again backs up that same statement. December 12th, it will go off to being publicly traded. Then all these people, 65,000 shareholders, wake up on December 9th with the trade halted and all their money gone. And we have reached out to members of Congress. Congressman Mooney here in West Virginia has been a big help with this. I helped with 15 of these 100 signatures personally. So we have about 25% of Congress demanding answers, wanting FINRA to release the share count here, just audit this thing. And, we talk about having free and fair markets. Well, how about a free and fair stock market where everyday people like us, can invest their way to their American dream without these hedge funds doing naked shorting and getting the regulatory agencies to do these unfair halts to taking your money. It's robbery. It's Robin Hood in reverse.
Yep. How did you get interested in this or learn about it?
I actually learned about it through X, through Twitter. I was running for office. Some people reached out to me. I always try to help people where I can. People reach out to me about an issue. I always try to research it and try to help as many people as I can. Wasn't even elected to office yet. I'm not even sworn in technically yet. And I see an opportunity to make a difference. And, I have, through helping President Trump's campaigns and the Tea Party movement, I know some people in D.C. So, when people presented me with an issue, I start calling these congressmen like, hey, have you heard about this? And they're like, no. So then I get, some people like Drew Diligence is what he goes on Twitter. His name's Drew. He has to give me some evidence. Let's get some stuff together. Let's start having some, phone calls and some Zoom calls with some of these congressmen, Sessions and Mooney and Eli Crane and Matt Gaetz. Some others have been very vocal on this, and it's becoming a bipartisan issue. And it's actually, gives you a little bit of glimmer of hope. We talk about the two-party system and how they're at odds with each other. It's amazing, the 100 members of Congress we have, it's not all one party. So, it does give you a little bit of glimmer of hope that you see a little bit of bipartisanship going on. But, we're 18 months into this and it's not been resolved. And we have to resolve this stuff so we can, have free and fair stock markets, because it is the amount of money that's been stolen from these people and the amount of suffering they've been through. It's inexcusable. This is so unconstitutional on so many levels.
It's very cool that you took that on.
Right on. All right. We got Max Reddick who says, Tim, did Pacman ever confirm for Culture War? If so, this Friday. The good news is Pacman, we were talking about coming on. He wants to come on with just me. He agreed. However, the original date was July 5th. We are not here on July 5th. It's literally impossible. And so we are rescheduling, but shout out to David. I respect it and I appreciate his willingness to come on and have the conversation. Just me and him on the Culture War podcast. But I will stress so that Thursday and Friday, July 4th and 5th, no shows, because it's like the most important holiday. One of them, Father's Day, is a pretty important one. I tweeted that out. The most important because fathers are required for a functioning society. Everyone was very excited. But the 4th of July, we are going to be hanging out. We're going to be watching the fireworks, and we're going to be eating burgers and doing America stuff and flying the American flag because we love this country and we want it to survive. And when I say that there's like no country, I mean we are at odds. The people who believe in what America is, actually, I can simplify it. If someone flies an American flag, you know who they're voting for. That's where we currently are in this country, and that matters. So also, July 5th is also 4th of July too. Everybody knows on July 5th, we're all going to be out eating burgers and watching fireworks, and then we're going to do the same thing on Saturday. So we get a 4-day 4th of July celebration this year, and we are going to accept it. The reality is also, there's literally no way to book someone to come on the 5th of July. No way. Like everyone, like I wouldn't even want to ask somebody. They're going to be like, dude, I'm going to be hanging out with my family. Come on.
Yeah. We really respect the observance of 4th of July here. We can't ask anyone to travel on it unless it is for, freedom and liberty purposes.
Yeah, the other tough thing is that we're going through like our holiday schedule, and the last 2 weeks of December are just out because Christmas falls, I think, on Tuesday. And so it's like, so that's it. Monday's Christmas Eve. We're going to be with family. Tuesday's Christmas. We'll be with family. And there's no way we're having anybody fly to this studio on a Wednesday. And then it's like, what do you do, Thursday and Friday? And then you got New Year's coming up right away. It's not happening. Nobody wants to do that.
Plus, if there's any like bad storms, like you get one delayed flight and it messes up the entire guest schedule, I assume.
Yeah. All right. Let's grab some more super chats. Here we go. AJ Helbeck. Hey, everyone, I don't know who else to turn to, but my Bernie's has gone through a life-saving surgery, and the medical costs are sadly more than I can manage. If anyone can help, it's on Why Donate. Bastian the Bernice. I don't know what Why Donate is.
I've never heard of that.
Well, I'm assuming it's just another kind of like GoFundMe, right?
Yeah, best of luck.
And GoFundMe and GiftSendGo, but I haven't heard of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like GiftSendGo because they're not woke. They don't ban you. Not GiftSendGo. Wait. Yeah, GiftSendGo.
GoFundMe. J6ers use.
Right, GoFundMe is the bad one. GiftSendGo's the good one.
Yeah.
There we go. I got confused for a second. All right.
The Christian one.
Polishnikov says, illegal alien truck driver with no CDL caused a fatal crash last week in Colorado that killed someone. He was deported 16 times prior. Brandon's border has consequences. Yep.
I don't even understand how you get deported 16 times, come back, and then get a job without a driver's license.
Well, we can't judge potential asylum seekers, and if we just assume everyone is supposed to be here.
It's just so many times.
It's crazy to me, but you hear stuff like this all the time, right? I mean, the story of someone who's been deported multiple times with an established criminal history comes back and, I don't know, commits a crime is well documented in America. We just don't take the border crisis seriously, especially under this administration.
Yeah, I mean, we've even had a woman here in West Virginia who was murdered by an illegal immigrant who crossed the border multiple times. So, I mean, it just keeps happening. Every state is a border state now. With the illegal immigration, I call it an invasion. Let's just call it what it is. I mean, it's an invasion of people into our country. And also the fentanyl crisis. I mean, we have to have, if the federal government's not going to secure the border, then the states need to be willing to band together to do it. I mean, it's their 10th Amendment right to have, secure borders.
Mm-hmm. It's sad to me that you can name so many, like Rachel Moore in Maryland, at Mama 5, Laken Riley. The fact that this is something that I feel like it should be something that happens once and it captures house attention and we're horrified by it. But instead, there are so many names that you honestly end up forgetting some, and it's sad.
All right. The text vet says the draft is only for aggressive wars. A war in self-defense wouldn't need a draft.
True.
People would defend themselves and our land. The only need for a draft is to force people to serve in an unwanted war. Get rid of the draft. Disagree.
I'm with you on that.
The draft in a defensive war organizes and coordinates efforts to win the war. If an invasion force lands at Boston and you say, nah, everyone will defend themselves, a coordinated, organized enemy force will easily crush all of these singular individuals trying to defend themselves. When you conscript the young men, you say, in order to repel them, we have to organize our forces and build a strategy to stop them. Because I'll put it this way. You know why there's no great anarchist societies? I believe Catalonia briefly had one for a little bit.
Iceland for a while.
Oh, yeah, that's a great example, too, Iceland. And do you know why Iceland had one for a little while?
Because they're in the middle of the ocean.
Exactly. Because what happens with anarchist societies is a barbarian leader or a fascist dictator or otherwise just says, so they try to rule by committee, so I can just instruct my men to take it? Okay. So anytime there's an attempt at some passive, we're going to meet together and talk without a massive, powerful standing army. The standing army just walks in. And then the anarchists are like, quick, convene a meeting to figure out what to do. Who's in charge? I don't know. And then you are being ruled by some bad guy.
Yeah, we fought hard at Bunker Hill, and we fought hard as we were getting pushed down through New York and into Pennsylvania and into Virginia. And it was only once we got to Valley Forge and trained a military that we were able to do anything. We need a draft for domestic force.
All right, Jump Daddy says, I'm a paratrooper in the 82nd. We started getting female infantrymen last year. They can't carry a rucksack over 70 pounds. They can't carry a machine gun.
Oh, no, did she do it?
I've heard these stories.
This is why I asked, do you think part of it is that people don't want to recognize the differences between men and women? They just think, oh, a person's a person, which is not inherently true.
In combat, yes, but like, if they drafted all of these Gen Z women and made them clean the kitchen, then you've got administrative work. You've got.
I am for the Civil Service Corps. I agree, but I do not want.
The military has people who clean kitchens too.
True.
We should separate that out. Maybe that would help the military budget, right? If we make that Civil Service Corps.
No, it's not gonna fly. We got a couple options for you. Okay, combat. And it should be a requirement to carry the proper weight, machine gun, rucksack, all of that stuff, or domestic work. You know what I mean? Like, you know, someone's got to clean up the puke in the mess hall or whatever. Someone's got to do the dishes. Someone's got to make the food.
There's also there are like internal jobs they could take, like small arms techs.
Secretaries.
Yeah, the one that I thought immediately was small arms tech because. First of all, women's hands, smaller, easier to work with tiny parts. And it's totally safe. There's no danger. You are back behind the lines. Everybody comes to you and says, I need my gun. You hand it to them. That's all you do.
They can pull levers in a factory to make the, machines work. Domestic, no problem. You get drafted, you work, you got to go do it. Hey, there you go.
As long as you don't get military service benefits for it.
If you're in the military, I say, why not?
I don't think they should be in the military. I think they should do these tasks in the Civil Service Corps, which I'm now getting more and more excited about every time I say it.
I like the Starship Troopers model.
There's no such thing.
That's the one with that like worm bug thing.
No, that's Dune.
Oh, I don't think I've seen.
No, there's a gigantic. Is there? Well, it's like a. I don't know how to describe it, I guess.
It's huge, but it's sort of like.
And then he's like, it's afraid.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. Okay, I know. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm talking more about the book.
Okay. I haven't read the book.
The movie is a satire written by a guy who never read the book.
Yeah, but like even in the movie, the bugs are like the bad guys. They launched it. They attacked Earth.
Yeah, it's very anti-bug. I definitely got that vibe.
I was like, what? And then he tried making the humans look like Nazis, and I'm like, but we were attacked. They blew up a city and killed millions of people.
The bugs were the aggressors here.
Yeah, they were evil. Wow. They just they killed so many people for no reason.
Yeah.
And then we conquered them. Don't hit me. I don't want to get into a fight. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Omega Rasetsu says, Tim, have you considered that including women to be part of the selective service would be how it is dismantled? I personally say end the draft. I like the idea of like, back in the day, the British are coming and they're killing everybody, and people are like, okay, we have to stand up against this. And they went to a bunch of young men and said, are you with us or not? And they were like, you're in. We got to defend this country if there's going to be one. But I do believe a lot of the Continental Army was enlisted, not conscripted.
I think part of enlisted is that you believe that there is something worth fighting for. And I can understand where generations, after seeing, endless wars or feeling like the places we're being sent don't actually serve a national defense purpose. They just sort of serve the purpose of getting more influence for people in positions of influence. That's not a very inspirational time to sign up and potentially risk your life.
Yeah, no.
What have we here?
Nothing.
Ryan Sargent says, straight up, women's equality depends on men's willingness to grant it. Prove me wrong. No, you're correct. 100%. There's a video that went viral a few months ago, and it's popping up again, where an untrained man fights a woman with 10 years experience in karate. And it's just like, people are saying the guy's clearly holding back. And it's like, yeah. Other people complained that the style of karate she was using was not a legitimate fighting style. And I gotta admit, I'd be willing to bet that if this guy who's untrained fought Ronda Rousey, she'd mess him up.
Yeah.
Real bad. However, I do think that like the average guy, well, I don't know if that's true anymore. The average guy is so doughy and weak that they probably would not be able to actually handle a trained woman at this point. Whereas like, if you go back to what the average guy is supposed to be versus the 200-pound guy it is today, maybe women on average are 170 pounds in the United States.
That's crazy.
I'm 185 pounds.
What is the average height?
For a woman, it's what, a 5'4".
5'4", 170.
Yeah, and guys are 5'9", 200.
That also
guys. Yikes!
Not the ratio I would go for, but
yeah, no, I was 5'9" and 200 a year and a half ago. I did not look good. I did not feel good.
Let's go. Tim Aldridge says, as someone who's tried to initially join the Air Force and then cross over from the Navy into the Space Force, good luck getting into either, especially during a war.
I had a very good ASVAB score. I'm hoping it sticks.
Everyone's going to want to be working in the kitchen.
I want to write the propaganda. I want that to be my job.
Space Force makes its recruiting goal, so that's it'll be interesting to see if how the draft would affect them. It's really infantry. That's what the draft is for, and I just don't know that many people who are like I have known some, but there are not a lot of people who are like I want to be front lines.
All right, Sneak King says we should draft illegal aliens first.
No.
They have no stake in it. They won't want to fight. They'll desert.
They're already talking about doing that and granting them citizenship in exchange.
That might work.
No.
Yeah, not a fan.
You come here illegally, and then we're like, okay, but if we give you federal money, you'll be loyal to the federal government, and they're like, okay.
I say we send them all to Ukraine.
Well, my thinking is you don't take like all of the illegal immigrants, put them into a regiment together, and then send them off to fight. You split them up amongst regiments that are full of Americans, and then that culturally Americanizes them. It's what the Romans did in a lot of cases.
I just think it's weird that there are all kinds of rules about eliciting the military when you have a criminal record. But if you're here in the country illegally, which is a crime, you could then be in the military and be granted a pathway to citizenship.
I do think it's a little silly that you can't be in the military if you have a criminal record. Like, so many people come out of the military better people than they went in. I mean, you are in there with people who are... They're going to call you out when you do bad things. They're going to make it a problem when you go against the group. Like, they're going to teach you how to be a team player.
Yeah.
So we're gonna put an end to this right now.
Oh boy.
S.A. Federale says you better call it Quad Cities Pizza, Tim. S.A. you are wrong. Stop calling my pizza your pizza. This right here, we have an image. Let me show it for you. This is Chicago. This is real Chicago pizza. What you are seeing on your screen. This right here. This image where you can see that deep dish garbage, that is tourist pizza for people who don't know what pizza is, and they come to Chicago and they want, I want Chicago pizza, and we all go, yeah, go to Giordano's. And they do. Don't get me wrong, Lou Malnati's, I don't know if Leona still exists, Pizzeria Uno, they're all over the place, and Giordano's. It's good, but 99% of the time in Chicago, when you'd order a pizza, you would get this big thing right here on the right. The crust is flat. It is thin. It doesn't rise on the edges. It's crunchy. The middle is not crunchy, like the under the cheese and everything. It's thick, but it's still kind of soft. This is Quad Cities. What is this? I've never had such a thing before.
That's just a Neapolitan pizza sliced into squares.
I do not know what this Quad Cities pizza is. So do not come to me and tell me that your pizza is my pizza, okay?
The one you're saying that's classic Chicago pizza looks interesting. Obviously, I grew up in New England. There's a pizza quality that I'm looking for. The thing about deep dish pizza is you can't pick it up. You have to use utensils for it. It's fun as a thing, but see, I feel like when I've eaten it, it's like just too...
It is kind of hard. I think it's because outside of Chicago, nobody knows how to do it right.
It's nice, but it just doesn't seem like if you're looking for pizza, this is what you would get.
I will tell you this.
Looks different.
In my life, I have gone to a deep dish pizza place 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
And I have gone to a real pizza place 897 times. And I mean, honestly, probably more than that. We would go to Big Tony's near Logan Square, and I think it's closed now, and we'd order the extra large jumbo family size giardiniera pizza, and it was massive, and it looks like that. And
they call it tavern style?
Well, I guess that's what it's called. I don't know. We just called it pizza.
Yeah.
And almost never would we be like, let's go get pizza and eat Giordano's. I like Giordano's. It's good. No beef. It's tourist pizza. The tourists come in and they go, we want pizza. And they go buy the weird tourist stuff from that big chain of tourist pizza places that you could order on the internet, pre-made frozen and delivered to you.
You guys want to know a little Philadelphia secret?
Pat's and Geno's aren't the best cheesesteaks. Probably.
They're not anywhere near it.
Well, you got to get the good local stuff.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Now that we've solved the pizza crisis, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, because that uncensored call-in show will be starting in about a minute. You can follow me at Timcast.
And that's where he's going to give the best
share the show with your friends.
cheesecake
Like it, smash that like button. Chris, do you want to check anything out?
Yeah, sure. So anyone that wants to follow me, you can follow me on social media at ChrisRoseWV. It's all the way across all social media platforms for simplicity, and ChrisRoseWV.com. And just keep following the race, folks. This is a liberty-minded race. This is a liberty-minded candidate who's going to, help make West Virginia be a bastion for the rest of the country. We're going to fight to get rid of the state income tax. We're going to make West Virginia the best place in the country to live, work, and raise a family. And I look forward to returning it to our founding fathers' principles of freedom.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I like that. I like everything you're saying, man. Come to Pennsylvania next.
You want to shout anything out?
Sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm Aiden Mattis. I am the host of the Lore Lodge. We talk about a whole bunch of histories and mysteries, and as you can tell from me getting smoked by Tim tonight, not politics.
Sorry you don't like our conversation.
No. That was a compliment. You had me totally on my heels. I was beaten fair and square.
Vote for Trump now? Is that what you're saying?
I have some thinking to do.
There's a hat for you in the truck if you do.
Did you say where people can follow you on social media?
Yes, it's basically the Lore Lodge for everything, or at the Aiden Mattis.
Well, I'm glad that you took part in the friendly discussion, and I'm excited to see what happens with your race. It's gonna be an interesting November for sure. I'm Hannah Claire Brimley. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Follow all of our work at Timcast News on Twitter and Instagram. I'm on Twitter at Hannah Claire B, and I'm on Instagram at HannahClaire.B. Thank you guys for everything you do.
But I've never heard of it.
Later, dudes. See ya. We'll see you all over at timcast.com in about a minute. Thanks for hanging out.
Sort of is weird. Surge masturbates to anime. Prove me wrong. I thought. Does she have an OnlyFans? Probably. Little hussy. Look at that shit, man. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. The red line, flame retarder. That's retard. That's retard power. Hey, come on. Get out of there. You don't need to use that glitter box. Come on. No, use your own. Use your own. You don't want to get that on you, boy. How to retard your ass. That's why they call it that. Flame retarder. Retards everything. You read Sea Boys back in the day coming out of the field, and they be fighting the fire. They have some of that retard on them. Oh, I don't know. Stupid as shit. I tell you. Not a shred though. They just dumped down the grass. Just come out of here. No, you need to go. This guy. This freaking guy. Got him. I got him just in time. Hey, Ted. Ted's here. No. Be sure to say hi to Fred. We got this. Wow. Another boom. We have a flare. You gotta be sure to eat your vegetables.
Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Yeah. Feels kind of like that, wouldn't it? Wow. They're just taking any airplane that's willing to put a bag of fire retardant in it and dump it out. Get in your plane now, we need you. Man, there's so many of them. Was that another chopper? I guess this is a big deal, dude. Our house is right there. That's fine. Do they care more about the trees or the houses? That's close to houses. That's a house right there. You know, it looks so little. Is it? All eyes on me. That's biblical. That's a biblical sauce. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sure to eat your vegetables tonight, Ed. feeling Ted's not listening, and I fear for that because he needs to eat his vegetables tonight. My heart is heavy. Dude, it's going to be like 100 and something degrees in the northeast coming up soon. Are y'all ready for that, Ted?
We began tonight with that Secret Service agent robbed at gunpoint in Tustin. Good evening. I'm Kathy Ibarra.
And I'm Michael
It was
Brown.
close to me.
Over the weekend during President Biden's trip to Southern California.
NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us live in the newsroom with what we are learning tonight. Conan.
That's right. This happened in the city of Tustin about an hour after the conclusion of President Biden's glitzy fundraiser at the Peacock Theater near Crypto.com Saturday night in downtown L.A. According to police in the city of Tustin, a United States Secret Service agent was robbed at gunpoint, and that the agent had a bag stolen from him, but that agent got off a couple of service weapon during the incident.
I'd hope
the
so.
The suspect got away. It's unclear if he was wounded. Now, police say the robbery happened around 9:30 Saturday night at the Tustin Fields residential community that's near
How
the
did he not
intersection of
kill him?
Benninger
There was
and
only
Harvard
one of them?
Avenues in Orange County.
Wow.
Some of the agent's belongings were recovered near the area. This, of course, took place the same night President Biden, Barack Obama, and Hollywood celebrities gathered in downtown L.A. to raise an estimated $30 million for the president's re-election campaign. Here's an image of a 2004-2006 Silver Infiniti FX35 vehicle that officials say was seen leaving the scene. Tustin police is asking for anyone who saw this car or what happened to contact them. The U.S. Secret Service is not saying exactly what the agent's assignment was that night. They confirmed the incident, though, to NBC News, adding that the agent was not injured or harmed in the robbery. I'm Conan Nolan, NBC4 News.
Conan.
Colin. His name's Colin? Conan.
Are where all of these different styles of cooking and different plants and animals came together. European, native, and African antecedents. And all of that stuff is woven into a new cuisine, an American cuisine, and this is part of that. So there is a lot of information that we're excited to get from these bottles, and they can tell us a lot about what life was like here. The total bottle count was 35 bottles. That's recovered from 6 different storage pits. Of that 35, 6 were broken. So 29 of the bottles contained intact fruit contents. Of that, 12 bottles had cherries, 16 bottles had berries, probably gooseberries or currants, but we haven't confirmed that. And the last bottle had mixed cherries and berries. Presumably they ended up on the Washington's table and were eaten either as just fruit out of the bottle or they were baked into other confections. Or we do know that the Washingtons were very fond of ice cream. These could have also ended up in ice cream, who knows. This pit in particular, we have a theory. We think this is probably the summer of 1775, which is the last harvest just before Washington rode off to Philadelphia and became commander-in-chief just before the revolution. So food remains have been found in other parts of the world and even ancient food remains, but finding what is essentially fresh fruit 250 years later is pretty spectacular. All the stars sort of have to align in the right manner for that to happen. And the historical and cultural context of this, the reason why they're there, they were put in these storage pits in the cellar, and then they were paved over with a brick floor shortly after. And so there they sat until 2024.
Wow. Isn't that cool? I thought it was so cool when I saw it and I read it. I was like, oh my god, that's cute. I'm gonna click on that.
Here we have two different blood types. After adding saline solution, we mix them like this and examine them under a microscope. What phenomena can you observe?
Vicious science.
Today, we'll explore blood types. To start, after lightly pricking my finger, I drop some saline solution on it, then cover it with a glass slide and magnify it under a microscope. You can see these are all red blood cells. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Red blood cells constitute nearly 45% of our blood. All human blood looks similar, but it's categorized into various blood types based on the antigens present on the surface of these red blood cells. The most well-known system is the ABO blood group, which classifies blood types based on the presence of type A or B antigens. This classification is crucial because it helps prevent serious complications that can arise during blood transfusions from incompatible blood types. The reason why transfusions from different blood types can cause problems is that our bodies contain antibodies that trigger a strong immune response when red blood cells with unfamiliar antigens are introduced. To test blood types, we use reagents that contain antibodies specific to each antigen. First, I mixed my blood with the reagent. Since I am type O, my red blood cells lack antigens, and therefore, there was no reaction. Curious about other reactions, I took a sample from a
be
type
positive
B
you
friend
can't give those
nearby.
away.
After dropping his blood on a slide and adding the reagent, we observed the blood clotting due to the reaction with the antibodies specific to type B. This confirmed that my friend was indeed type B. If you magnify the clotted blood under a microscope, it's quite shocking. I had never seen a coagulation reaction under a microscope before either, but the red blood cells were so clumped that their shapes were indistinguishable. This clumping, likely due to the destruction of red blood cells by the antibodies, is fascinating. Interesting, isn't it? Since these antibodies also exist in our bodies, a similar reaction might occur when we mix blood of different types. To verify this, I mixed the blood again. Added some saline solution and observed. Initially, it didn't seem to solidify as strongly as it did with the reagent. Upon closer inspection under the microscope, I found partially clumped red blood cells as shown here. Interestingly, the actual blood didn't exhibit as strong an agglutination reaction as the reagent. This is because the test reagent contains a high concentration of antibodies that react strongly, making them visible, whereas the antibody concentration in just one drop of blood is relatively low compared to the number of red blood cells, reducing the activity of the antibodies. Therefore, mixing a few drops outside the body in this manner does not produce a significant reaction. However, when foreign blood actually enters the body, the immune system reacts vigorously, leading to a strong agglutination reaction. Hence, if transfused incorrectly, this strong reaction can cause red blood cells to clump together, clogging capillaries, creating serious complications. As a rule, blood transfusions should only be conducted between people with compatible blood types. However, in emergencies, a small amount of blood from another blood type may be transfused. In such cases, compatibility and the antigens on the red blood cells are critical criteria for small transfusions. For example, type O red blood cells don't have any antigens, which means they can be safely given in small amounts to anyone, regardless of their blood type. However, type AB blood has both A and B antigens. This makes it tricky because you can't give even a little bit of type AB blood to someone with a different blood type without risking a reaction. There was once a popular personality test that suggested people with type O blood are generally gentle. While there's no scientific basis linking blood type to personality, biologically speaking, type O is kind of the universal donor, which might seem pretty friendly. Interesting, isn't it? That's all for our blood type exploration today. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. This is Fishy Science, where we dive into the mysteries of science.
Any other AB positives in the house? Ayo. No, I'm doxxed. I'm doxxed now. You know my blood type. What have I done? Did we already watch the Admiral's Feast one?
Actually, something I wish I had on hand. Seafood place, which is.
No, we didn't. There's a reason
You
why.
offered me escargot.
The reason why we didn't do that. Oh, let's get that. Mm-hmm. The bold type. You don't know it.
Well, businesses in downtown
Well,
Long Beach have been
I
hit
just
with
don't really
another
need
string
to.
of attacks and break-ins.
That's right. 3 more businesses were hit
You learn
just
in
in the
boot
last
camp.
10 days, and
That's
even
the only
more
reason why I
have been
don't mind.
vandalized. NBC4's McCullough Medina joins us live from Long Beach, and Max, shop owners is telling you that
It's on your
police were
dog
too
tag.
quick to respond here.
Everybody has it on their dog tag.
Yeah, they're very concerned about the response time. 4 hours. This happened at 4 a.m. Police didn't get here until about 8 o'clock. This is the place where it happened on Sunday, on Father's Day. You can see it's boarded up right now. A lot of shop owners are worried about the police response times.
I beat police. Police did not make it here yet.
Kimberly Latham can't believe she got to the shop before police. She sat in her car worried and puzzled why officers didn't show up for 4 hours.
I didn't see PD down here. I was just like, oh no. And so, yeah, just your stomach sinks, just like you just feel helpless.
We reached out to Long Beach Police for comment.
Are they worthless here or
response.
what?
The break-in comes as a wabi-sabi market up the road was hit. Surveillance video caught the door window being smashed, suspects inside and taking items, and the cultural shroom shop was also hit this weekend.
Shroom?
Like,
The shroom shop? What is
like,
that?
Right now, our company, our community, small business community is just like dying because we're getting hit from all levels.
On June 7th, a vandal targeted 7 stores in the same neighborhood and more than 24 cars, smashing windows and damaging property. No one was hurt here, and a man was arrested.
We want a thriving business community and a thriving neighborhood where people feel safe to walk down it and people feel safe doing business.
Right now, Latham says they do not
What
have
was that?
She actually closes up
Is
her
it a
shop
mushroom store
Monday
here?
through Friday to avoid issues. We did see police put up these mobile surveillance cameras off Broadway and Linden. Latham says they've asked for those after the first series of vandalism. She says it is more surveillance, but still no deterrence.
It does put an eyeball out there that like we're watching you and we see you, and so I think anything helps. Anything's more than what it is right now.
Long Beach did respond to our call for comment just a short time ago. Here's what they said. The police department officers were dispatched to calls for service based on priority. During the call that involves this incident, there was also, they were told, a call for multiple arson incidents in North Long Beach, a hit shooting, and a battery in the downtown entertainment district. They say officers responded when they were able to. The response time here, 3 hours and 51 minutes after the initial response. You can understand why all of those business owners are still concerned about that response time. They're going to have an emergency meeting, they say, with police on Thursday to address some of these issues and hopefully get a better response time when these issues pop up again. We're live in downtown Long Beach. I'm McConnell Medina, NBC 4 News.
All right.
Long Beach. Sounds about the same. Yeah, but Biden said crime's down, so it doesn't matter. We don't need the response time. All right.
In this next story, I'll admit that when I first heard about this, I thought it was like an SNL skit. It is definitely not. It's about hobby horse, and apparently competitions have been around for years. Yes, they use a wooden stick and mock horse heads that you may associate with the old-fashioned toy you'd see in a movie set in the 50s. Little boy riding one wearing a cowboy hat and shooting a cap gun in the air. But in 2024, hobby horse competitors have launched an all-out online viral war on those who are not giving hobby horse riders the respect they feel they deserve. Those who compete in tournaments around the world, complete with personal coaches, professional judges, events, and rules tantamount to actual equestrian competitions. In fact, one hobby horse competitor got so tired of the naysayers that she clapped back, posting a video that now has close to 50 million views, showing the physical and emotional toll that hobby horsing can take.
Oh, she had the rainbow shit in her hair. Is she a tranny too?
But the reactions from the Twitter sphere and beyond went sort of as you might have guessed. Over 100,000 comments, including "I was on the ground like that from laughing when I found out this was a thing. I used to do hobby horsing back in the day. The only thing it was called being a kid and playing, and hobby horsing is not easy. It takes years of dedication to believe it's a real sport." But as my next guest will tell you, the haters are just making them that much more committed. Joining us now is champion hobby horse athlete and coach, Ada Philpa. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me here.
So what exactly are people missing about hobby horsing when they think, oh, this is just people running around with a stick and a horse head?
I think people thinking I'm playing like a horse, that this is a real horse and I can't ride with real horses. But actually it is like tennis racket. Do you know, sport equipment? You need that doing that sport, but that's it.
And it's tough? It's physically hard?
Yeah, it is
it's like
physically
tennis
hard.
racket.
It's need years training, be the best in the world, and jumping over 110 cents obstacles like 14 times and be quick. And a lot of rules that make it harder than just running and jump. You need doing so much more.
Are there more like better horses and less good horses and more expensive ones and cheaper ones?
We have all of them.
Yeah?
Expensive ones and cheap ones, what you like.
Yeah?
Mostly people are doing them by themselves.
Is that right? They make them themselves?
Yeah.
And is there sort of like the LeBron James of hobby horsing? I mean, like sort of the person who everyone knows is the one to beat?
Yeah, of course.
And that person, what, just wins all the competitions?
Not maybe all, but very many.
Are you guys pushing for this to be an Olympic sport?
I don't know, maybe, but now I'm happy what we have. We have very, very hardcore competitions and high level and so many thousand good athletics young people.
Does it bother you that people make fun of it?
Sometimes, but do you know, people make fun of things what they don't understand and they are not ready to figure out. So, do you know, I don't really mind. It's okay if you don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks funny, but it also does look hard. I mean, if you do that for a while, it's going to be a good leg workout, right? I mean, I've got to believe. I'm not a hobby horser myself, but as I watch that, I'm thinking,
She looks like a freak, dude.
over a long period of time,
She runs around with a stick in between her legs in front of hundreds of people.
That's me. I think
She's
I'm good
definitely a
shape.
freak.
Yeah.
All right, Judy, if you can just give us a quick little demonstration here of
Never
how
mind,
it,
thousands
how
of
it
people.
works.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have this
Yeah, you have to hold the reins
yep.
because when you jump over the obstacle, normally hardware is balancing with hand.
Okay.
But here we can't do it. So it's more harder to jump over because you can't balance. So that's why we hold reins. And if the reins fell down and you're doing like that, you get penalties.
Oh.
And goodbye the cold.
All right.
And then what you mostly see, we can't run. So
Okay.
we have to counter. So counter just going, da-dum. I have to hold my mic like that.
Yeah.
And go in turn.
Yeah.
And back. Like basically.
All right.
That was very easy.
No, but you know what? It's very interesting
Yeah.
to me, and I got to pet your horse, which I wanted to feel how heavy it was.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Thank
This
you.
is fascinating to me.
Thank you.
Ada, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you
We
so
really
much.
appreciate it.
Bro, she has mental
Thank you for
disorders.
watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider.
What other
And don't forget to
explanation
click
is
the
there?
red subscribe.
She's got something wrong with her head. She thinks that's a sport. Who is telling these people that's a sport? That's the problem. They're like, yeah, it's a sport. Yeah. And you're damn good at it. Knock it off, man. Y'all are making people crazy. Crazier than they already are. Oh, we just went on international TV pretty much. Oh. That's crazy, man. I'm blown away.
I wonder what would happen if we mixed blood with a parasitic worm. Well, I mixed a drop of my blood with a parasitic worm, and what you are about to see is absolutely remarkable. This blue worm here is swimming through my blood cells, and it is massive compared to my blood cells. Nothing happened at first, but then I noticed something incredible. A single white blood cell began to move towards the worm. Let's take a closer look. The white blood cell circled here is moving towards the worm. It then attaches to the surface of the worm. Watch this again. Can you see the white blood cell attached to the worm? Here is another white blood cell finding its way to the surface of the worm. The white blood cell then attaches to the worm. This is what your body does to protect you. This is absolutely marvelous. You are beautifully complex, and that, my friend, is pretty darn cool. I wonder
can
what
it kill
would
the worm?
happen if we mixed blood
That's
with
interesting,
a
though.
parasite.
Hey, sweet girl. She's laid on my lap out of nowhere.
I
I have never actually attempted an intentional bite before. I'm a little nervous. 1, 2, 3.
Rumor has it that this arachnid, known as the daddy longlegs or the harvestman, is the deadliest spider in the world, but that its fangs are too small to puncture human skin. The only problem is, this isn't actually a spider. If that part of the legend isn't true, could the whole thing be false?
So I'm gonna put that rumor to the test. What I've got right here is a daddy longlegs, otherwise known as a harvestman. I'm gonna do a bite test. I'm gonna find out if this animal can bite, and if it can, whether or not this is the most venomous arachnid in the world. When I get him, ooh. Huh, he's already out. Okay, you come here. No, come here. Okay. I got a few of his legs, and I'm not hurting him. I've got a gentle pressure on him. Okay, here we go. 1, 2.
Not hurting him, by the way.
I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any scratching or poking or anything. Make sure he's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. Okay, so he didn't bite me. Come here, let's get you back in your container. I didn't feel...
I can't believe all his legs still worked right.
Which is weird, because I thought that I would at least feel like the scratching sensation of like his mouth parts doing some kind of defensive display, but I didn't feel anything, and he did not bite me. Or at least, from what I could tell, I didn't see a bite. Well, part of the myth is that their fangs are too small to puncture human flesh, and maybe that's what was happening. So what I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna pull out my microscope, and even this macro lens here on my phone is not good enough, and the lighting is not great for me to see what's going on. So I think a microscope shot, I'm gonna attempt that bite again. So you might be wondering why I'm doing this, and to be honest, I ask myself that question sometimes too. I've always been a huge fan of creepy little invertebrates, and what's more creepy than the daddy longlegs?
It's crazy looking.
These huge, long, spindly legs, a creepy little wart-like body, and you find them in all kinds of weird places. There's so much fear around this little arachnid that I figured I have to investigate it. You know, the idea that the daddy longlegs is a deadly spider has been circulated for years and years. Like, I grew up hearing it, but it's largely dismissed in the scientific community as a myth. But I haven't actually seen it proven whether or not this animal is actually venomous at all.
Despite its appearance, the harvestman is not a spider. Yes, it's creepy looking and has 8 legs, but that wart-like body is only one segment. Spiders usually have 2. Believe it or not, the harvestman is actually more closely related to scorpions, which makes this experiment really interesting. Both spiders and scorpions, animals the harvestman's related to, use venom to subdue their prey. So it's possible that the harvestman is venomous too.
So my hope with this experiment is to actually get into the nitty-gritty details, find out if the harvestman can or cannot bite, and see if it's even capable of delivering venom. I'm kind of nervous, but I think it's gonna be cool. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to test under the microscope if this thing can actually bite. I couldn't really see on the macro lens, and right now I've got my phone and a camera hooked up to the microscope. You can see when I move my finger around, you can see it moving in the microscope. It looks really weird from this angle. You can see like the dryness of my skin. I definitely need to moisturize. Basically, I'm gonna hope that the sliver of finger that's in the frame right now is good enough for me to see if the daddy longlegs can in fact bite. Hey, he's right by the top. Hello, buddy. I gotta bother you one more time here. Gotta bother you one more time. He's got some spittle forming there. That might be venom. All right, so there he is under the microscope. Hello, buddy. Look at you. You're creepy looking. All right, so he has a bubble of something forming. Let's do a test. Oh, look at that.
Whoa.
Look at that. Not fangs, pinchers. And I'm not sure what it is he's leaking on me. You see it right there.
Juices.
Whatever it is, it's...
Daddy
There's no
juices.
smell. That's strange. I'm gonna try and see
Why
if
didn't
I
he
can't
taste it for science?
see the underside here. There's his mouth. Oh man, that is weird looking. So, let me touch his mouth. So there is me touching his mouth. I see no attempt to bite. No attempt to bite whatsoever. So this is not an animal. I think that's an official. This is not an animal that's gonna bite you. We've worked with venomous animals before, spiders mostly, which have big old fangs, and you know, vipers, venomous snakes usually have fangs, different needle-like appendages that are designed to inject venom. But there's actually one more way that animals can inject venom that isn't talked about too often. Some mildly venomous snakes have venom in their saliva, and they use their sharp teeth to cut you open, and then the venom in their saliva actually gets into your system. So my question is, maybe the harvestman is secreting that as venom, and the harvestman's delivery method of venom is more like that of a garter snake or a Gila monster, and not like its other arachnid cousins. What I'm seeing here
What if he
is
got that into a
more of
cut?
spreading
That
motion.
juice.
His pedipalps and chelicerae, the pincers that we're looking at, they seem to kind of be doing a wax on, wax off kind of motion here. They're trying to spread whatever substance this animal is secreting over as much of the surface of my finger as possible. They don't seem to be trying to slash or stab to create an opening for it to seep in, which makes me think that while this is definitely defensive behavior, he didn't start doing this till I picked him up and had him completely pinned. You know, it's definitely something he's doing to defend himself. It doesn't look like this substance is venom. My best guess is it's some kind of chemical defense. Maybe it tastes bad, or it smells bad to the things that would normally be eating a harvestman, like other invertebrates or lizards and things. Maybe it's some kind of irritant, and it makes, you know, so maybe the harvestman is literally spicy when it's eaten by things. I don't know.
He tasted it.
In regards to the harvestman, the myth about the daddy longlegs being the deadliest spider on the planet is false. This isn't a spider, and it's not venomous at all. So it's definitely debunked. But this leads to another question. The myth is about a spider. The harvestman is not a spider.
Is that even venomous though?
My question is there another animal out there
been
that
lying to us,
shares the
dude.
nickname of a daddy longlegs, and it happens to actually be a spider? This experiment is going to be continued in part 2, but if that video is not out yet, check out this video right here, where I actually did an experiment with wolf spider venom to see what happens when one of those guys bites you. I think you'll enjoy it, so stay curious, and I'll see you next time.
What happens if a black widow bites you in the eyeball? What happens if a brown recluse bites you in the eyeball? Oh no. My mouse is dead again, y'all. Y'all, why didn't you let me do that? Now we're stuck here. We're stuck on the side of the road without gas, pretty much. That was not the real spider. Yes, it was. It was the real spider. It's not a spider, though. Oh, come on, man. I don't have any juice, bro. I need more juice. Let's see Royce. Hold on. Hold on. We got it now. We got it now. Let's go. Wait, come on, man. What the fuck? It's taking too long. How long do I have to give it? Now it should be good for sure, right? We'll let it. I let it flash one time. There it flashed. Dude, why isn't that enough? Why is it being stingy? did I do it last time? I got to start working somehow. Oh, there it is.
Good morning, everyone. This is Royce Miller coming back at you with yet another Let's Try. And today on the docket, we're going to Starbucks. I don't know. The only thing I remember about Starbucks is Louis Black talking about building a Starbucks crush from Starbucks to break the space-time continuum, and that Dr. Evil's corporation buys Starbucks in Austin Powers 2. Anyway, so yes, we have the maple butter chicken sandwich.
Like a McGriddle, but chicken?
It looks like a nugget. Oh.
It's a chicken McGriddle.
Hopefully a little better. The Summer Skies drink.
Lots
Little
of
pearls
sugar.
at the bottom that I hope are tapioca pearls and not those awful gel cap pearls that were in the little one that were in the boba teas I tried before.
What?
Anyway, let's try this egg.
What are they talking about?
This chicken sandwich.
Gel cap pearls.
That's a chicken patty, you bastards.
What? Isn't that what he said?
I hate processed chicken.
Oh. What?
Except for the McDonald's McNuggets, of course.
What do you think it was? A real piece of solid chicken in there?
Oh, man.
His mom must have given him that advice when he was a kid.
On the way home, I thought this smelled like one of those pancake sausage corn dogs. Turns out I was really close to the truth.
His head's so round. This is from 13 hours ago, by the way.
It doesn't taste terrible, but you're mixing really mushy chicken with really mushy eggs. The texture is a nightmare. It's like I'm eating warm goo.
I did heat something the other night that looked like warm goo, though. What was it?
Oh.
He likes warm goo if it's other things, is what I'm saying. Or is that somebody else? No, that was the other dude at Taco Bell with the burrito.
I gotta take a break from that. Please, for the love of God, let this be good. I need something good right now. I don't want to...
Take a break.
I don't want this to be the stupid pearls that are...
He's treating this like training, man. This is the main event. No breaks.
Does boba usually have ice in it? I don't think it does. They are the gel caps. I'm so mad.
What?
Oh, that's disgusting, man.
Gel caps? What do you mean?
Well, today is a exercise in just nightmare textures.
He doesn't like either one of them.
So for those wondering what I'm
Starbucks
talking
sucks.
about, these are not tapioca
They
pearls.
can't even please this guy.
These are basically like a
I don't know what he's talking about. I've had a lot of tapioca, like
they're basically made of the same material
tea.
as like your NyQuil gel cap, but instead of filled with medicine, it's filled with
What?
raspberry syrup or something of that caliber.
What? Really? Has anybody had one of those confirm that?
And then the summer sky part is
Dude,
just raspberry.
it's too late for him.
The raspberry juice.
All these dudes do this.
vegan milk substitute. This doesn't look like milk. I think this is almond milk.
They all do fast food stuff because that's what people want
I
to
want to
watch.
say this is based off, like, I think it's called the unicorn shake or something from Erewhon.
It's something everybody can get. But it doesn't make him want to do it less.
I hate this. I hate this, man.
It'd be like me having a bourbon channel. That's dangerous. If people just expected me to drink bourbon every time I go on here.
Why is this so bad?
Dude, because it's not coffee. Why would you buy anything except for coffee at Starbucks? Even, I heard some of their coffees are sucking now even. But, like, you know, all their pastries and shit are overpriced.
And Clark is throwing a fit.
Yummy Rocks channel.
Ugh.
I've never seen someone dislike processed chicken so much. It is like marshmallow chicken though, it's a weird consistency, doesn't it? It's all fluffy.
Oh.
Push it to the limit. Dun, dun, dun. To the razor's edge. Limit.
I hate this actor. I hate this actor.
It reminds me of a tongue.
Ugh.
When he had somebody's tongue in his mouth. It's got a tongue like though, isn't it? Chicken patty.
The only thing good about this thing is the bun.
Yo.
And kind of the maple syrup too, but
He definitely is relating that to his mom's tongue. He's like, Mama, get out of my head. He's gonna come after me now, isn't he? Just playing, buddy. Yep. Strike me.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Why are you just down at me? He's making me thirsty. I don't know why he makes me so thirsty. I think it's hearing him breathe so much. It's like, I think I probably should hydrate.
I hate it all. I hate
Gonna work out.
I hate everything I just had. Of course, my bed just broke too, so you know that's fun. Well, it broke last night, but now I gotta take care of that. And I think I'm just gonna duct tape it together until a new frame comes in.
I can't believe it.
Stressful.
Yeah, it's endless, dude. Like who's this guy?
How you all doing today?
242
It is,
subs. I've never seen him before in my life.
June 7th. It's about 1:30 in the afternoon.
The amount of people that are so lonely.
It's about 78
that they're
degrees.
just taking videos
It's
of themselves
beautiful out,
eating.
Really beautiful.
It's crazy.
Down at the lake.
It's unheard of.
Different now,
We've
so-
never been here before. Where people were just like, boop, okay, I'm gonna eat now. Gotta feel
A
myself
little windy
eating.
today, but it's a beautiful day.
Just eat your Arby's,
People are out here getting
Sorry.
ready to go out in their kayak and a sailboat. And perfect day for sailing. Today we're going to review a special I got today from Arby's. $9.99 burger special. Get fries. Something I never had from them before. Got a burger.
Looks pretty good.
And a shake.
How's the shake?
Whipped cream on top.
Okay.
I chose a Jamocha shake.
What's that mean?
I was going to get the
Jamoski.
orange, but I had that before, so I figured
Orange
try the Jamocha. I like that.
It's a New Yorkin. Must be a New Yorkin thing. Never heard of Jamocha.
A lot of people out today.
Have you?
Yes, they're taking off because of the weather. It's beautiful.
You already said that.
Making a long weekend.
Show me your shit. Put it in your mouth. Yeah. How big is it? You don't have to answer. I like the way you chew, boy. Yeah.
Burger tastes pretty good.
Yeah, but it's how you chewed it. I like nice and slow.
I don't know what their secret is.
Flavors in your mouth.
Look at the size of that patty. That's a good,
Secret?
easy quarter pounder.
Do you think they have good meat? I wonder. You know, I'm all about that. Some good meat in my mouth. Arby's burgers. That is weird though. Like, really? Why? They're making. No one's getting the roast beef anymore? We had to go into the burger industry.
Pretty good. Looking.
Yeah, there's the burger again.
Day to day. I'm going to give it on.
Is that it? Alright.
Put it in the comments.
LAUSD considering cell phone ban. Ooh, that would be awesome. Do it to them. I say restrict all the kids. Show them whippersnappers use balls.
Hey, Bunky, let's try some Coolie Chewies.
All right, but what the hell is that?
I'll show you.
All right, for sure.
Let me try these out. Bussin'. Hey, Bunky, what you think?
Damn, that shit was bomb. I need some more of them.
I got you.
All right.
Hey, Bunky, let's try some Coolie.
Gotta stop watching that guy's videos, man. After my house. I'm gonna start making this food soon. Y'all just gonna see me eat all kinds of prison food up in here. I'm on the prison food diet, y'all. Trying to get swole. Nothing but sugar? Yeah, lots of sugar. Migrant mango vendors on the highways in New Jersey. Is this the fucking girl that copyrighted you before? I think it is, dude. Over her part, wasn't that her? Oh no, bro, she's a weirdo. I can't play her stuff apparently. She'll get mad at me.
Only pull when you ready. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Alright.
It's gonna backfire, is it?
Come on, it's gonna backfire a little bit. Just hold it tight. Mom, turn around. When you got your hand by the trigger.
I need to know what the fuck backfire, what that means.
Why is your hand on the trigger?
What backfire mean?
Oh my god.
My hand. If this go back, hit you in the
Yeah.
Okay, so what
so tuck it in your shoulder.
Like this?
No, it's not on your shoulder. Tuck it in your shoulders. So when so you ready? Alright, let's do it, boy. You squeezed it? You squeezed see, you didn't clock it back good enough.
No, this shit clocked.
No, you did not. No, you did not. I know. Only pull when you ready. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Yeah. She was actually scared. Oh, this guy. What about this guy?
50 cal, fully, again, black ramble, empty target. You see the target? You see the target? Empty. Let's see what the fully working with. I ain't gonna push it. You want me to push it? I ain't gonna push it.
What the fuck?
Hold up. 7 rounds, you got 1. Oh, you hit him twice. You hit him 3 times. Oh, you hit him 4 times.
Damn. That's pretty good.
50 cal, fully,
4 times.
black ramble, empty target. You see the target? You see the target? Empty. Let's see what the fully working with. I ain't gonna push it. You want me to push it? I ain't gonna push it.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Empty target. You see the target? You see the target? Empty. Let's see what the fully working with. I ain't gonna push it. You want me to push it? I ain't gonna push it.
Man, that's crazy. Just one of those, that's it, buddy. That's it, motherfucker. One to the chest. Did I go through a vest, won't it? Not sure. I guess it depends on the vest. We got Teflon bullets in it. Then it would go. Range is my fields. Making crystal taffy.
Hey, Bunky, I'm gonna make some crystal taffy when we get in from yard, bro. You think you gonna want some?
Oh, hell yeah.
It's gonna be coffee creamer with
got you.
crystal light. I bet. Oh, yeah, there's a crystal light. It's got Jolly Ranchers in it. Why don't they just buy taffy? What is their obsession with making it, dude? I don't get it. Does anybody understand why? Can they not get taffy? What a pain in the ass that would be to break those all up. Alright. They can't get nerds on a rope or whatever.
Awesome. Hey, Bunky, I'm gonna make some crystal taffy when we get in from yard,
Was that
bro. You
it?
think you don't want
They're
some?
bored?
Oh, hell yeah.
That might be. Cause I don't know, man. They got a thing with eating coffee creamer, though. Oh damn, that sucks. 12-year-old girl who snuck out of her home.
Houston police are looking for the killer of a 12-year-old girl.
She was
Investigators found her
killed.
body in a North Houston Creek early this morning. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry
Fucking
is live
pedo
at
killed
that
her
scene
ass, dude.
on Rankin Road near
She snuck out.
Investigators are piecing together her last steps, Bryce.
Omegle or something.
Houston police
like
investigators say that girl lived at an apartment nearby. They say she snuck out sometime after 10 last night and was found dead in the creek under this bridge some 8 hours later. Tonight, there's an urgent search for information about who killed her and why. The Houston police dive team made the gruesome discovery, the body of a 12-year-old girl in the shallow waters of this creek around 6:15 Monday morning.
We believe somebody did this horrible thing to her.
Investigators say the girl, who hasn't been identified, left home Sunday night without her family knowing.
She left an apartment complex actually pretty close to Rankin Road.
Police are still piecing together surveillance video of her next steps before a 911 caller reported her body in the water just a short distance from home.
12-year-old found in a waterway near the residence where she lives is in and of itself very suspicious.
Police aren't revealing how the girl died. They don't know if she ever got into a vehicle and say she was never reported missing. They're looking into whether she was communicating with anyone.
We're still looking into communications that were there and any other information that we could find from it.
In an evening news conference, Mayor John Whitmire stood beside police to ask for the community's help.
The city's doing everything they can to find the perpetrator of this heinous crime. It's the worst horror for our family.
And the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office will officially identify the girl, but investigators say they have spoken to who they believe is her mother. They describe her as devastated. If you have any information, you can report tips to HPD Homicide or anonymously to Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. We are live in North Houston tonight. I'm Bryce Newberry, KPRC 2 News.
Praying they get some good tips fast, Bryce. Thank you.
Dude, what is this?
New at 10 and only on 2, a second man has come forward with shocking claims against a Houston urban park ranger.
That's right. The man says 33-year-old Joey Lamar Ellis demanded he either give him sex or cash to avoid being arrested. Devin Clark joining us now from Cullen Park, where the man says all of this happened to him twice.
The man you're about to hear from says this used to be a place where he could come, run, work out, clear his mind. But now he says it triggers memories of a series of traumatic events that he still finds hard to believe.
This is like traumatizing. Like, my life would never be the same, ever.
This man, who asked not to be identified, is the second alleged victim of Houston urban park ranger Joey Lamar Ellis to come forward. His story begins early April in Cullen Park after the man says he was getting ready to leave after a workout when Ellis did the unthinkable.
He ended up stopping me. I was at my car and he was like, "You trespassing, your car going to be towed, you're not supposed to be out here."
The man says Ellis made him pull his pants down, demanded his license, and threatened to take him to jail unless he did one of two things.
He told me, "You could suck this, you know what, or you could pay me."
The man says he reluctantly paid Ellis some $260.
He had like a holster, like a gun holster.
Out of fear, the man says he did not report the first incident. When he returned to the park a few weeks later, he says he ran into Ellis again.
He was like, "You already know the routine. I told you not to be out here." One or two things, you know, basically what he told me the first time.
But this time, the man says he was able to get away, but Ellis didn't back down.
So I jumped the curb and I drove off. As I attempted to drive off, he was following my car, like on the highway, like speed, and then he tried to sideswipe me and everything to get me to pull over.
He tells us he eventually lost Ellis. Now, he says he found the strength to file a report with HPD after hearing another man came forward with a similar story earlier this month, leading Ellis to be charged in that case with felony official oppression.
I just left it alone, but then somebody else spoke up, so I just hope that others will speak up.
Houston police are hoping for the same, asking for any other potential victims to come forward. At last check, Ellis was in the Harris County Jail and is scheduled to be in court tomorrow. We reached out to his employer, but so far have not heard back. Reporting from Cullen Park, Devin Clark, KPRC 2 News.
KPRC 2 News. What is this?
Timothy Treadwell watched his torn-off arm while the enraged grizzly sank its teeth into him. Screams of his girlfriend, Amy Huguenard, echoed in his head. Both became victims of a merciless predator, devouring them alive. Slow death is the scariest thing imaginable, but on the pain scale, crafted from scientific studies, being eaten alive only rates 100 points. Meanwhile, the most horrifying death is estimated at 140. Stick around until the end to find out what hits that maximum mark. But I warn you,
being boiled alive inside of that
October 11th, 2012,
that
workers
torture
at a
thing,
seafood processing
that
plant
metal
in
thing
Santa
that they
Fe
put you
Springs
inside of
sounded
and
the
just
alarm.
cook you inside of it.
Their
But that's
colleague,
one of them.
62-year-old Jose Molina, had vanished suddenly. After nearly 90 minutes of searching, the boiler operator suggested opening the last loaded oven. Inside, they cooked and sterilized tuna at high temperatures. Workers had to wait half an hour for the oven to cool down. All this time, their only thought was, I hope Jose isn't in there. Unfortunately, he was indeed there. When the workers opened the door, they were horrified to find him inside. As it turned out, Molina was loading pallets of canned tuna into the oven when he noticed a malfunction. Without warning anyone, he stepped into the oven to adjust the chain inside.
That happens.
Meanwhile, another worker, not seeing Jose in place, assumed he had already left. So he closed and turned on the oven. It was loaded with nearly 5,500 kilograms of canned tuna, which began to cook at a temperature of 132 degrees Celsius. Trapped, Jose likely suffered severe skin burns, and then the high temperature began to affect his muscles and organs. Eventually, the poor man was boiled alive. Looking at the pain scale, where, for example, 2 points are attributed to a gunshot to the head and 91 to a shark bite, while dying from being literally boiled alive hits a staggering 105 points. And unfortunately, such incidents in production happen quite often. In 2009, Vincent Smith II worked at an illegal chocolate factory, Cocoa Service, in Camden, New Jersey. The 29-year-old worker was dumping giant chunks of chocolate over the edge of a vat, nearly 2.5 meters deep. There, chocolate was melted and mixed. Suddenly, Vincent was struck by a mixer paddle and fell right into the hot molten mass, reaching a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius. His colleagues immediately rushed to shut down the machine. However, Vincent stayed in the chocolate for a full 10 minutes before rescuers could pull him out. Even though his body was mangled by the giant mixer, Vincent died from burns. The tragedy occurred because the platform he fell from was slippery from splattered chocolate and was directly above the vat without any barriers to protect workers from falling into the boiling mixture. Nevertheless, you don't have to be at a dangerous facility to experience excruciating pain, which on the scale goes even beyond 105 points. On November 23, 2018, a 911 dispatcher heard the shaky voice of a 76-year-old woman. It was Loretta Picard from Polk County, Florida.
And I can't get up.
My house is on fire, and I'm here alone, and I'm on a walker.
Firefighters were immediately dispatched to her house. The dispatcher told the woman to leave the building and go outside, to which she replied,
Honey, yes, I wanted to.
That nervous laugh at the end just breaks your heart. Loretta had recently undergone surgery and couldn't move quickly without assistance. Plus, she couldn't see anything through the smoke. Meanwhile, the fire truck slowly made its way down the rough country road where the woman lived. Loretta was freaking out, worried that nobody would save her, constantly asking if help was really on the way and if they were sure they were coming for her. Then, on the recording, you could hear Loretta start coughing and wheezing, and the sound of the crackling fire in the background getting louder. But I can't show you what the recording captured next, because then the flames engulfed the woman, who never got the help she desperately needed. She screamed wildly as she burned alive.
That's worse than being in the oven?
The link to the full recording I'll leave in the description below. Loretta was dying while firefighters were just minutes away from her yard.
She can get knocked out by the smoke
after 20 minutes,
easier.
And rescuers arrived at the scene 14 minutes later. Yet nobody ever went inside to save her. The fire chief claimed that several firefighters attempted to enter the house, but no evidence supports his words. And the dispatcher was blamed for giving ineffective instructions. Due to the negligence of rescuers, Loretta died in agony because the pain from burning alive hits a staggering 108 points. You wouldn't wish such a death on anyone. But you know
splitting
what?
hairs
I came
here.
across a story where a person knowingly subjected themselves to such suffering. On June 11th, 1963, several American correspondents, including Malcolm Brown, gathered outside the Cambodian embassy in Saigon. The day before, journalists were informed that something important would happen there. Buddhists were deeply offended by the disrespect of their beliefs by the South Vietnamese government. So, around 350 monks and nuns gathered for another peaceful protest. Suddenly, not far from the presidential palace, a car stopped and 3 monks got out, including Quang Duc. Malcolm pointed his camera at the trio, not realizing what he would witness through the lens next. Protesters gathered around Quang, who sat on a pillow in the traditional Buddhist meditative lotus pose, while another monk started pouring gasoline over his head. Quang paid no attention and prayed, and when he finished, he struck a match. The flames instantly engulfed him, rising up in black smoke. It was a horrifying spectacle. Quang Duc's body slowly withering and shriveling, while his head blackened and charred. I can't show you the photo either, but I'll leave a link below the video. The scene was very contrasting, as everyone present there loudly cried, watching the self-immolation, while the monk himself, enduring painful suffering, didn't even flinch or make a sound. Whether it was meditation skills or inner spiritual strength that helped the monk endure the agony of his impending death, I know for sure an ordinary person wouldn't last like that, let alone endure the pain that hits 110 points. In 2007,
he's going too fucking slow through this list. It's pissing me off. What's the difference between that mug burning and that woman burning? How is there a difference in numbers in it? He's just randomly picking shit, saying it's a number. Fuck you, kid. Fuck you. You don't know shit. You don't know shit, kid. He knows how to edit. Put some cheesy music to his video. You listen forever with the music being there.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today, Mr. President, colleagues from my office, Mr. Christian Ami. I want to talk for a few minutes, Mr. President, about America, about Washington, D.C., and about Louisiana. Every time I leave Washington, D.C., and go back home to America, I am reminded of how parochial Washington, D.C. can be, how removed it can be, how unaware it can be. We often hear people in the city, where our capital sits, say, well, if the American people just don't understand. American people, you often hear, just don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what we know. They don't read the news. They don't keep up like we do. So recently, Mr. President, I conducted a poll to test that point of view. And some were surprised with the results of the poll. I was not. One of the questions I asked in the poll of the people in Louisiana is how frequently would you say they follow the news? About 70% of my people in Louisiana, Mr. President, follow the news every single day. Actually, it's 67.8%. Some of my colleagues back home were surprised by that. I was not. 23.5% said a few times a week, and only 6.4% of my people don't consult the news, read the news very often. I also, out of curiosity, tested, polled where my people were receiving their news. 39% of the people in Louisiana, 70% of whom follow the news every single day, get their news from cable TV.
Oh, for real? Damn it, still? Oh, most of it would be the internet, though.
21.1%.
Only 30%.
Get their news from morning and evening broadcast television, not cable. Local television news and national television
TV watchers
news.
in the world still.
So I guess from one point of view, and I think the numbers bear this out, in Louisiana, in terms of a source of news,
Where's the other 50%? The internet?
television is king. Television is king.
What do you mean? Well,
70%, or rather
70.
60% of my people, most of whom follow the news every single day, get their news either from cable TV, from the national evening and morning news, and from local.
Is that where we want them to get it from
Evening
or something?
and morning
Why?
news.
Why does it matter?
27% of my people get their news primarily from the internet. To break that down, about 12.6% from social media apps, Facebook, Twitter. 4.7, almost 5% from YouTube. Another 9.1% from Apple News, Google News, and those sorts of sites on the internet. So television news, both national and also particularly local, is king in Louisiana, with 60% of the people saying that's my go-to news source. But the internet is also a substantial factor at 27%. 27% of my people, 70% of whom read the news every day, get their news from the internet. Radio news is also important in my state. 7% of my people and change listen to radio news as their primary source of news. And coming in last, consistent with national trends, only 4% of my people receive their news today from newspapers.
Hey,
how
did you guess
the
it?
world has changed. I just found these numbers to be interesting,
I
Mr.
win.
President.
What do I win?
The source of news for most of my people was interesting to me, but I was very, very pleased to find that 70% of my people in Louisiana read the news every single day. And in most cases, they get it from television, but also the internet and radio as well. Sometimes we get it wrong in Washington, Mr. President, in terms of our perceptions of what's going on in the real America. And with that, Mr. President, I suggest the absence of, no, I don't. I see the lady here, Mr. President, shaking her hand. I can't do that. What would you like me to do? Oh, we're automatically adjourned when I'm done, huh? Well, I'm done, so we're adjourned. So you can bang the gavel, Mr. President.
We stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Because I think that's it for me. It's 8:30 here. I gotta get up again at 5:30 in the morning, and I gotta be up by 9 for Simon's heart med and 10 for her dinner. Yeah, tired. Thanks for hanging out though. Sorry we didn't play any reindeer games. It's hard to play now. Plus this kitten sleeping on my lap. It's making me even more sleepy. He just keeps sleeping. Look at her. Oh my gosh, look at her just sleeping away. Oof. Thanks for hanging out, Miss Mongo. Yeah, Dad, you should be going to bed too. Be a good boy. Get your rest. You don't have anything to take care of though, do you? Like any kind of... I gotta take care of Simon and this cat. Last night I screwed up and didn't get Simon or her food at the right time, and I feel bad. I can't be screwing up anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does on her belly. The little dot, the spots. The spots are cool, for sure. She's a leopard or something, right? Oh my gosh, Shelby. So sleepy. Big ups to you, Ted. Remember your water. Remember your vitamin B. Remember. Gotta stay healthy for us, buddy.
Meow, 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 meow.
I ran out of whiskey before you got in here. I only had a little bit left. I had just a little bit, I had 3 shots. That didn't last long. Moments in time. Sister T, Miss Bungle, Ted Thomas, Brody, YYC, and anybody else that might be here just chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe I'll get that sub next time you're here. I'll work on it. I'll work on my behavior. Maybe you'll say something the next time. Won't that be fancy? That'd be so fancy. Bill was here too. There were some other people here. Joker was here. Jet was here. Arby's name. Used to be Jets though, didn't it? I didn't see them. So just now. Oh. Where Dawn was here too, I didn't see that. Cool. Have a drink. There you go, buddy. One for the road. Just in time. Alright, hope to see you again real soon. I hope to see you again real soon. Stay safe. Keep breathing. Stay healthy as you can. So do what you gotta do, man. Even if it means drinking someone else's blood. I'm just playing. Only if you're a vampire. You know what I mean? Then it matters. And I can't judge you. You know, it's how you gotta survive. Love y'all. Hope to see you soon. Say bye, kitty. Bye. See you guys later. Oh, what the fuck? There it goes. Good night. Good night, Brody. Good night, everybody. Sweet dreams. Everybody tuck yourselves in. Pretend it's me. Yeah. Yummy.